What's up, chat? Nazi
Yet.
Games. Appreciate that resub. Um, 2 months is big for me. I have commitment issues. I feel that. We are we are in it. It is the final day
Who the hell do you
of
think
the
I am?
majors. Real or Magic with the 87 months. Appreciate you, Real. Thanks for the resub. Yeah, I gotta figure out what I want to do here. So the finals don't start for a little bit. I think they're doing like an exhibition match or something, possibly. I haven't taken a look. So they do plan on having Valorant finals here starting up shortly, which for whatever reason was going on at the same time. I don't know why. Thank you guys for sending 4. I don't know what the fuck that means. Thank you for sending 4. 4, dude. Anyways, so I figured we'll watch some Valorant. I know before the CS matches start to see what the hype's all about. I even said this before. I said before, I literally would watch Valorant had they not run this at the same time as CS.
Thanks, Oni-chan.
Baked Beans
Kisses.
with the 6 months. Appreciate you, Baked Beans. But in all of, Riot's knowledge and glory, they just decided, hey, it would be a good time to do our finals with our competitor who we loosely borrowed the concept of our video game from. And we should just do it on the same weekend and split the audience. So any actual people that would watch us would not watch Valorant because they're watching CS. Like actually like just egghead maneuvers here, I guess. So anyways, figured we'll jump in and watch some Val. It's the Masters Finals or something, I guess it's I don't know what the hell it's called. We can watch it, see what the hype's all about. Watch a game or two. We'll obviously be switching over to the real finals once they start. And like, I'm not entirely sure what the streamer exhibition match is all about. Maybe we can catch some of that too. Funny enough, I think Valorant's exhibition match just happened. They just had their, hey guys, look at our streamers play this game. They just did that, I think a minute ago or something. So Anywho, I hope you guys are having a good start to your day. Val introduced a new map. Oh. Well, CS is going to introduce a new map as well. I bet. It's just going to be one of their old maps. All right, let's see what we got going on here. The major, all this stuff starts at like 1, right? All right, what do we got here? Drops are now available.
They did crown
So
kayak.
they're telling us they crown kayak. I'm going with kayak.
You know what? Honestly, kayak has been looking incredible up there. We're looking
Super
forward to
tight.
seeing him take to
Super
that
good.
stage. Oh yeah, that kid's incredible, without a doubt. Now, all right, well, look, we like to talk about some fun stuff up here. And any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding, like, you know, the game, the sport, everything. What do you got to share first?
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So look, it is June, right? June. We're still in June. I think.
Yes,
June.
crazy enough. It feels like it's been 5 years.
I
but
know.
yes.
Like every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to. Yeah, no details, but yes, we do have another agent coming. We've got replays finally. Replays on the way.
Replay.
Wait, replays. They're adding
We
replays.
like replays.
I don't think we deserve applause, but I am super happy that they're coming.
There was
we've got
one
the
guy that
Unreal
applauded
5
for
update.
replays, which they
I
said
just
they would
wanna
have
say, like, we saw a lot
5
of
years
fair
ago.
chatter around concerns that
5
maybe
years
five
ago,
is
they
gonna
said
make it,
they'd have
like,
replays.
less performant on lower end machines. I
Yeah.
actually think it's gonna do the opposite, like
Okay.
that. So I want to like make sure people don't have to worry about that. Game's still gonna run really well. And then I think we're gonna spend the rest of this year really dialing in things like gunplay, agent abilities, things like that. Like that's gonna be a big focus for us. Hopefully you've already seen some of those changes coming online. We've been
Yeah,
working on
yeah.
that a bit. I've seen it in this event actually paying off a lot. But I think what you're going to see post-champs is like some of our a little bit more aggressive changes. Not too aggressive, but like there's a good chance we break some stuff, you know?
Okay.
There's a good chance we break some stuff. But the goal is to get it fixed and good heading into 26. So
Yeah.
I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot heading into next year.
Oh, I know a lot of people are excited about that for sure. And, for me as a little esports nerd, Leo, what do we have? Because champs around the corner. We're
That's
going
right.
to Paris. It looks like it's going to be a blast.
Oh,
what do you
man.
got?
Champs
Who's
is
in
always,
MongolZ?
the moment we pull all the stops. Of course, we have stage 2 before
87
that playoffs
finger
will be sick.
popper with the
But
2
yeah,
gifted
champs
subs.
coming
Appreciate
up.
that. Thank you.
Paris, by the way,
Thank you for those
reminder
subs.
for
Very nice
everyone,
of you. Very nice.
Verify your account if you want
Yes.
to buy tickets, right? We want to make sure tickets go to fans.
That's
and
right.
we have a verification process, so make sure to verify your account. But look, we're very excited. We've been trying a number of
No
new
scalping.
things this year, including leading a little bit more into this convention vibe, more community, more activation, fans closer to the action. And we're seeing that in Toronto. We're going to see that at Champs. But of course, we still have more to come. We have Ascension after Champions.
Yeah.
We have Game Changers Championship coming to Law Park in
Which
Seoul
is
for the first
crazy.
time.
That's going to be so awesome.
They
So
check
that-
your
We
playtime
still
for
like
sure.
this year.
Yeah, even speaking
That's
for
the first
myself,
thing
as
they do
like
is
an
check your
old school
playtime.
Esports kid who went to these conventions back in the day, compete in a lot of these tournaments. It really did bring back the feeling for me. I do want to give a special shout out to the Artist Alley.
What are they talking about? This is Valorant. They're talking about
Incredible.
Yeah, and if you're in
like,
the venue and you
their
haven't had a
events,
chance
I
to
guess.
check out Artist Alley yet, please do so. Support local
Their events
artists.
and game
They
updates.
can very much use your support and really just creative stuff, man.
I've spent so
Watching a
much
bit of Val
Okay.
before
Hey,
the
and then there's
CS
more money
starts
to
up.
spend. No, but seriously, go check them out. It's amazing stuff here. And speaking of amazing,
What up,
we're actually
Unc? What up?
celebrating 5 years of Valorant, and it has been quite the journey.
5 years of
to get
Valorant.
to this point here, Leo. What's one of your favorite memories, man?
Man, look,
Yeah,
it's hard
5
to
years, no
choose one.
replay
I think there's
system.
So many. I really
That's
love,
crazy,
like,
is
that
it
very
not?
first event we had fans, a crowd in Copenhagen.
Yeah. That was my
Is it
first
not
event.
crazy?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Lock-in holds a special place in my heart, but I think my favorite is.
I don't know.
Champions
Maybe I'm
in
being
LA.
dramatic.
Just because look, it was such an iconic venue. It was Riot's backyard, so it meant a lot to us. And the whole story of that tournament was beautiful. Seeing that team and Potter,
Yeah.
lifting the championship trophy in front of the home crowd, it felt very special.
Yeah, it was historic. It was such a moment, without a doubt. All right, and what about you? What's your favorite memory of these 5 years?
This was like the hardest question on this entire thing.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
still listed as TBD.
I know it's TBD in your notes. I was like, what one thing for 5 years? Look, I will say, I think closed beta, honestly, is like, it's gonna just, I don't know what's gonna top that feeling in that moment when like we had put our heart and soul into this thing.
Yeah.
We didn't know if anyone was gonna want to
Never
play
played
it. We didn't know if
Valorant?
anyone was gonna show up. And then those servers started lighting up,
Well-
Twitch streams, code drops. Like it was so overwhelming. Andy Ho, our EP, was like physically dropping codes to people. We're like calling, can we get more servers? And that's kind of like, you know, it was like this moment where we knew like we'd made something that people would like want to play and that they would want to invest their time in. And that was the dream. Like we didn't make it for us, like we made it for all these people. So that moment, well, I don't know what could top
you know,
that
even from
honestly.
like me as like a video game industry nerd, like what you guys accomplished releasing a game during COVID like that was actually quite unprecedented at the time and was historic.
Not
Actually laid the groundwork for a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of the
true. It did
industry
come out
moving
during
forward,
COVID, huh?
so- and that's not blowing smoke. I'm
Is
being
it like
honest,
CS:GO?
that genuinely is like what happened. So you guys have a lot to be proud of
Thank you
there.
so much.
And
It's-
it's been quite the journey.
Thank you.
It
It's
really
been a
has.
huge
It's to
journey. Thank you.
CS:GO
Thank you to everybody.
what League is
for
to
real.
Dota.
And seriously, I mean, it's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to chat with you guys. There's always going to be more trickles of goodness down the road.
Which is
I'm
Valve
excited
comes out with a
for it as well.
banger.
But for now, folks, that is where we are going to leave.
And
you
Riot
here.
goes,
For now, you might give us a round of
"Ooh."
applause for Leo and Anna. Thank you so
Thanks,
much for
folks.
joining me
Thanks,
here on the
everybody.
desk.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Toronto.
Because
Us too?
Toronto has been incredible, and the good news is we have more to come because the grand finals between PaperX and Fnatic are around the corner. But for now, let's go ahead
PaperX
and hear from
and
one
Fnatic.
possible MVP contender. We spoke with Jing about making the grand finals
PaperX, huh?
player moment.
Player
Hello
moment.
everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from PaperX. Wolves were really good. They're definitely a really good team and they also came into this tournament with a lot of confidence. I think Silfat BB has played a really big part in helping them. I've seen like many clips online of him like cheering his team up and just giving his entire team a lot of energy and confidence. So I think that played a really big part in how they're playing right
Is
now.
it? What
So,
are
yeah, I
the?
think
What's
that
the
was really
nationality
important. So big
breakdowns
props
of these
to
two
Silfat.
teams? Does anyone know?
Gonna have to do work here, Super. BB does well to find
I heard that US is supposed to be good at this. That's why we lost all the
This is really
pros to
exciting
Valorant.
and really proud of my team.
US
because
should be
in
good,
Pacific,
right?
We were like down 0-3 and we barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific. So yeah, I mean now we have really good momentum. So hopefully the Cinderella run continues. I see all the PaperX jerseys in the crowd. You guys truly fuel our will to win. This one is gonna be for you. Thank you.
PRX is Singapore.
Now,
Okay.
these two teams have both made incredible runs in their respective brackets to get to this point. The PaperX train rolled through the uppers and scored 3
What is
straight
Fnatic?
duos, taking down many tournament favorites along the way. And then over on the lower side, you had Fnatic, who survived 4 straight elimination matches, including a best-of-5 to make it back to their first grand final in 728 days. Of course, joining me back on the desk here, you have Kukuka as well as Mimi. As we're gonna break
728.
everything down
Holy.
for today's grand finals matchup.
Why not say 2
between
years?
PaperX and Fnatic. But before we dive into everything,
Why not
that is
say-
gonna bring us to our
why not say
Mastercard
2
fan poll.
years?
We want to know which team you think is going to lift
Okay.
that trophy today. Scan the QR code, cast your vote for PaperX or Fnatic, and then of course all throughout the finals, make sure you use the hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Masters so we can get your good stuff on the broadcast. All right, guys, let's go ahead and talk about this game here because this is PaperX's 3rd grand final appearance, and yet they only have donuts to show for it in the category of wins. What's going on here?
And the first two are both heartbreakers in their history. All the way back in Copenhagen, the first event with a live audience, PaperX fell to FPX's incredible lower bracket run. And then it was another heartbreak when they came back again a couple years later to qualify to the
Yeah,
grand
show match for
finals
CS
at
is first
Champions
anyway,
in
so we're not
Los
gonna see the
Angeles.
finals
So
for
now, Bea, the question today
a couple
is,
hours. I think it's like
will
2
the
hours
third
or so.
time be the charm for PaperX?
Yeah, exactly. It's not only that. They've been a part of
Fnatic
so
is a
many
mix,
of this
4
best
EU,
of
1
fives,
USA.
getting further
Okay.
into the tournaments. But so far, it's not only the grand
So
finals.
once again
also
proving
the
that
lower
NA
brackets, they still have to win
is still
a
dog
best
shit
of
at
five
shooter games.
globally. And in so many occasions, we spoke about PaperX. Come on, this is their tournament.
Followed
And as we
by
look
people that
at
will come out and
how
say,
it's been looking in the comparison
have
between
you
these
not
two
seen
teams
how
in
good
this
they are in
global
Call of
appearances,
Duty?
we see on the right side Fnatic with those 2 firsts and then going down but coming back.
Yeah, this
up.
guy doesn't
But
know
for
what he's talking
PaperX,
about.
They're on the same of like, let's go back to greatness and set a difference today.
In terms of every team in Valorant, PaperX is one of those squads, one of those organizations that has the deepest pedigree, that have been to almost 10 global events across their history in the game. The fact that they don't have a trophy yet is a shock.
Yeah.
And that's why people love this team, why they root for them, because everyone has been waiting for that moment where it finally happens, where they finally lift a trophy. And today they have another chance.
They really do. This team has certainly won the hearts of a lot of people throughout their tenure in the history of Valorant esports. But that young man on your screen there is someone who we thought we said goodbye to for a little while.
More
But
Americans
turns
have
out
to have
not be
real
the case.
jobs.
Jing came back with the squad and ended
Oh,
up
yeah.
being stronger than ever, Mimi.
this was supposed to be his last match at Champions when they lost in that finals. It was a heartbreaking way to go. He went to register for his national service, which is required for everyone in Singapore, but it turned out that he had a medical
I've got a few minutes to hand out. I'll probably still have to watch Bob. I stopped in to say hello. So far, wife's birthday is going really well. Dude, cancel wife's birthday, man. I told you this. I said, cancel your wife's birthday to be here, or you're not a freaking real fan.
They thought it would be his last game. He's in another final with the squad that has always been his.
If you think about PaperX, you have to think about Jink. If you think
100%.
of why you love this team, why you support them, it's being crazy. It's playing the game the way no other team apparently can do. And one of the players that is one of the best in doing so is Jink. He thrives in the chaos.
Halo's the original esport, but COD was close. Oh my god. I wish
to get the victory.
Which would be massive for him. But taking a look on the other side of the stage, you have that
there
guy
was no
right there,
esport
Chronicle,
before
who is looking
Halo
to
came
become the
along.
Undisputed GOAT, greatest of all time in Valorant. If he wins this tournament, it will be 4 trophies for this man. 4 trophies, and he's only 22 years old.
Chronicle is one of the biggest legends of this game. He was one of the first ever winners that we had in EMEA back in Masters Berlin. Doing it with different rosters, doing it from different roles. There is nothing Chronicle cannot
He's just like a club, bro. What's going
Initiator,
on?
Duelist, Sentinel, it doesn't matter. And if we take a look at the numbers, he's always been one of the most consistent players in this game.
Valorant's most consistent player, I would say. He has been here since the beginning, attending the second Masters.
Yo, Con Air with the 53
trophy
months,
there, going
appreciate
to
you.
the final champions that year, no matter what time, what meta, what teammates.
Jack Link
Chronicle
sponsor is
goes
actually pretty
deep in
sick.
Tournaments, and he only gets better the bigger the stage is. He's already
Is it rude to say they
improved
look
from
like
the group
Valorant
stage
players?
to now in playoffs, and you know he's the type of guy who's gonna step up in a grand final like this one.
Oh, without a doubt. Now, of course, you do got to consider the IGLs in this moment here, because you have Boaster, you just saw on your screen, and Forsaken. And Forsaken stepping into this role for like the first time here. This is a huge opportunity for him, and he's going up against one of the greatest callers in the game. It's a tall task to ask him.
Callers?
For years, you ask PaperX, who's your IGL? Who's your IGL? They're
Oh,
gonna tell
IGL,
you,
okay.
we're all
Valorant
going, it's
is the
Valorant.
IGL.
We're doing whatever. But now you ask him, and they're gonna say Forsaken. He has stepped up as a leader through what has been the hardest patch
FaZe and
for
Optic are the real
PaperX.
OGs.
They had a really rough 2024. They missed out on Bangkok.
I mean, guys,
first
there's
ever global event in Southeast Asia.
Some
At home for them.
some would
But now
argue
here they are
that
again,
I mean
with
you
an
had like
opportunity,
CS
and against
out
a guy
before
who's always
Halo.
loved
I
this team.
Exactly.
I hope
there's
you at
always
least
been in the side
realize
supporting,
this.
right? Because we've never
But
seen
also
the two
prior
teams
to that,
playing on a best of 5. So of course,
you
when
also
the
had
tournament
games
runs
like
deep, I think
Unreal
that we've
Tournament,
also seen
you know?
in socials
Spicy
throughout
little
the
game.
years
I'm kind
how
of
they have
self-reporting
such
here a little
good
bit.
relationship between these two teams, between specifically these two IGLs. I love the fact that
Yeah,
we have
Quake.
a PaperX that still, throughout the years, has managed to make this style work.
Boaster was
Hell,
a
even
grand
Smash
finalist
was
for
around
Valorant's
back then.
First ever global event, and he's still here. He's still bringing up new rookie players. You look at Alpha.
Yeah, Quake was kind of, I would say Quake to me is a bit more OG, but I know like some fucking
today. Now Boaster's here again without
old
Dirk,
heads will come out and be
without
like,
those right-hand
back in
men
my
he
day we
for
had
his
arcade
entire
tournaments.
run as a leader, and he is still championship.
There were articles
caliber.
written about him.
You have to say, if he wins today, there's no contest that he is Valorant's
Was the
best
first game they
IGL.
held an
You don't
official
get
tournament?
to
I don't
this
know.
position this many times by mistake.
Oh,
Plain
no.
and simple.
Because you had
No,
StarCraft
absolutely. And I
back
think
then.
that
You had a
we
bunch
have
of games.
seen
It would have been
his
something in the
evolution
90s.
Also emotionally, he's lived through every single one of these tournaments.
But I
We've
don't
seen it
know
at the
what.
highest and also at the lowest.
But I don't know
We've
what
seen
would
him
get that
back
title,
here.
because technically,
It
I mean,
speaks
they
volumes
had
about what we're saying.
they had like a
It's gonna be
competition
incredible. Now,
for
today will be
Tetris
the
at one
first
point, right?
global finals for
That
our
was like on
rookies.
television. It was
Let's go ahead
televised,
hear what
and
Kayak and Patman had to say to Yinsu, excuse me.
yeah, you'd have to really dive into it.
I've now got
And,
the
like,
super rookies of the tournament here. with
separate
Buchanan,
what
Paper
makes
X,
a
and Kayak
competition
from
over what
Fnatic.
doesn't,
You
and blah, blah,
might
blah,
have
blah.
an idea what the other person might be feeling right now, because it is both of your first tournaments and you're already in the final. So I wanted to ask you 2 questions. First of all, Patman, what does it mean to you to make it already this early on in your career?
Money
of course,
prize?
dream come true. Like before, I'm just
Yeah, so it
watching
probably
and,
would have been way
final, so, yeah,
ago.
very
If it's
excited.
just money
And
prize,
Kayak, you won
Pac-Man
Ascension,
would have
you know,
had like something
9
for
months
money
ago, but
prize.
now you're already in a global final. How does that feel for you?
I mean, means a lot, but
First esport with
it's a
orgs.
game same
See,
as,
now
other
you're
games,
talking
so
like
no
team
extra
sports,
pressure, no
really.
anything, no expectations. So hoping for a good game.
And of course, the final match, the opponents are very interesting as well. What do you think about PaperX?
I think they are good opponents. I wanted to face them like before the
I think they're shit.
final, but didn't get a chance. So finally we meet each other, and I think both of the teams have much different play styles.
So this Paper team is like kind of sounds like an underdog. They were an underdog in this tourney.
Like both different play style.
And then
So it's gonna be,
Fnatic is like
playing
more
chess,
of like
I guess.
a
And yeah, I feel so excited to
like
face
a
against them
crowd
because,
favorite, I guess maybe.
Before I'm just watching Boaster.
Valopros don't have aura. I think they just
with him, so yeah.
they just seem
Oh, wait to
younger.
see your walkouts. Thank you very much.
You know, like Val
Earlier
players
on,
just
we
seem
asked you
younger.
for MasterCard fan poll who you thought was going to walk away with the grand finals victory.
Oh no,
And the
Paper
results
Rex
are in. The
is the crowd
community
favorite.
says 71.6%
Okay,
for Paper
weird.
Rex. Mimi, do they finally lift a trophy over their head?
It makes sense for a couple different reasons, right? That this feels like it's just their time. Losing 2 finals before.
They can't talk
being in
trash.
another one, having a double ban advantage, but still.
I mean, that's
when you
what's
look at
nice
this
about
year,
having like
a lot
Valve
of
as
us
your
thought
like
Fnatic would win today, and for me,
game
a lot of that
company.
just goes to the tenacity of this lower
like
bracket
like
run.
no one in
They've done it
Valorant's gonna
already,
give a
but
fuck if
maps they're
you
not
go
good
on
at.
stage and
even
call your
with that
opponent
double ban
dog
advantage,
shit.
I think if this gets deep, if we get to
Whereas
a grand
Riot is
five,
like,
I'm back for that
actually,
in those high pressure positions.
And when we
because you
look at the record
insinuated
we're
that you're
speaking
better
about,
than the
those
other
best
team,
of
you will
fives,
be fined.
Both of the times that PaperX made it to the grand final was also through the upper bracket. And if history is to repeat itself, maybe that advantage is not enough.
You'll
if
be
the other
penalized
team
by
has
having to
been
do community
everything
service,
on the line
where
for
you
so
are
many
required to
days.
play League
The
of
first
Legends
trophy that PaperX ever
for
lost
6.5
was
hours.
the EMEA team who went on a lower bracket run when they came through the uppers. It's a question of
Just like Fnatic.
3 years on if history repeats itself here.
Oh man,
You're
they
not
say
allowed to be
lightning
mean
can't
in
strike
Valorant.
Twice here in Toronto. Well, we're about to find out.
Even when
people,
the-
'cause after 12 days of
The
competition,
team is
we're now
ass.
down to the final 2. It's PaperX versus Fnatic. Best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Toronto Grand
6.5
Final
hours for one
starts
match.
right now.
Late mid lurk as well coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the numbers still
Why is that recorded with like a
It's like one mind together.
iPhone 4?
Keep moving, boys.
Listen, guys, just play side. People's thought and feeling.
Oh, because
come
no
together
replay
in that
system.
moment.
That's right.
This though, it's all going a little topsy-turvy.
Last mid.
They
We just
don't have a
play like
replay
neutral,
system for their own
but
production, so
there's
they have
some
to use
type
past
underlying-
broadcasts.
Together, boys, together.
That's why it looks so like bit rated.
Round by round, a track by track, the final destination is now locked in for PaperX.
I think this moment is really exciting. We barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific, so really proud of my team.
2 years in the making, but PaperX are finally back in another
You're not allowed to be mean in
grand
Overwatch either. That's why I quit.
First time I ever
Honestly,
made it to grand finals,
probably good for
it
you.
was Copenhagen. I mean, of course, we were kind of sad, but at the same time, we were
Release
so
teabag
happy
the
and
enemies.
proud
You'll
of our
probably be
founding
banned
team.
for that as well. That can be offensive too, right?
Second time I was in grand finals was Champs LA.
EG are your Valorant World Champions!
I still remember the feeling of walking past EG and watching them hold up the trophy. Their loss was quite hard on all of us.
Bro,
We thought like we had the experience from
This is
Copenhagen
cinema.
and we would play really well in LA Champs, but unfortunately that was not the case.
you can
After the
teabag. You're allowed to
tournament,
teabag in
everyone
Valorant.
received so much love from the fans. That made
So,
me really
we
happy
have an
as well,
expert?
and it made me
Can we
push
get a
harder to
teabag
keep
expert in
being good
here?
at the game. Just like us, it's been long since Fnatic has been in the grand finals. It's gonna be a great match.
It's been a while since I've been in the grand finals. But damn, does it feel good to be back.
Why does it sound scripted? Am I a hater? Am I hating it? Why does it sound like they have a script that they're reading from?
Sentinels left in ruin.
Let's kick off. Well played. I'm here, boys. I'm here.
Coming to this day, I have already 3 trophies.
And they sent G2 packing.
Doesn't matter what happened in the past.
One hell of a lower bracket run so far.
That's how Riot does it.
Nice guy, let's go.
What matters is the current moment and how you handle it.
A Fnatic grand final.
They do it for LoL too.
awaits.
Okay.
This is my first time to have a chance to lift a trophy. I will remember this moment forever.
Yeah, it's like
I think the best aimers is Turkish players. If they try to pick me,
it's like they're
I'm gonna
being
show
guided
them
on what they should
where
say.
I'm from.
This time, I'll be the one lifting the trophy.
You know what I mean? Like it
We're on
doesn't.
my home soil now. So it's time to take over.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna show you that we are the better team. With my boys, I know what we're capable of, and I know that we can reach the top.
You are all my family. Let's go get that trophy.
Let's make some bloody noise. Get ready to get wrecked.
Like it sounds like a script from like a video game movie, you know what I mean? Like a movie called Gamers, and it's like about, you know, these young teens who are playing video games to survive because their family was captured by evil bad guy. And so they have to beat enemy team who are full of bad guys or just Slavs, because Hollywood hasn't moved away from Russia bad narrative since the fucking 20s. So it's just full of like Russian gamers, and they have to beat them to get their family back. And also there's like a talking pet dog AI or something. And it comes out. So you think you can beat us? Good luck trying. We have more points than anyone in this tournament. Oh, well, we have something you don't. We have friendship on our side. Ugh, Jackson, you're such a loser. That's like the girl, like the love interest of the protagonist. Well, you could take you and your friends and shove them up your ass. But they had to cut that line. That's in the director's cut, because they want to go for a PG rating. So instead it's just, screw you and your friends. You ever try to sing for Funimation or Crunchyroll? Yeah, this is it. You're listening to my audition tape.
And representing EMEA, the organization that's been here since the beginning, and a former Masters winner, let's introduce
Oh God. The music's very interesting. And the trophy looks...
Your star rookie.
I don't know what I want to say about the trophy. It seems a little strange. Like maybe it's themed or something. Maybe I'm ignorant.
The Sentinel. Oh, fuck.
Oh, they're all standing? Oh, goodness. Is the trophy on the stand? Is it just a literal trophy? I thought the whole thing was the trophy, but it looks like the trophy's on the table. Yeah, Riot likes to do like the girly pop, like...
It's been over 700 days since Fnatic lifted a trophy over their head, and for Paper
song
it's a feeling they've yet to
playlists.
experience. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It's time for the grand finals.
PaperX, this was not supposed to be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok.
Trophy looks 3D printed.
Stage 1 wrong, but this
Yeah, I didn't want to say that.
on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals.
Trophy does look a little scuffy. It is a best of 5 here that they do.
And as we take a look at the Omen map select, we see that advantage in the veto. PaperX are going to take out the Haven, something that they've been doing the entirety of the tournament.
Banned Haven and Ascent.
A very good map for Fnatic, where they've been showing a different face. Sunset is where things are going to start.
This can look bad with the pink part. I assume it's themed. I assume there's like a theme for it.
I actually like this idea. They leave the
What's the girl group called? KDR, KDA.
even maps in this series for the end. Fnatic though,
Which, to be fair, some of the music they put out is actually not bad. I don't mind like the cinematics department. Like their designs have always been very decent. Like they have some banger artists working at Riot. It's just, you know, I heavily disagree with some of their monetization practices and game design decisions.
Fnatic, they probably will
Like, for example, I disagree with monetizing skins to cost $500 in gacha. And I also disagree with people like Freak buffing the shit out of a champion that they one-trick for a season and then nerf after they get to a certain rank. Stuff like that's just dog shit game design, dog shit developer mentality, and just dog shit company practice. Having said that, you can still enjoy like, oh, KDA is a cool band. Oh, this champion design's neat. That's all fine. You can separate that stuff. I'm curious what they do here for the tournament format, I suppose. Like how this goes. I've never seen it before.
They want to play Valorant facing off in this final.
But you know what's really interesting to me here, girls, is that, look, yes, PaperX have been known for that W gaming lifestyle. And we love the W gaming lifestyle. But one thing that we have seen at this event might be
It seems very intimate.
W strategy. We've seen these two teams.
Best of 5 finals at least? Yeah, maybe the games are shorter.
Exactly, that is the perfect word there.
Let's get Ty's shoes for sitting down.
It also came with this squad, really Kukuka deciding, hey, in order for us to hit that next level,
I'm surprised KDA isn't in Sophie cards because of copyright issues. Sophie can't have certain titles because, like, they can't have Disney and stuff because of copyright infringement. They can get sued. So they stay away from those types of IPs.
Because they have to thrive in the chaos that they themselves want to see themselves in. So for that to happen, everybody has to have the right reaction, the right read within
But
the game.
having said that, they do have League of Legends.
Struggle, especially and mostly
But don't they have Disney?
not when the round
I'm actually not sure.
But after a very
That's
quick
true.
round,
I did see
PaperX
Disney
hits
ones.
you with another quick round. The downtime, the pre-round.
Yeah, I don't know
becomes
then.
the most
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. Because they have League of Legends.
Right after the other, and that is something you do not want to have happen.
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think. Most of these
I don't know.
players,
Good point.
they've been on these stages before. They've won trophies, or at least
Maybe you don't see a
gotten
reason because you already have like
close in the
Akali
case of
in League of
PaperX.
Legends.
But
Why
for
would you have
two of
Akali
them,
from
they are
KDA?
brand new rookies, where this is their first
Do you think they do a
global
Valo
tournament,
2 so they
stepping
reset
onto
the number of
stage.
heroes?
It hasn't even been a year since
Yeah, I hope
Kayak
they have a
won
Valo
Ascension
2 and it's like a
in
6 versus 6
It's
instead.
barely been any longer since we saw Patman
And then never comes
lose
out.
on his opportunity to even go to Pacific Ascension
Yeah.
before he got this opportunity with PaperX, and now they're both in a final.
And now one of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make it this far is the new revamp that we've seen in their coaching staff. We were just seeing it on the screen, both Scat coming from BBL and Milan. We heard yesterday from Yinsu, yes, when the first victory that EMEA had globally after the Gambit, that first champions that we
What's the show match? Did it start yet in CS?
He was, but on the other side, it's a change-up, right? Mini, the guy who was with Fnatic since the beginning, was at Reykjavik at boat with
on the other
Buster.
side today.
Yeah, first ever tournament, and now here he is, helping out PaperX. We're into the agent select for Sunset. This is a great map for PaperX. We expect them to
Oh, they
lock
have,
in this Sage comp that they've looked so good on. this
Skadoodle.
tournament.
Yeah, we also have seen Kayak regionally
Skadoodle.
playing with that Sage, making a little bit of those walls that we love and could have a lot of impact. I want to see if he's going to be expecting them. For me, is one of the flaws or the gaps that I could see in the PaperX composition is not having that Cypher that I think that on Sunset
Fun.
could be a
All
difference
right.
maker in many of the
They're setting up for the
especially
show
when you
match, I
playing
guess.
slow like Fnatic. So on the second half, that's what I'm looking at on the side of PaperX.
And
What is this guy
especially looking
doing?
At Chronicle, Valorant's winningest player. He is so good at finding those timings, finding those gaps. His lurks have been impactful for all the years he's been at the top.
Oh man, you can feel it in the venue.
Guys already
here.
passing out and the
It
finals
feels
haven't
as
even
if,
started?
You know, this is like a Super Bowl.
Counter-Strike
type
category
joint
is
right
funny
now,
for
and I'm
this.
all about it because you got these two teams with such incredible stories.
I mean, we could
that
change it to
have brought us
Valorant or
so
something,
much
or just
entertainment
chatting, I don't
throughout
know.
the years. You talk about the 5-year celebration of Valorant's history.
Yeah, that
These two
I'm not a
teams
fan of that
have been
trophy.
there
I don't know,
practically
dude.
From the start. So for these guys
Check his
to be a part
PC.
of this moment, but also to be facing
No, it's
each
check
other on
him
a stage like
PC.
this, Mimi, in
The meme is
such
him.
fashion, it really is something else.
Wrong
It's
meme.
truly special. Crashes as well. He was there at the beginning, always one of the best with Optic back in the day. Didn't think he'd have an opportunity to even play in Tier 1 again after how things went with NRG. Signs with Fnatic, moves
Yeah, I
to
don't want to be
Europe,
too much
and
of a, I don't want to
now
be too much of a
back
Debbie
on
Downer, you know.
Another master stage, at another grand finals with a completely
Like I am
And you know what's
genuinely
really
curious in
impressive
this.
about
I am
Fnatic
interested
team
in
for me
this.
is
I
the
played
fact that this
Valorant
squad feels calm
plenty of
and
times
composed in
before.
the moment, and in fact, they feel
I'm
like
interested to
relevant
see
in this
what it
atmosphere.
looks like. Having said that,
There's been some
I do have
moments,
some
right? But I
strong
think that they're learning from all of those
convictions
moments.
or
One of the
strong
people
criticisms
that
of
have learned a lot and
Valorant.
evolved a lot, not only Kaya that we're seeing here and how exponential his run through Valorant
For sure.
has been, is also Alpha. The way that he controls mid on this map, if he is able to make a difference from map 1, it is not a good prediction for PaperX.
And that's what it's all about right there. The trophy. And for this young man, that has eluded him for so long in his career. Even the other guy to his right there, Forsaken, now putting himself in a position to lead the team to victory. But folks, the moment is
Dance club is sick.
here.
It'll be popping off right now. Oh, they do have they have a sitting section. I thought it was just all people standing.
Greatest of all time. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Interesting.
Well, kind words from GB, but there is energy here in
Yo,
this
Bread
arena
and
today.
Sideshow.
We have two titans of the sport, to be honest. Legacy teams that have been there since the beginning, and they are battling tooth and nail now for a chance. PaperX, they've had many chances in the past, but now there's another one in front of them, and they are going to want to grip it, but they are up against a Fnatic. Unstoppable all the way throughout that lower bracket.
How are their monitors so fucking angled downwards? The hell am I looking
team
at?
that has a strong claim as best of all time up against.
Do people play like on a tablet or something? Why would their monitor ever be in that
Would
position?
love to have as many chances as PaperX have had at a trophy.
The tournament being held, is this in Toronto or Vancouver? One of them Canadian places. One of them squares of Canada they sectioned off.
Trophy to lose there in the middle between these two teams. But both
I assume one of the ones with the high tax bracket.
Every inch, and it starts here on Sunset, a map that Fnatic are forced to play.
I believe it's angled better for your eyes. Who the fuck even figures that out? Like, yo, bro, if I have my monitor like a plate on my dinner table, it's better for me.
Contact plays. Hoping that they can grab an unaware player. Fnatic.
The ones with free healthcare.
retake,
USA.
It's a confident
US.
start taking this kind of risk. You could well run into somebody holding a one and done, but they're relying on the fact that Fnatic love to play for retake in these situations.
Yeah, so much util saved for PaperX.
Okay.
Get themselves into the post here, but bodies are already starting.
So this is their
to get over
pistol
towards
round.
That A site, Fnatic.
And they just walked on the site, it looks like.
Something has to be the
Walked into A site.
Player in emotion and already trying to take a fight straight through spawn. Nade sailing up and overhead through main though, and these players getting squeezed. Crashes. It's already drawn blood. You're going to be hoping that it's the first of many, but it's a slow orb as well, just to slow the approach. At least for now, it's tepid, cautious, being played. Fnatic know that they have plenty of time to work with here. There's a time to potentially missed again. It's being jumped upon Alpha here from the side, sticking all the way. Crashes, there's no stopping him!
So those like...
They claim to the opening pistol.
Okay. Yeah, so those like green and purples are like smokes, you know what I mean? They're like to block vision.
Managed to navigate all of that post-plant.
And like that dart gives you wall hacks.
Really came down onto something. He had to hold two players off on the flank and then got caught by that recon.
No idea what just happened. I actually didn't realize it defused the bomb.
And the Viper orb set up there.
So they did defuse the bomb? Okay.
Just allowing Fnatic to be able to get back in. A nice idea from PaperX. I think you can see both teams have a good understanding.
When they add crossbows to CS
Like
on...
might potentially be a crunch play in B. Boaster's got a paranoia he could go for.
Cycling through the util.
Brother,
Chronicles hunting for heads.
how is it a fucking... It's a regular bow.
Not find too much.
He's holding it
PaperX
vertically and you call it a... Never
Wrestling
mind.
a few shots of their own here. Good time to talk about, I think, some of the expectations of players, I think, so far. But Fnatic are stacked with storylines, talent. It's all there. Plenty of players looking to get...
How do buys work in Valo?
Lift it.
I'm pretty sure it's like basically the same as CS, is it not? Like you have lost buys, you have like money you get every round. There's more money for spikes, they call it, instead of bombs.
Contact against these eco players. He's able to challenge a bit more aggressively.
They're full saving here. PRX is. I just don't know what, like, how much money guns pay out. Like, do knife kills still give you more?
Been let loose, unleashed, an MVP candidate. Of course, he can take these risks with just a pistol in hand. He's not going to be offering up any sort of guns here.
30 seconds left. Spike
Death by 1,000 cuts. PaperX are feeling right now.
And another really solid hold on. PaperX not doing anything too crazy.
So they shut down their...
We know that this is a team that can
they didn't force, so they just they normally
but
ecoed.
early on here on Sunset,
there is no loss bonus, pretty sure. Wait, real?
Maximization, playing to slowly contact.
There's no win or loss bonus?
And try to figure out what this Fnatic
They stopped switching POV so fast?
The more you contact, the more important people like Alpha Air and his
This person's 4x3? Is that what that was? It looked like 4x3.
Crashes, the drone, the recon, Alpha's trips and cam. And this round, expecting a B pop, Boaster's got the troops positioned to defend on B.
Interesting, okay.
4 players stack from Fnatic.
All stacked up.
All characters are hard to see without the observer wall hacks. I agree.
Kayak gone wandering, lurking.
There is consecutive loss bonus. Okay.
This is a really nice
I
time
figured.
in PaperX. One of the only things they do wrong is clearing these kind of spots.
Consecutive loss bonus is kind of important.
Good information though for the attackers and Crashies.
Crashies!
What a shot!
What a challenge to take.
CS match is about to start. The exhibition match is about to start. Not the actual finals.
Kayak
has read it.
Here comes the pincer. Here comes the crunch. Kayak instantly domes 2.
Spike plants 300, every kill's 200. What about knife kills? Knife kills count more? Does the operator kills count more? The op?
Composure that sailed them all the way through here. The rifles. It's going to have to be raw heroics to see if he can stand a chance.
How you doing,
this
Tack?
on PaperX. None the wiser. Lurks on lurks. Alpha here dropping Divine and a spike in their laps.
Just watching a bit of the Valorant finals.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him. A 1v4 stuck in elbow. Even if he tried to save, it's
Pretty sure
not
if he calls the
work.
same.
30 seconds.
Well, fair
Spike
enough.
abandoned. Fnatic can put the squeeze on. They'd love to get another rifle on board and deny it away from PaperX.
Your percentage.
He can't even get one. What a beautiful round from Fnatic, Brennan. A couple
Okay.
of strategic things as well for this EMEA team, looking strong early.
Water damage in the basement when Dad's bringing his equipment over to get dried up. Damn.
Enough to go for that kind of play.
What happened? Was it just rain last night, or did something break?
Having just one ascension, he's played fantastically.
Yeah, so when they spectate some of these players, they switch to a 4x3 stretch. It's very jarring.
That's what you need.
Does Riot not have a observer mode?
PaperX don't have a Cypher, they don't have a Vice, they don't have any
Yeah, it's a
ability to
direct
watch the
PC
flank
POV.
with some kind of piece of util. And already after round 3, Alex
Like, it's
is
just
calling
straight
a
from their
timeout.
PCs.
This is a worrying sign for PaperX, considering that this is the map that arguably they're the most favored on. That's why they've taken
It's a
this here
worrying
first.
sign already, 0 to 3.
Listen, a double map advantage. Fnatic don't have a deep map pool. Let me tell you,
British drain part broke, so drip. Luckily, nothing major, just some slate water. Okay. That's annoying. So you have to deal with that.
Difference. Fnatic have that in spades. And you can make the same argument for PaperX, but they've never done it. They've never lifted a trophy themselves before.
I will say their like sound selections are pretty dope.
Missed the mark. It's one of the things that's
I don't mind their
circling
sound
around
selections.
their heads.
And if you think all the way back to Copenhagen, the final map, as far as I can remember, they threw a crazy composition out there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach.
Oh, good sir. How you doing,
Breeze,
Madness?
which is just, I mean, even in the current Yoru Breach era is a bit of a mad idea to comprehend. They were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what landed. Whereas Fnatic,
Is
I
Valo
think, coming
MR12?
into a game like this with heavy ideas
right?
and strategy and ways of anti-stratting and breaking down what PaperX have got in store for them. Especially on maps they knew were coming early, like here on Sunset.
The Outlaws to thrive in this setting. See your players on half armor. The dart
Popcorn.
dealt with. Kayak is safe.
Never a worry, never a doubt that that recon was going to get broken. Crashy's always had that, leaving Kayak to hold onto the smoke. Forsaken.
Yes, risky business, but again, risks have to be taken when you're down like this. PaperX want to increase the tempo, increase the heat. Taking control out towards market already. Stray shots, no damage, and need a couple more where that comes from. And now putting in the crunch.
Spike down.
And they crumble towards it, but there's rifles in the hands of Chronicle, and he's taking this one. Oh, and spotted still. It's just that 1-for-1. Chronicle managed to get Pac-Man out of there.
Alfie, going to have to be a hero here, coming back through market. PaperX have done a great job of getting back into this round. Put a serious squeeze on the Boaster, he just couldn't hold up to the pressure.
Trying to do some damage towards the end of this one. Alfie has left it down to the 1v1. Forsaken! Alpha! Just dominates it!
So they got it.
Huge kill off screen as well. The Turkish aim comes through and saves Fnatic in a situation where things got sticky. Light weaponry only stingers out for PaperX, but they're still down 0 and 4. Interesting moment in that. Boaster threw a counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Pac-Man just ran through, just kept running forwards. Living and breathing by the W Gaming, and it did put Boaster and Crashies in a tough spot that Alpha had to recover.
Come on, let's go.
A 4-0 lead, and now Kayak has the funds to be able to bring out the op.
Come on,
He
let's
is
go.
alone, though, on the A site here. Take a look at this guy. Doesn't really have the most.
So this
support in the
Fnatic team
world.
is kind of
Crushes has
stomping
gotta
them
come
right
to get his
now.
back like he did in B main early, but PaperX have the util to push him off.
Wall in your face too, and he hears it. Footsteps around, trying to take that one into the off angle, but there's a rocket in your face. You turned into pink mist in a moment's notice here. Crashies, he's stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive.
If Jing had thrown a nade in there, then surely he would have been dead, but
Crashes
instead
forward.
focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward, he's already taken the timing against them, and he's trying to take it forwards, fast and loose is the play. Wall into the back of the site though, it's all being contained in that flank again. Drone close, no coverage in Cyberpost is there to respond. Pacman only expecting the one. He's already jumped away. Boaster and Alpha going to be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist, the hat goes out. It's going to be good information. Hammered up. Start rebounding. The time is going to start ticking soon enough. PaperX instill a bit more discipline. Looking to try and play this one together now. First tap, first target down. Boaster's gone, and Alpha is next. So PaperX.
All right, so the PRX won a round.
They do show up, and they get that round on the board. A critical one at that.
Was he drinking a little
A little
coffee?
bit of a late awakening here on the
It's
stage,
weird to see
but
them like drinking, I don't know, out of cups and shit.
Slight mechanical error there for
Maybe it
Kayak at the
shouldn't.
very beginning.
Maybe that shouldn't be
Had a
weird.
shot actually onto Devi. I think he caught
But it just looks like they're sitting down for a cup of Joe while they're in the finals
Back up, and that cost him his life.
of a video game tournament. It just seems kind of casual, I guess.
Come on. Now Kayak's going to have to play with his Neon Ultimate. Already
Am I drinking out of a
invested pretty
bowl?
heavily economically in the previous round. And now PaperX going into the Cypher setup.
Yeah. A bowl of meat. Drinking liquid's weird. No, it's not even that. I guess it's just like seeing just a regular coffee cup is kind of weird in a tournament.
He's missed the timing on it.
When I'm to CS, oh, it's dead. Read title, friends. Read title.
He's going to hear
some
stuff.
damage. Oh, surely hears it. Yes. Tip tap of the footsteps, and he buys his time, buys it well. Here's the ult to buy, shuts him down, but up through mid. It's Pacman. Straight up the gut, instant res as well. It's going to be undoing that damage.
And a
little bit earlier.
A massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken. Through completely. Pacman as well. They've cut a swat straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and Chronicles left to pick up the pieces and wonder, what the hell happened to this defense macro? PaperX were all gathered up towards A, and yet still found that perfect timing. And this is really going to hurt or start to put the hurt on the Fnatic eco too.
Something in Chronicle, shoulder to shoulder. He spots out the barrel, so handed a freebie.
But just going for the save here. PaperX got good value out of that res. Devi online early, able to undo all of the good work that Kayak had done with his tiles push. And again, I just want to stress how much Fnatic are going for these mid pushes and these flanks. They're really trying to abuse. Feels like the biggest part of their anti-strat so far is trying to abuse the fact that PaperX do not have that Cypher in their composition. Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake. Something that Boaster loves to do when we've seen him call in the past on maps like Haven, for example, against these Sentinel-less comps. But this time just missed that timing on Pacman. And I think it can be tough to play against PaperX sometimes because they do take unorthodox timings. They're willing to take a bit more risk. And so back-to-back rounds.
That was a save round, I guess.
That shot too, instantly. Did
Yeah,
not
I
need
just
to be on
hate when they
ultimate.
switch to stretched POV from 16:9.
Space for the res.
I hate that.
Too easy, guys. Come on.
Alpha also had all of his Cypher utility on the A
They
side
sound
that
so
round.
calm.
And once
I'm used to
again, he's
hearing
gonna put it all
calm, like
down on B,
calms.
so not using any of it
Come on,
for
guys, we
top
got
mid
this.
information,
Just
except
win
for this
and
cam,
beat the enemy
which is gonna
team.
be able to see
You can do it.
feet as you walk
Believe
up
in
mid.
yourself, like you
But if
always have
Alpha's not
before.
tapping it regularly, then Pacman could still find
This
the
is
time.
just a game to you. You will achieve the
Little
victory.
switch up as well from the game plan of PaperX.
My spectator
No,
mode
they're
also
really
shows
focused
each
on
player's
this
aspect
A
ratio
pressure.
because they don't
Trying
have
to
like
get big
a
value
good
out of
observer
Pacman's
mode, I
utility,
assume.
even if it's not actually
I mean, they
Pacman
just
who's there
announced
taking the space.
replay mode coming soon, which they also said 5 years ago, to be
Very
fair.
slow so far on the attack side for PaperX too, isn't it? Really trying to mess with expectations.
The dart doesn't clear. Kai was sat nice and pretty. Pacman
Alex
on the wise at
Valorant
40
art
quarter
coming
timing
soon.
there.
Yeah, we're good.
Paranoia is going to be sweeping forward. Starts going to be blinding up Alpha. Nade rebounding. We'll have to respect
Knife
it.
out, match fixing. Yeah, I saw a knife
Control.
out for a little too
PaperX is
long.
For now, and you see that Hunter's furious, and there's signs of life. That's from afar. Crashies Looking to supplement it, trying to put a stop to this one, but PaperX, they're denying that momentum they've got. This train is not stopping, not here, not now.
They barrel through, unconventional pathing there for PaperX. Didn't send anyone through B main, and Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site. Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much an adaptation here for PaperX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too. Remember that former Fnatic head coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad. But the game plan appears to be slower and more deathball-y. They're not trying to split. They're just trying to stay together and take out Fnatic piece by piece on rounds like this. If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, then working through Market and up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PaperX, trying out a really unconventional, slow pace to their game. And at any point here, they can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PaperX though.
There's a lot of smoke
Reaching
pushes.
new heights and evolution for this team now.
Unavoidable. One enemy
A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them.
I guess they don't really have a choice. I feel like the smokes last a long time in this game.
And I think they have to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long. They're a disciplined team. They love absorbing aggression. That old PaperX style just simply wouldn't work, I don't think. They have beaten them before. It's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't ever work, but I don't think it was the right.
The guns have no recoil / bloom.
But in this tournament,
the guns kind of feel a little hard to track, like spectating.
Willing to pump the brakes.
And they switched the POVs really quick, so you can't tell, like, in CS, I feel like you can recognize the patterns of like a gun spray like decently well. But like in this, it kind of feels a little awkward to like watch them spray. I don't know exactly what it is.
Who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input into things. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick. If you're PaperX, if you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-buy round for Fnatic. Kayak with a Glass Cannon Guardian, a Stinger, and a Sheriff around the place. So maybe PaperX will play with patience in this one and turn up the tempo for the next. Early B main, though, is already a little bit different.
Yeah. Spread out. Control, one away from some big ults as well. Jing. Looking forward to that showstopper. Contact plays good for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite rebounding. Ricochet and Chronicle looking to try and slow them down. Our bodies behind this one. It's a delayed hit. Jutting smoke. Got to be careful of this one. Alpha inside it, trying to sidestep straight towards it. Something just dismisses him. And Jing already taken up that timing. Slips into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate at a bit of run and gun. Backside control is still there for Fnatic. Plan down now for PaperX.
One enemy remaining.
And PaperX are not stopping. They're not content with just the front. They want the entirety of this map.
Really good adjustment there as well.
Okay.
Alpha, a little unfortunate, does hit the
Looks like they just took sight.
You see there the aim punch on something. Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the kill. His crosshair resetting onto the next target before even confirming that something had hit the deck.
Oh no, they lost. Never mind. What was that?
And after a 0-4 beginning to this map, it feels like PaperX, the vibes are back.
Yeah.
They've tied up the game, and going into this...
Oh wait, no, they did tie up the game. Wait, is it because they're switching POVs? The team colors switch colors?
It's been more about
is that what happens? Oh my god, that might be really fucking confusing, no?
Holding the contact for Fnatic, because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling and Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs of life. Jing, that's his cue to go. Sending it, ricocheting against the wall. That's no damage done to Boaster. He's eager to draw that blood. Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle. Kayak's been overwhelmed.
It looks like the colors stay.
Crack open the A site.
I guess I was confused. It looked like they lost. Did they not win the round?
Device steals them. right from his sight line.
A huge round, and the defense collapses again from Fnatic. Kayak had to hit that shot.
Okay, the colors I think stay the same.
An aggressive angle.
I don't know why I was so
Really
confused
deep
last
position
round.
that you see this Neon dive from in elbow, and if he doesn't hit the shot, then he can't escape. Neon's got great maneuverability, but you've got to
The
get
big
the
orbs
first
or
in order
smokes,
to
yeah,
avoid
they're
being
like
traded.
some of them are like
A boaster fell shortly afterwards with
reusable
that scramble in the
smokes.
smoke. Chronicle
Some of them only deploy when someone
really
walks
able to
over
have too
them.
much impact.
Some of them you like just
In
put
his
down
fifth
like
grand
using a little
final
HUD.
appearance.
Like you have a little device that lets you
Thus
see the
far,
entire map and you
Paperex
can
have
put
been avoiding
smokes
him
on
mostly.
it. There's a bunch of different
Couple
ways to
times now
deploy
we've seen him
smokes in
save,
this
And
game.
Divide back up to another res, by the way. So got his second available, and that's just a really nice tool for being able to deal with those early skirmishes if Paperex play as a pack.
Omen kill.
I think it'd be fair to call them
Enemy
fan
remains.
favorites.
Oh, yeah. All smiles here.
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between Paperex and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go through a team that's managed to do it back-to-back. But at the moment, Paperex have picked themselves up after a bad start and have been pretty much flawless since then.
The early timeout has worked wonders.
Kayak once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down.
My wife
behind
plays
this box
Valnus
in
crashing out. This is not how top players play. Who the fuck
Didn't
are
find
these
too much
guys?
value from it.
Well, I'm the wrong person to ask. I'll tell you that right now. Because I have
Forces
no
out through A
fucking
main,
clue
down
who
through
any
mid.
of these guys are.
Getting a good idea now. This is going to be landing over towards B. Chronicle tucked to the corner. He's going to be feeling that heat. Takes the peak. Dealing with these players out towards the extremities, but not through bottom mid. Instant res.
Oh, there's a res.
Forsaken brought back into the fold. Crashes.
Shouldn't res in this game.
In time. Something. Feeling that heat and that stun does good connection. Kayak. Trying to make some moves. Alpha dominates market. This.
Just T1, this is the finals.
Putting a bit of fear now into the step of Paperex. Forced to plan towards the back of the site.
Spike planted.
But playing together, Forsaken and Divine need to come up with a plan here for dealing with things. Suddenly, though, they split apart, trying to get on either side of the Neon wall. So Kayak may be the target. Feels like Paperex need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Setting ducks right now. Alpha, low enough. Shot to the dome, though, will do him in. Kayak. He's got to do it in a 1v2. Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade. Eventually there. Barrow sticking out, though, and a 3-2-1 face from Paperex. Ransom that 2-round lead.
Even when things are looking tricky, they've got a game plan, they've got the right micro calls. And that honestly was quite passive too from Kayak towards the end. I'd like to see him get back into that more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main. Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jing, but couldn't overcome Divine, who's put the scoreboard 10-5.
Similar setup. Paperex not changing things up. Did they expect Kayak is going to be tagged? Jink! Just adjust the aim. Crashes. Does trade. But now the heat and the pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forwards. A bit of spam coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping. Crashes!
Spike down
Indomitable
A.
from this spot.
Drops Divide, drops the spike, manages to sidestep the Hunter's Fury in the meantime too, but they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Laser beam, yeah. There's like a ultimate that shoots through walls.
Trying to lead the march forwards, and the spike potentially retrievable, but Fnatic have eyes on it.
Yeah, Boaster's done a great job here actually of getting nice, beefed the movement there. Was just trying to get on top of the box. He was in a spot where he could support Crashies, and now there's a dangerous timing until this wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire, and he's been saved for that. 3v3 and Forsaken with an Omen ult means that this spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
Part of the reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up,
30
slow it down.
seconds
Paperex only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call. He's calling to go back into the same site, trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
20 left. Boaster, watchful eye, smoke dissipates, but too many targets. Too much to deal with. Crashies. It's all on him. Tries to buy time, but a bullet to the dome and a bullet to the temple. Chronicles left in that 1v2.
All right, here's our 1v2.
This situation, though, finally winnable for Chronicle, an opportunity for impact.
Looking for an easy fight first. The first Mo spots it out, snake bite. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect something. Sits it down, Viper's picked, thought about, committed.
He's ulting.
Entirely. And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away. Spraying away. Chronicles hoping, praying. Hoping that PaperX will give him absolutely anything to reload and run forward. Forsaken. Knocks him out.
7 rounds in a row for PaperX here. Fnatic just making too many mistakes on the defense side. Kayak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a single bullet on Jing. And then Boaster chooses the worst time to drop from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards. Not accurate to hold that smoke as it leaves the PaperX players in the open.
Do they have like 2 coaches or something?
And a massive comeback in
There's like an analyst table. Is there like a coach and an analyst?
Well, it's all the way back off the side of that timeout.
Forsaken as well, picking up an attack op. He's got the money to just go for a rifle afterwards. Just watch
yeah.
Mid. And a little pace
main assistant.
Go for a B pop here.
Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting though. Deep push out towards A main, so they've got the information, they know what's up.
That's interesting.
Jing one away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go heavily prioritizing it. Instead, looking to try to clear the flank. They know this has been happening.
Game of timings. Kayak drifted in and out. It's Batman who falls. Something is next. Fnatic, full control towards it. There's a paranoia in your faces, and they're going to be disengaging.
Best opportunity for Fnatic to snag around since the first 4.
Leaving PaperX to stew.
And PaperX thought it was a mid push, realized it wasn't, so now they're exploring mid themselves.
Seeing the shoulder. Forsaken, that is a ballsy TP. A wide off angle played.
Could be on Kayak here. Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards it, but all 3 players on PaperX trying to make their own individual timing play.
Forsaken is caught one. Can they catch the next? Crashes! Topples! They caught access towards it, but still, it's B main control for Fnatic. It should be in a good spot forward.
They're walling off a site.
Site needs to be cleared out here.
Or an entry into a
Through the
site.
back of the site, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Watch for Lion to a lot of it as the curtain drops. So does Alpha. Rocket to your feet, you cannot stop this team. When PaperX get going, there's no denying them. A Kayak will try everything. But 8-4 is where we leave it.
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just plowed through Fnatic. A 3v5 that they turn around with a brilliant lurk play. Again, a great idea of what to do, a great call on it.
So this PRX team is looking good for their T-side half.
Unreal scenes so far. PaperX not slowing down, but we're going to send it down to the floor. A special guest is standing by.
Special guest? Who's a special guest?
I am delighted to be joined by the Riot CEO, Dylan Jadeja here.
Now, Riot CEO.
Has been such a fantastic host city. Welcome back, by the way.
It's the gotcha guy.
Wanted to ask you, how are you finding the event, and also, what have you been up to?
I gotta tell you, this is such an incredible city.
This guy loves
it's home for me.
gotcha.
I grew up in Brampton, so it's really special. Yeah, that's right. It's really special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the Val logo and to be a part of this community. You guys bring such incredible energy to this event. It means so much to us. This is one of the greatest cities in the world, and so to have the opportunity to showcase this to all of our players around the world, that's great. I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to all the players here, to all the players who are watching this online, to the co-streamers and the influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players, so I just want to say thank you to everyone. I got the chance yesterday, by the way, to go back to Brampton. The food is the best in Canada, I just gotta say, so.
I completely agree. Now, it's made it even more special by the fact Valorant just celebrated its 5th birthday. I remember being there when the game came out, so I wanted to ask you if you could maybe reflect and tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was crazy. We launched Valorant in the middle of the pandemic with no
You said Canadian food is the best?
on how well it would be loved by players. We knew we had built something that would serve the needs of an audience that cared deeply about a tax shooter. And we thought we had nailed that, but when you launch it in the pandemic, you never know how it's going to play out. And then we
How long
didn't
has
know
he been
we
the
were gonna serve
CEO
the game. We
for?
were working from home. So we shipped this from people's living rooms. And it wouldn't be where it is if it wasn't for this community. It's been inspiring and humbling to have this be co-created by such passionate players. So we're very, very
2023?
fortunate and very blessed to have this community build this game with us.
Thank you so much. And also, PaperX might lift their first trophy in 5 years as well. So let's jump back in the game and see if they can close this out.
We're going to see how this first map all shakes out. Time's already ticking. These players are eager to get back into the fight between each other. Fnatic and PaperX.
Okay, I guess.
What an end to that half, though, for PaperX. I mean, if there was any team
He was
momentum
the
here, it would be them.
chief financial officer, and then he was added as the chief operating officer.
See, if you can pick out a player for PaperX that
In 2014, he was named president. 2017, began overseeing Riot's enterprise operations.
This is not a map that you expect them to be going too much towards the operator. You know, they eliminated a
In 2022,
where something's going
and
to
in
be going heavy with
2023,
that, but
they selected him to serve as the company's CEO, and officially stepped into the role in
And I think
2023.
Jing and Devi have been great at being able to set up those tip of the spear moments with Forsaken either coming in behind or setting up lurks. And they've just all had phenomenal impact so far. Really feels like they've settled
Previously,
into
as
the rhythm
president,
of this
Dylan
map.
oversaw Riot's global corporate strategy and development,
Josh.
venture investments,
Can't lie.
legal, finance, and accounting, enterprise
Yeah, I mean,
technology,
I think, listen, they're a great team.
and security, human resources, corporate affairs, real estate, and other key operational functions.
Them. And you gotta hope that they don't choke another, I think.
Yeah.
At the moment, though, set up in a great position on a map they should have been favored on.
Okay, that was halftime.
A little running around occurring. PaperX are stacking A towards 4 players.
Now I assume the side
Early
switch
setup.
here, as you can see,
Creeping and crawling forwards. Chronicle.
PRX is on the CT side.
Damage! Done and more! Chronicle and Alpha, I mean, they just put those players
Was
in their
Vitality versus
backpack.
MongolZ in like
Something's going to try to recover this one.
an hour, I
Actually
think.
might have caught a timing back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha even going re-exploring.
Yeah, he's going to have to take down Fight. It's not clean. Only stretch of imagination. Something dropped down to 10 health as a result of it.
Newfoundland, Canada, you'll get a plate of hot brown boiled
Clear
vegetables.
most of it, though. This is an impossible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol round in their sights. Already
I'm sure they have
control.
like expensive cuisine in
Tripled up.
Toronto.
Through the back of the site.
That is probably
Main is
decent.
theirs from Kron.
Last player standing.
Lurking into the fray, Patman. He's the last one left now to stand against this. What can he really do, the rookie?
Like they have a few sushi joints and such,
Not a
right?
lot. Revealed up. It's a classic right-click, simple
That's
enough.
any big city TBH? Yeah, that's kind of the
Both
point.
pistols in this map. Going
Ultimately,
away
that's the
Fnatic,
point.
But really, very few rifle rounds. I mean,
Toronto has a lot of good food, but it's not Canadian food, it's just
all the bonus
diverse.
round that in the first half, going the way of the EMEA team.
Yeah, fair.
We'll see if that trend continues. Fnatic got a great start out, and they just couldn't convert any further. But PaperX, that same gap that Fnatic were trying to exploit in the first half by sending flanks, pushing
The same
mid,
can be said about almost
that
any
gap
American
does still
food.
exist here on their defense side, that lack of information.
Are we going
For
to do the
example, in
pizza
this round,
burger
how
steak
open
argument?
market is.
Well, actually, the burger was invented in Germany.
Just disrespected him, really. Flush at an aid, trying to earn up some ults.
The slower that Fnatic play, the more that PaperX are going to be worried about those gaps.
Hamburger, hot dog,
Means the
pizza. Yeah,
PaperX
I'm not
themselves
interested in
have
that
to be
conversation. I'm
pretty
good.
proactive in the defense. If you play against PaperX and you just hit sites over and over, you make their job very easy here because they don't have to worry about the lurk. They can just play for the retake. But when you play slow,
Especially don't
way
start
that
the pizza
Boaster plays,
conversation. Haven's
there's
going
be
to
worries
come in here
the
with
back
his
of
Brooklyn
Forsaken's
Fox.
mind. And they'll have
Americans
to
can
take
handle the
timers like
truth.
this to re-clear mid and
Where are
then
you
spread
from,
back
brother?
out.
Where's the utopia of food that you're from?
Swing.
Let's hear it.
At least the due diligence. Clearing out the way. This is PaperX looking to try and flood their way back in. They've only got pistols. Trying to make the most of it right now, but again, bodies topple and fall. Complete collapse onto the site. Patman. Yeah, not live for much longer. 2 now.
Okay, this FNC's pulling
This
back.
half here for Fnatic, looking to see if they can convert this bonus. It's going to be a healthy one.
Bro, an anti-utopia. I said, where are you from? Is this like anti-America or something, like rhetoric? In which case, I'm double not interested.
Utility as well, but fast-paced. So far in this
We are
tournament,
holding this A, bro. We are defending now again on side.
yeah, they're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play these really calm, controlled post plant
Shashliki?
setups. It's going to be frantic.
Canada
They're
man?
gonna feel
Oh,
like defenders,
okay.
Just as Kron said.
Oh, okay, I see. The Canadian is talking about how America doesn't have good, authentic American food.
Jump spots.
I love it.
Info gathered.
Looking to diligently clear these corners. Waiting to see if any of the Paper X players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
Kraft singles today on pizza.
It's a deeper wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but cleared out now by Fnatic.
And Devi's wall is really good at blocking these gaps. So he's popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from
Audio
Fnatic
American food is
chooses to
objectively
break it,
better.
which means in theory, the defenders can back out of A and go to cover a different gap.
I would say
But
just
they're
the
waiting
density
here, expecting Boaster
of
to be a
food
good enough
options
caller
and quality in America is
to wanna break
greater
this wall.
than just about
Poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down.
most other
Fading in
countries.
moments,
I would not say that that's far-fetched.
Player holding top mid.
Having said that, yeah, if you went to Italy, could you get a better pizza? Sure.
Paranoia's going to be sweeping forwards.
Could you get a good pizza in about
Slow as they go.
20 different pizza shops within a mile radius here in America? Just about every city? Yeah, also true.
Here. This is the round has gone a bit skewed with Fnatic. They need a miracle, they need an out around the spam. It's been picked up, but Jing is
Like,
straight
am I going
there.
to say, oh,
Bullet to the body of
Japan
Alpha.
has the best sushi?
There's not much left that they can really
Probably.
do from this one. Paper
Having said that,
up to
does
9.
America have thousands of amazing
And
sushi
Forsaken does
spots?
such a great job
Yeah.
holding
Having
market.
300 more billion people helps? Well, yeah,
Forcing Fnatic
that's
to
the
pay
point,
for
though.
every inch they take
But that's
in
your
blood.
argument is like America, right? Yeah, America's
Even though something
huge.
falls,
Europeans
Forsaken is
sometimes
not
forget
willing
the
to
size
give this
of
up. Even
Texas
with the drone
alone.
in his face, he chooses to challenge, to fight,
One enemy remaining.
and then catches even a timing on crash.
Like going from the East Coast to the West Coast in America, because sometimes the Europeans are like, Americans aren't well traveled, mate. They barely travel. Here in Europe, we can go to every different country on a train. It's like in America, you go from East Coast to West Coast. It's about the same as going across Europe 3 fucking times, right?
Dropping down in front of him, and Alpha just drops him in instead.
That's rough.
I mean, agree that there's good food everywhere? No. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to agree that there's good food everywhere.
Wall's going to be propped up. We can expect it to still be slow and steady by Fnatic.
And this time, Paper X do what I was talking about, where they wall up and leave, but they're pushing the other side of the map, getting Patman in a pretty deep.
Okay, but American brain
B.
cannot comprehend the size of Quebec.
It's looking like a B split. Boaster.
Brother, you guys all live on the fucking border of North America and or between Canada and the US.
Just drifts right into the
Okay, Quebec is huge. How much of it do you populate?
Man, but the bodies are toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage and the edge is left to Patman. Scrambling, running right into the sights. Chronicle.
Are they
You
coming
love
back
to see
here or
plays
what?
like that from Paper X, leaning on some of the classic odd timings of aggression. But Fnatic dealt with it. Maybe this is the kind of pace that they're more comfortable playing against.
Dude, the 4x3 stretch
They were
POV
very
cracks me
ready
up,
for that
man.
peak from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jing got
Lock
value
in,
from
Unk.
that
I
peak,
honestly
Fnatic come out on top.
having a tough time locking in.
Another good start to a half. But that didn't stop Paper X from coming back and getting 8 in a row. Paper X are just clearing out A right now, allowing something to build up a little closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is a incredibly useful ultimate, especially when you want to play that flood defense style. Puts a lot of pressure on the planter. But this round, Boaster's calling for his team to explore over towards B.
Italy carries
Patman,
EU food
he's
convo.
been trying to challenge this. Once more, they do not want
Yeah,
to
I will
give
say
any
Italian food is
space
kind
for
of bomb.
free. Fnatic
I
are
do
gonna
love
have to
Italian
fight
food.
to get into these post plants.
Wall down. Barely broken. Not quite there yet. That's going to be signs of life. So, okay, Jing wants to go forwards. It's an eco round. Rocket rebounds. No kill.
Okay, that was
Alpha
a stuffed ult, I
taking
guess.
Jing out of
Greek
the
food,
fight.
yeah,
A lot
Greek
of the
food's
bites in
pretty
the
good
round
too.
that Paper X were hoping for. It's going to be dissipating now. Deep drone has rather reclear some of that info, but it's called for Fnatic. They're going to go over towards B. Forsaken and Patman. The only defenders, the only players to try and put a stop to it. Kayak.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be offloading that ultimate now. Overdrive in hand. Trying to put a stop to Patman, and there's only so much you can do. There's a neon AD in your
Player
face.
standing.
Inevitable at this point here. Trying to go for the trade out. Alpha's there in
Okay, they're
time.
catching up.
And Alpha, yeah, is the hero of the round. Takes a pretty large risk in stepping forwards to the showstopper, but catches a nice timing onto Jing. Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize
Death by Wishes, thank you for the 53 months. Appreciate you.
Up mid into Market and Boba. And they catch
Thank
these
you.
players on the
Welcome
B
back.
side, separating them entirely from those defenders that would love to rotate and support. Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex. This was what
Coach
made
Alex.
all the difference before. Alex had some input, and they ran the next 8 rounds.
Bro, you're
in a
so
row
uncultured.
on their
Try
attack
some
side,
goulash
Paper
and
X.
tell me that shit ain't bomb.
What's the adjustment here? I think it is very tough to play against Fnatic's slow-paced style. When you don't have a Sentinel in your composition, you can't just sit back. You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of your own.
Hello? Okay, thank you.
To some degree, I think Paper X today need to be playing fast and cocky, yeah, but they also need to be playing smart. They need these adjustments coming through from Alex to be able to tell them the right times to go aggro, the right ways in which to play the retake.
We can see from the money
Is
situation.
this goulash?
Opting into the operator, might still stick towards it.
This goes here.
Change his mind, but maybe a central piece to try and hold together this defense.
And I think the interesting component of that too is he's the Sage, and the wall is also an
No,
essential
that's
component of their mid-round
mac and cheese.
and their info game. So is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take early angles and ignore the fact that his wall could be finding them good value in the mid?
Wall in his face for now. We find towards the top. Sakam taken out and a double phase.
Ooh.
Destroyed.
Oh my, obliterated.
And so now you've got no
What a
op,
swing.
no wall, no res. One of your most important players hits the deck so early.
Paper X are left wandering out into the open, but Alpha. Good pick. Best that they could potentially find.
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap there as he died, because it looked like something and Patman were doubled up.
So Paper X have brought it even, 4 versus 4 now, and another 3-2-1 into the space! Kayak! That's disgusting work.
That's beautiful.
Oh yeah, Super's
the
banned.
movement as well to just glide away from the trade. He's sharp, confident, and starting this hit into the B site.
Yeah,
Paper X, I mean, they don't even have the tools, the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away. Might look to try and save some of the guns. Operator perhaps, but
Most swood.
drifting in like they want to try
How you
and
doing?
take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy in the next round.
Unwise. I think they've realized it.
One of the players could go for something. If they'd found a lurk, if they'd found a pick. But Patman, he picks up the operator and they just play for it into the next round. 2 opportunities for Paper X to be trying to find an early pick through mid.
It's even funnier.
One with the op and one with the
I think
double
it's
face, and
funnier
both
how many
dismantled.
how many people having
Really
this
sharp
rage baited
shooting
alone
here
in this
from
chat.
Fnatic.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. That experience, that grit.
You talk about drawing in, though. Look at the net drawing in on these players trying to save.
They got to save them. Forsaken steadily being overwhelmed.
Wait, it's
at this
tied up,
point.
man.
This Caps are going to try and run him down.
Wait, it's
to the
tied up.
final moments. No respite. No saving. No
no
consolation prizes. And yeah, no money, like you said, Josh. This is now a dire circumstance.
Yeah, these players look really young.
God, what a shot.
That's beautiful.
Barely sees a glimmer. And then the Kayak 1v2 afterwards is spectacular as well. Something doesn't get much of a
Fnatic in the
chance
major
there.
CS could never.
I helped you, bro.
This isolated audio is just kind of
Paper X are willing to take the risks
crazy.
on rounds like this.
You're
and
just
go
old.
Straight down with
Yeah,
the-
well, at least I can spell your. How about that?
But he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately. Patman going down. Clears up a series of unknowns. Fanatics can start to slowly get a grip on what's going on.
They Viper walled for mid so that Forsaken could push, but that meant that Patman didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stanced up, but okay, can't avoid that one.
Dude, it's just like kind of like a
sharp right now.
Fnatic are doing a great job of dealing
like
with
the
all of this
headshots just look like
defensive pressure, and like I've been saying over
like
and over
bug
again,
spray came out of the
Paper
gun,
X
they
have to do
die.
this. It might
I don't know how
look
to, I don't know how to
Paper X are just
explain
kinda
it.
walking into their
It's just like a
demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense.
like
They
it's
can't
kind
sit
of
back.
happens so quick. I don't know if it's just spectating or
Fnatic
what.
are not giving them an
Maybe they
easy
have better
game
like
here. They are not
like
hitting
burst
sites and
control in this
execing
game,
until the very
like in the
final
pro
moments.
scene.
And by that point, Paper X have already given them a pick.
Applying that even pressure across the board. Something.
The guy instantly fucking dead.
His head ripped off, but immediately again the answer back's there. Market is open and accessed here for Fnatic. Something's being squeezed.
You know where both of these players are, though. Boaster's just calling with a full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill. Divide threw out a slow orb. Divide even getting picked over towards Boba. And they've got a great idea of where something is.
Yeah, time.
It's a
whittled
full.
And there's 0 impact.
10 seconds left.
No real opportunity here for something. Maybe feeling
You
like
know
he
what it
has to
reminds
do
me
it all.
of? Unironically, it reminds me of like
Plan on A.
1.6
This is a
CS.
dire circumstance for
When like
Paper
you would shoot somebody,
Forsaken
you know,
only
you
has
go like
18 credits
and they go,
so this is
and then
just
like
a
player
slam
model would
dunk
do the
save.
death animation.
Something's entirely on the wrong side of the map with no information, and I don't think he's going to keep a weapon. Alpha spins 90 degrees.
Like I know there's a little bit more to it
Fnatic take the lead back.
because there's like
It's been a
death
while
effects and
since
stuff.
we were able to say that.
But just like some of the shooting reminds me of 1.6.
Fnatic. There is no denying that resilience. They've showed it all.
Did 1.6 make the sound effects too?
There's only a few teams in the
Yes.
history of VCT.
That's
that
what
have
1.6 had.
completed a lower bracket run. They would love to add their name to that list.
One of those legendary lower bracket runs, FPX at Masters Copenhagen denying Paper X the trophy when Paper X came through that upper bracket.
So the way they comically quickly fall, I think them
First time
falling
that
is
Paper X
really
ever had a chance at a trophy.
yeah, them falling is a
Another
little
slow
I don't
beginning
know.
from Fnatic.
There's just
Never
there's
allowing
something
Paper
off, but
X an
it's a
easy
style,
round.
right? Like stylistically, people like this. But even like the
Cautious
sound effects
tail
of
there
footsteps are
weaving
kind of
across the
comical
map.
too.
A drone up over the top, trying to get a little bit of information.
I guess
but
it's
doesn't
just
see Alpha yet,
cartoony.
tucked
You know what I
behind the
mean?
pillar.
It's a very cartoony
They
style.
might want to go for that same 3-2-1 mid re-clear. Even Divide coming to try to help it out.
Come towards it, broken up towards the top. There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and
The gun animations are
looking up
cool.
onto the angle. Patman deletes Boaster.
That's
Start
big.
for Paper X, and they put the wall up as well to reinforce towards Market. Watch the lie up towards it, but Alpha! My God, that's instinctual.
Beautiful timing, but Divide's there with the res.
Hunter's Fury though to try and punish, and this is getting hot and heavy. Brought all the way towards him. There's no tags from Crashies, no clearance. Forsaken tucked right underneath it. There's that orbs propped up. It's a full spam committal to the clip, but already the timing forwards at near sight just catches onto Kayak. Won't deny him that kill though. He's having to put Forsaken in his place and now taking control of the site. In the blink of an eye, there's only 15 seconds left. Slow orb. Stun rattling the nade, ricocheting, Kayak being chipped down, and Paper X. They do try to
10-10.
level.
Overwatch looks timeless. Valo doesn't.
So tough for Fnatic to be able to get the
Yeah,
strike
I
down
think
in that
I think the
situation. Not
issue
only
is
was the
like
time against them, but something still
Overwatch
had the Hunter's Fury in the back
took
pocket
like
too.
the Team Fortress
Booster
model and expanded
going
on
for
it,
the fake
right?
clearing, just completely whiffing the teleport.
Valorant took the
Mechanical
CS
error.
model and expanded on it.
Seen a couple of them today from three
But
players.
I do think
I think
Overwatch
that
is
showcases
very unique.
The nerves that can hit even the most experienced people.
Like the characters are
when it
unique,
comes
the maps are
to the grand
unique,
finals.
and then like abilities are also unique.
The game level though,
right?
Paper X with a really critical one to win in that prior. They still have
I don't know.
massive
Maybe
ultimates.
Valorant just
But if
doesn't
they can run the
like
time
Valorant
down,
gives
they're
off
gonna be
the
super
the
important.
vibe
That
of
shot
being
is
very
supposed to
unique,
break a
but
trip.
I don't know what
And the
it
lineup
just
is
it
off.
seems like a lot of it is hodgepodge. I wouldn't call it this expanding on the CS model. This is
Handshake with the
downgrade.
bullets.
No, but I mean it's their
Forsaken.
own take on CS, right?
Forced to
But I also
respect it
feel
when
like
Viper warms up.
they've borrowed other elements too.
Dropped down with a double face through the box. No damage done.
Forsaken though is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take
I think that's the problem with
and he
hero
has.
shooters in
Rookie
general,
in his
though.
Place. Kayak. There's no more. Chronicle going for a little bit more. Again, these smokes causing issues.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards Market to win Paper X around previously. Look how much Fnatic are struggling to be able to even get information over here. They're droning in towards B, trying to pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid.
Yeah.
And Forsaken is here again.
Moved in, drops down though.
Whiffy!
It is Whiffy. No control over the rifle in that
30
spot.
seconds
Something
left.
puts a stop to it. In a
Bring back
3v5
Time Splitter, making a bit of it.
scenario.
No,
Fnatic
bring back
still looking to see
Goldfinger.
if they can test towards that A side. Jing.
It's from
Drops up.
CS and Drones from R6 and ults from
Barely alive
Overwatch.
there.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Drowsy.
Threaded back and forth.
That's kind of what I'm like
how
insinuating, right?
Fury is let loose to try and deny the plans. He's giving them hot feet. Crashes up for mid. But there's the connection they were looking for. And Paper X take back control of the momentum of this map.
Maybe we'll see the enemies so important in CS. Yeah, I think that's what CS2 does well. CS2 has really made sense of being able to see enemies in the backgrounds. They've done a good job with
The
that.
space on the map that Fnatic want to try to take.
When this hard to understand as a casual viewer,
Forsaken is everywhere.
I played this game. I think I got to
He should be respecting utility. Most
Platinum or
players would.
something?
They wouldn't be willing to take this level of risk, but Forsaken is, and he's constantly
maybe rank after Platinum, I forget.
trying to get back on the angle,
But
playing on the very edge,
I haven't played in a while, and when I do,
the
it's
risk
like
that you
very
can take.
casual, right?
but not getting punished for it.
But, like trying to explain this, it's hard to explain it.
And he's just making all of this map control feel
I'm sure if
impossible.
I knew more about the
Both
game,
is
I
calling.
could like give
That's
better
why Boaster
takes.
had to make that play up mid in the prior.
Like we know that they're back and forth.
Once
The score's
again, it is
10-11.
only Forsaken defending this spot over towards A. And yet they'll have a hard task going through him.
The one thing I didn't like is like I had to learn a bunch of different lineups.
They
I
do
like
have a
playing
camera that
Viper,
they can pop.
but you have
They
to
should
like
be
the
able to get a
lineups. Like
tag and
relearning
push
the
him off potentially.
lineups always bothers me.
Standing ahead.
There's just so many different ways to do lineups in this game.
Evacuation back to the side.
Because there's so many different types of agents.
Up and over towards the top. There's a smoke to play in.
It's not like the
Forsaken,
smoke
safe
that
for
you
now.
learn will always work as a smoke.
Forsaken!
Oh, they're just walking out.
Sidestepping all of them.
Oh, the drone's out.
And reinforcements have arrived. Paper X trying to hotly contest most of this space here, but they have given
Why
up
wasn't
all
there
of B in
gazillion
the
hero
process, and now
patches?
a mad scurry and a
No,
dash.
it's like if
Fnatic
you learn to smoke in
making moves over
CS,
walls,
like
the
you'll just
opposite
learn that
side.
smoke forever.
Got
You
enough
know,
time.
you learn to
can see
smoke on
Paper
Dust
X doing
2,
a
you'll
reclear
always
at the
know
moment,
that smoke.
And that has informed this rotate for Forsaken.
But in this
He gets
game,
down
it's
to the
like
anchor spot again. He is
your Viper
everywhere.
Molly
He
may
is
might differ
everything.
from like
And Fnatic look like they've given up on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, is Boaster waiting to maybe teleport in?
I
if
don't know,
Crashies
like a
managed to
like a
open up the
Sage
site? This
orb
just
or
looks
a
like
KO
pure save.
knife or a Sova dart. Like they'll have to learn
And look,
tons of
look
different
at the impact, Brian, again that Forsaken had here.
util lineups.
It was impossible to get
And that-
through.
that kind of
They
annoyed
had to
me a
use
little bit.
Cam, a recon, huge amounts of info. The Neon ultimate as well to push him back. And all that happened was he teleported back and played inside of his own smoke. Used a paranoia, got 2 kills, and then teleported to the other side and made them save through sheer aura.
I think it's very unique. It's detrimental when it comes to casual member of the game. Yeah, so it works in a game like League.
Is phenomenal.
There's a
from this
stretch,
guy so
stretch
far.
30 FPS.
And all the smiles. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, I was saying.
All right.
Perhaps Fnatic are the villains to Paper X's protagonist anime arc, and yet, with that chuckle, maybe Pac-Man's the villain in disguise.
The Riddler's in the building.
Oh, they're hitting him with the...
Joker. Take your pick.
Forsaken, though, has just been storming up the scoreboard in these last few rounds.
Why are they like leaning back and fucking passing out? What is going on?
That run in the 3rd quarter. And now that we're getting towards the end of the game, Paper
They have
X
to fall
up
asleep when they
towards
take a
match
timeout?
point. It really has felt like the final boss is
Listening to their
Forsaken
coach?
get to. This
Okay.
player that plays everything.
It's an
for
ego
Paper
thing?
X. The glue guy, the leader, stepped up as a caller.
It's a chill game?
The evolution of Forsaken has been remarkable to watch. When they were first stepping onto the global scene and contesting for trophies, he was a bit of a W gaming duelist player. Kind of crazy, chaotic. Won them rounds for sure, but also lost them quite a few. And now he is
They're egoists.
pretty rock solid. It's difficult to watch him put a foot wrong.
I don't have to listen to you. I'll
Rather
create my
away from
own
that first
path.
stepping stone the Paper X are looking for. Deep hold again. This is aggression though by Fnatic. Hold up. Bit of spam into the box. And instantly calling for the retreat.
looking to try to put the pressure on early, maybe anticipating that that's where Forsaken was going to be playing. And the cam up above the pit, not going to spot Patman.
Gemini's timing something. Ooh, he's going to be handed that surely. A fight has been taken. A lot of damage on the crashes. The stun ricochets perfectly in place. The divide topples. Something trying to fill up those gaps though. Straight from behind, Spike drop down. Smoke up, Bakai's ahead of it. It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows that Boaster's going to play for the ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
The same Forsaken that was back banned during a tournament? No. That was Optic India, where the Optic organization decided to take a gamble on bringing the CS pro scene to a country like India. They had competitive tryouts. They formed a team. They wanted it to be legitimate and serious, and Mr. Forsaken decided to shit all over that, ruin the integrity of esports India, forcing Optic to ultimately disband the entire team and never attempt that again. GG Forsaken.
Can they give overtime in map 1?
Arguably the worst thing he could have done was not just for his own career, but for the detriment of an entire country. Ooh. Wait, huge.
It's a bloodbath in towards the bottom section.
That was a big boost.
Now looking to try and put a stop to any of it. No more funny business.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was cool.
They want this first stepping stone and they want it bad.
The perfect time to pull out a set play like that. Leaves Chronicle and Crashies in a tough 2v4. Boxed in on site. Paper X, this first map feels just an inch away.
Viper's pit offloaded. A blight onto the site that's given them that safety net. Fnatic trying to play through, but immediately it falls. And Paper X take map number 1.
Well, that was fun.
A gorgeous play, a perfect decision. The tactic, immaculate at the end. Alpha left wondering what the hell happened and where he was being shot from. That map was favored to Paper X, but they ended it with style.
Big step in the way. GB and the analyst desk, of course, breaking it all down. You don't want to go anywhere.
All right. 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 Bro, a mouse. Yeah, it's enough of that. Okay. That was fun. That was game 1 of the Valorant finals. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, Valorant's a fun game to play like casually with your friends. Like, I'm not gonna hate on it or anything like that. Oh my god, what is this, bro? What is this? They got the fucking glasses guy and all of his friends, dude. There's like 7 glasses guys now. What the fuck is going on? How do they multiply? Are there like 7 glasses guys now?
Just finished like in 8th place.
And that's my point. What's badly?
Well, okay, if you let's say you just don't win it. Okay? I don't see that you are puncturing the cultural zeitgeist enough.
Do you have
that
glasses?
People will care enough that you want, even though we obviously revere a lot of these Katowice, Cologne type tournaments.
Yeah.
I don't think that it punctures into the mainstream space enough where it will be widely accepted that they are in an era. Like, how could you could maybe convince the most hardcore of fans, but you couldn't really convince this crowd behind us that, oh yeah, we're in the era, but they don't win the world championship. It's like, that's not an era then. That's it's just so said and done for me if you aren't winning the major.
If you win 16 trophies in a season and you don't happen to win the 2 majors for whatever reason, if you get to the final, if you get to a semi-final, to me that would still be an era. That would still be the best team dominating the season. Yes, winning the world championship, winning the major is a huge accolade, but
the biggest,
the biggest. 100% agree. I'm not trying to take away from that, but I don't want to take away from winning Cologne or Katowice or the Blast World Finals or some of all the events. To be completely honest, they matter too.
It would be very impressive to win 16 trophies in a season because I think there's only like 11, 12 events. Like he's got a point. He does have a point.
He's playing CCTs.
Last point is cultural impact. I'm just going to completely skip over that and go maybe for Jason. Jason, what's on your list? Please say.
My list, I think, is beautiful. Let me remember what's on it. There we go. At least 1 year as the dominant team.
Okay.
Not like #1 rated, but like the dominant team that everyone's gunning for.
This is good.
At least one major, and I think you have to win one of Katowice or Cologne.
Yes.
Those are the 3 kind of events, the majors, Kato and Cologne, that have that kind of historical angle to them where you see players like break down crying when they finally get the trophy.
Yep.
So those important events, I think, are kind of anchor points for any kind of an era conversation, era run. And then I'm with you, meta defining. You have to give me something that's unique, either whether it be one player on your team, whether it be 2 players on your team, whether it be the way the team plays Counter-Strike, something that breaks the game and makes it difficult for your opposition and has to force your opposition to adapt.
That's why I have a hard time coming to terms with the potential for a phase era that happened back in 2022.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Because I don't really see them having changed the game. Maybe you could make the argument that because they were one of the first successful international teams at length, that could be it. But then I'm reaching because it's not really an in-the-server thing. That's more out of the server. An assembly of players.
How is Vitality doing that for you guys right now? I'm just curious.
Because he doesn't use conditioning at all. I don't think Apex just calls different rush strat into default, into like a slow play burst strat. Like it almost has no resemblance to the previous T-side call. And I think that is something that other IGLs say like, oh, I want a default. Okay, let's tweak that. Let's tweak that. Let's tweak that. But Apex is just like, we have the deepest strat book. We're going to catch people off guard all of the time.
He stands there every day,
everybody
bro.
can play every single style of round flawlessly.
I think one thing Vitality's done that's in that vein as well is I think they're forcing, we've had this conversation on a couple of matches, I think they're forcing every other team to go for firepower.
Stupid.
I think they're like forcing every other team to look at the players on their team and be like, we actually just don't have the individual firepower to be able to stack up with Vitality. So their like kind of meta-breaking thing at the moment for me isn't necessarily something ultra tactical or strategic. It's the fact that their team composition is geared very well for CS2 and how it's being played right now, and it's forcing every other team to look at themselves and say, how can we find a way to match up?
Because that's what I want to argue as well. Like they took the current meta that we have and they perfected that meta, you know. They took every essence of what it's like playing smart Counter-Strike, utility-based Counter-Strike. Apex even set it up here, you know. He had a game plan prepared for Mouse, you know, on a CT side he never got to use. So he's also looking into anti-stratting and trying to craft for each individual opponent.
Romantics.
Like everyone else.
Thank you for the 83
months.
months.
So it's not
Welcome
like they
back,
discovered something new. They took
Big
what we have and they perfected it. And if
Appreciate
that
you.
qualifies as one of those, then sure, go ahead.
I'll say this too for this whole like era-defining conversation. This might make some people a little bit upset in the world. As the years have gone on, I've looked back and I almost like these days, I don't know if like we're able to like retroactively take an era away. But
The more
LG
Valo.
and SK break
Yeah, we watched
any
one
definition
game.
you have for era so much.
We
That I
watched the
feel
game.
like when I look back, I don't actually feel like that should be a Brazilian era. Like it is in the zeitgeist. It is now kind of like locked in, and you can't just take it away.
Yeah.
But when I look back, I'm like, I don't know if that's an era. That's
but
not
by
the
your
same.
definition, it is.
For my definition, it's just that you need 5 trophies. One of it's
but
either
the
5
year-
trophies
the year-
or two majors.
Okay.
And they did.
Yeah,
they
2
satisfied
consecutive
that.
majors.
The meta defining this, they satisfied
Yeah,
that.
they have a lot of great
Jason,
things.
should we just entertain that prospect and go back and reflect on some past eras? Maybe make more people hate Jacob in the chat as well.
Yeah,
NIP,
I love that idea.
Was that an era? Was the NIP dominant reign
How
of
was
terror?
NIP
Was
not
that
an era?
100%.
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. Yeah.
That is
1
actually
billion
Tim's
%.
go-to example of if a team wins everything in the world without a major, because there were no majors back then.
So how come?
And they
It
won
doesn't fit
everything.
your criteria.
Well, I'm with you on this one. It works for NIP.
Yeah.
They skipped
But
the major.
that's why that's the thing, right? That I wanted to be an open-ended conversation. I don't think we can clearly define certain. You know, we can have the conversation and we can disagree, but it's like having to have 5 major trophies or having to have a major or a category. Like it excludes it. It's like your point, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. But you're saying you have to have been #1 for a year. What if you were #1 for 10.5 months, but in that period you dominated everything? You won everything. If you don't fulfill one of those criteria, I find it hard to engage in the conversation if we're being clear defining on some.
I don't think of it as like a hard boundary.
Okay.
That's just like the kind of
It can be
ballpark you have to
stretched.
get it into.
Yeah, it can be stretched.
Okay.
A major win stretches any era discussion.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Fnatic. What about Fnatic back in the day?
100%. That's
Yeah, for sure.
I would say so as well.
Yeah.
It was meta-defining in a sense. They were the ones inventing,
Absolutely.
playing Brain Dead Counter-Strike.
Individually based
I mean, there was a time.
That's a man who never beat Fnatic right there.
That's a man who were playing on a team who basically banned Fnatic from all practice. We never wanted to practice against them because we felt they're just wasting our time by obviously being better than us, but also just by running around and doing whatever the hell they wanted. That's sort of like they did, and that's also what inspired Envious in that time to be the way Envious were playing with Happy back in the days. Apex were part of that team as well. It was just, 4 people, one place, someone lurking somewhere else, and then just turn off your brain and kill.
We always called it the hive mind, right? Like it felt like 5 individual plays across the map, but for whatever reason, they were really good at synchronizing all those individual plays to make a team idea come together. And then you add on top of that, I mean, they had the meta-breaking players. They had JW who could do things with an AWP that nobody else could. Flusha was unbelievable in terms of what he was able to do in clutches.
Yeah, CZ was kind of sick.
Was literally like
I miss
one-man
CZ
army before we even knew something like that could occur. So they had so many pieces that broke the game and made it so difficult to beat them.
Okay, LGSK. Oh, is the jury out?
Mine is honestly like
an error for me.
I feel bad. I say no when I look back on it.
I say no too.
Rescinding it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
I feel like they're the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
They're the ones that show that you can have an era just with the 2 majors for me, because I feel like they were so groundbreaking in the way that they played, the way that they also, again, like puncturing the cultural zeitgeist. They did it in a way that nobody else could really attest to, like putting a region on the map that just felt pretty
cultural
underserved.
impact, right?
Yeah, it is cultural impact. And so, hey, I feel like
that's actually a really good argument.
You're one too,
You might have just brought me back with that one, because you're exactly right. I mean, bringing an entire region into the game of Counter-Strike and Fold is incredible.
Yeah, exactly. So there's so many different aspects you could take from, and if your only reservation for putting LGSK into the era conversation is the lack of trophies in between the majors, I give them a huge pass on that, because the World Championships are more important than anything else.
Astralis, surely we all agree that was an era, right? One of the longest eras.
Yeah,
I can't contest
the
that.
The least debatable.
Yeah.
That is by far the least debatable.
Yeah.
There was almost no gaps in it. Sure, they didn't win every single time, or they didn't have the longest win streak in terms of matches, but they dominated. They were meta-defining.
Well, and they also had like longest, I think Nuke, they had like that incredible win streak that was up to like high 20s or something like that. Something along the
They were the world number 1 per world ranking.
And obviously,
more than a year.
obviously broke the game in terms of utility
What up,
usage,
Corey?
how to use that, how to use HE grenades properly,
How
how
you
to deal
doing?
damage without having to do a whole lot of work.
The more we talk about it, I think the only requirement I have is that you dominate. You dominate your era. You dominate the teams you're playing against, and that's the main reason why I cannot buy into the SKLD one, because they never dominated anything apart from the World Championship, which obviously is a huge thing for the Brazilian Counter-Strike to it. But if you don't dominate the opposition you're playing against, if you're not dominating the vast majority of the tournaments, can we really call it an era then?
I mean, I get what you're saying with that, but it's just that it was kind of like the headline news of the entire time period of that like 12-month stretch.
But when we were in it, if you put yourself outside of the retrospect, when we were in that period, no one really felt they were dominating. No one really felt they were in an era at the time.
We all felt they were defining and setting the way the game should be played, but not dominating. You're right. But I mean, I think one thing that LG and SK had over maybe every other team, even Astralis on that list, is the cultural impact. Is that kind of like
good point, right? For you.
It does matter. It does actually matter.
People
try to say it doesn't matter, but it does.
When I said it.
Yeah.
Through gritted teeth. Final question, because we'd have to move on, gentlemen. Vitality. If they do it here, if they win the major, is it an era?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. This is obviously an incredible start to the year, and you've obviously given yourself the best foot forward to create an era. But I mean, I think for me, most of these things, as we said, can be stretched. I think that 1 year thing is pretty solid for me. Like, it has to be an extended period of time. Anytime you hear the word era, it implies a very long period of time. So 1 season for me isn't enough.
7 trophies in a row potentially would be an era for me. The streak is just so strong. I feel like they've already done a couple things which have, to me, made it into an era, which is just that you had this match win streak that only now is rivaled by NIP, which will never be touched again. And then also, you win a major on top of winning the Katowice and then just going on a slew of wins. Like, they didn't drop a single tournament this season that they played, with the exception of the very first. So once they got it rolling, like, this is as dominant as it gets in this modern era.
Well, either way, they are in our major grand finals today, and a chance to seal their 7th trophy this season alone. We are going to be edging ever closer to getting that grand final underway, but not before we head things to a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because we have a very special surprise on the other side.
Ooh.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers Fucking Mercedes picking me. I'm spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
Dupree, he can't see a thing. They're right in front, diffusing the bomb. The smoke. Oh my God! Dupree taking two and falling back, going for the shot. You gotta be kidding me! Dupree winning the round.
Hi, my name is Dupree. I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era.
The GOAT.
In the beginning with Astralis, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't like specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into a proportion that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think like the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. We were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, And then, getting to the point where you need one more round, I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say like, guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, like let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos. It was just like people just getting killed left and right, but it was just like one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed like we were getting closer and closer and closer. And then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech9 headshot on test, that was like crazy. And the feeling is just like we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I'd actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
Nice.
We have had the absolute honor of being joined by one of the most established, one of the most decorated players of all time here in Austin for the past 3 weeks. Dupree, I just want to say thank you, first of all, from the bottom of my heart. It has been an absolute pleasure to have you join us up on the desk. 5 major titles to your name, part of the legendary Astralis era, and an inspiration to so many people in this room and players around the globe. And today, we'd like to say something very special to this crowd here in Austin.
Oh, man.
I'm not gonna lie, but I've never been so nervous in my entire life. And obviously, all good things come to an end, and it's time to say goodbye.
Oh, man.
When I first got to play Counter-Strike, I never imagined that we could gather so many people, and so many people follow these esports. And at that time, my only goal was just to make a name for myself, and I wanted to go out there and just, if I could just win one major, that would be the goal for me, and that would be an achievement in itself. And today I stand with 5 titles.
The GOAT. The GOAT, man. Dupree.
And I think that the only rightful way to do and say that this is the end of my career as a professional player is to do it at the biggest stage and in front of all of you, and just before someone's gonna try and take the next trophy.
Dupree, you can see just how much your impact has left on this game. Thank you so much. Bring it here, man. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations.
MongolZ represent the underdog, and they play very aggressive, in-your-face, aim-based Counter-Strike. All the names in the team can stand out, but Senzu and 910 especially so. I think they can be the game changers for both of the team as the star rifler and the AWPer. For 910, I think it's the lack of
for first
hours
map. I
and lack of
appreciate
experience,
that.
but the pedigree
Yo,
in which
thank you,
he
Razor.
approaches
Appreciate
the game,
that.
he looks like he's been doing it for
I will say though, Razor,
and
I think
is
we
in the
have
conversation
another
for one
like.
of the best AWPers in the world. This is a team that is taking baby steps in World Counter-Strike. You can't question the type of CS
like,
they bring to the server. It's well fleshed
we have a little bit
out,
of time.
it's playing the top tier meta, but it's bringing their own flair.
I think we have like 50
it's
minutes.
Just experience on the big stages is what they still need to get.
This is what
If Mongols
Counter-Strike
continue
is
on
all
this
about.
Finals are July
trajectory,
2nd,
they will
right,
sit down
brother?
as the
Did you
best team
oversleep?
from the Asian region in Counter-Strike all the time.
Yeah, the
They
white
continue
man.
to compete against the world's best. They're not a gimmick.
Appreciate
team.
you.
They are actually building time and time again on what they bring to the match. Considering the type of Counter-Strike this team has been playing in recent history, they should be in
Yeah,
the
I
top
think
8
it's.
to playoffs
What time is it? It's gonna be at 1. So 2:30, I think your time.
I think that Vitality
Let me
have a
double
certain
check.
electricity. I'd describe their team as just well structured in the sense that I think from roles, Vitality is a team that kind of took a step back, made a roster that makes sense on paper, made one of the most exciting roster moves
Yeah, I think
of
it's
the year,
2:30 your
and
time.
have put that into just the perfect application. For anybody coming back to the game,
Why did Alex
you
get one guide?
need to know Zywoo.
How
Zywoo
did
is
I
somebody
get
who
one
has
guide?
flown under the radar because as an individual outside of the server, he's not as flashy as Simple. He is, however, undeniably
By me right
one
now?
of the best players of all time.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
You have to look at the duo that is Zywoo and now Rops. Rops, somebody who comes from FaZe Clan, you know, star-studded lineup in that regard.
I started
but
20
he
minutes,
took
then points
a
returned.
step
Yeah, I
towards
appreciate that.
Vitality in the absence of Spinks to give Zywoo
Yeah, we got a little bit of time.
reliable right-hand man. And, you know, a lot of people say you put on the FaZe Clan jersey to win. I think the same can be said for Vitality now, and that's what Rops did. The story of Vitality is one of elusive wins. I think that 2024 was a year that they let themselves down in some regards, not capitalizing on all the playoff opportunities that they had. But they did win IEM Cologne, and that was massive for Apex, who chased that trophy for 10
Chat,
years.
what are we gonna do for,
now, if you
like,
look back in the last 12 months, they've
almost
already
an
gotten
hour?
Cologne and Katowice.
What is there to do?
So this, to me, is a team that puts it together to win in the biggest moments. And we're talking about major champions back in Paris
Play a CS game?
as well.
I
So think
can't,
a
bro.
second
I can't.
blast
My
trophy
monitor. I don't have
really
a
good in
fucking
that collection,
monitor here.
And I think it's one that they understand.
I'm not gonna play
They
CS
need.
like.
There's got to
like
be a
leaning
voice in the back
sideways
of all
like
their
this
heads that say
on my side
they can
monitor
win in Austin.
that's barely staying alive. I get a new one
We're out
for
here on the concourse with the analyst desk in the background.
should get a new
but
one
we
by
don't
like
want to hear
Monday or
about the
Tuesday, I
voices of
think.
the elites, the opinions of the experts. No, we want to hear from the voice of the people and see how they feel because it's FaZe Day out here, and that means it's time for some USA chants. Noah, what inspired this fit today?
Well,
You're dressed for a nice live stream at Applebee's happy hour. So here's the thing.
This is the backup. This is the backup if it doesn't
Here's
go
the
so well
here.
for FaZe. This is backup.
Here's the thing. I don't know if you were on 1 hour cooldown for
So
your
you guys just fighting
one
without
joke.
us?
I saw you make this joke an hour ago. 0 people responded to it. You waited an entire one whole fucking hour before saying the same joke again.
Cody, how you liking it so far? Phase.
And you got 1 Keck W, and it was from Haven's Blade. So that's your target audience. I just want you to realize that.
Wait.
Please either come up with better jokes or don't just fucking spam your one joke on cooldown.
What's going on with
I've been exercising for an hour.
I love FaZe. Man,
That's great. Stay exercising.
That's pretty self-explanatory.
Stick to that instead of writing jokes in Twitch chat.
Well, of course, Dipple's back in form.
If Haven's Blade's the only guy laughing at it, maybe that's not the move, brother.
Wow, let's go. We love a little delusion. I see you got the C9.
But coming up with jokes is hard. No, no one's sitting here saying, guys, please come up with jokes. Nobody asked you that. You willing to come up with your own jokes
America. What's your name, sir? Dave.
that are shitty? Nobody asked that of you. You could just sit here and have normal conversations.
Dylan, this is a beautiful fit going on right now. What inspired this look today?
America's great last hope, Elige. I'm here to support, FaZe up.
Jacob, that's a beautiful shirt you got right there.
Thank you. I got it at the thrift store.
I miss when Sarah and that guy who always donated because he got banned
George,
with the shit posters in chat.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You got a good one yourself. My name is Bobby Barker.
Yeah, but Sarah's shit posting was like, guys, I can't see very well.
Who do you think is binning this one?
I am thinking FaZe.
And yeah, Durf was just weird. What is there to say about that? Durf is permabanned from this chat for a reason. I hope you guys realize that. It takes a lot to get permabanned and not just shit posting. Because you'll notice that the people that come in here and shit post every day are not permabanned. So I don't think we have to like, think about the good old days when the good old days resulted to people being permabanned. Let's be real here. Who's that? What they do? It doesn't matter. Just literally follow rule number 1 in this chat. That's it. That's all I ask of you guys. If you can't do that and you get banned, so I'm surprised by how many shit posters you have. It's almost all soups type shit. Yeah, but the shit posters, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I don't feel like I have that many shit posters. What is rule number 1? Isn't there like a rule number 1 when you join the chat the first time? It's literally just, it's just don't be a dumbass. That's it. If you follow that one rule, the chance of you being permabanned goes down dramatically. Rule number 2, that's really the only hard rule. That's probably the only legitimate rule. Bro, I broke that rule day 1. Okay. Don't the rules show up when you scroll down? So we can be a total scumlord. A total scumlord?
For the grand final of the Blast TV Austin Major as is Stunna? Have you seen Stunna?
Wow, that was the best Uber trip of my life. I can tell you that.
Yeah!
How you doing, Austin? What's going on?
What are the criteria for being a dumbass? This isn't well-written rule considering this conversation as most of chat are
I hope you
dumbasses.
still have energy for this grand final.
Well, I mean, the adrenaline's flowing. I can assure you that much. I think Austin's ready for some more Counter-Strike and the culmination of this grand final.
Absolutely so. David and Goliath story, you couldn't
Do I need to change the chat rules?
Team Vitality up versus the Mongols, so we have to know. Are you supporting Vitality?
Gotta change the chat rules up.
Well, hold on now, Austin, Texas. What about the Mongols?
I mean, the term dumbass was really all-encompassing, right? It wasn't meant to be a, don't be a low IQ individual that can be easily rebutted by one Google fact check. That's not the point, right? It's not a, you know, don't be misinformed here in this chat room and you get permabanned. That's a crazy take. The point is, don't be a fucking, you know, shit stirrer, constantly like causing issues, pissing me off, pissing off the mods, arguing with chat. That is like an all-encompassing being a dumbass, and then that gets you permabanned, right? Or you take it to Discord, right? There's criteria. It really, I mean, it really is like a basic, hey, don't be a nuisance. More so than like the literal pure biblical definition of the word dumbass. All right, I understand there's some people that are like being facetious about this and jokingly being like, well, all of chat's a dumbass. I get that. That's not the point.
Happy birthday,
Oh, we're
dear Flazy and Scrawny.
Oh, the birthdays.
Happy birthday to you.
The birthdays. Pros' birthdays. Anyways, if I really have to change the chat rules,
all right. Thank you.
I guess
I
could.
The energy for the player intros later, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
Don't be ignorant. No, because we have plenty of people that are ignorant.
Who is gonna win the Austin Major?
Ignorant doesn't factor in.
Let's go, Apex! Vitality! Let's go, Mongols! Mongols diamond, baby!
Let's go, Vitality!
Let's go, Mongols! Mongols! Vitality! Let's go, Apex!
If Big Dog changes the rules, I may be cooked. I mean, dude, listen, there's certain people that come in here and shitpost, but they're like decent otherwise. I don't really mind that. Like, if they're only causing problems to me, then it's just kind of up to me on whether or not I allow it, right? I generally allow it if, like, I understand that 99% of the time you're joking. I don't really care. I've let plenty of people stick around for pissing me off. You know, it's content, end of the day, whatever, who cares? But if, like, you come in for the first time ever and your intention is to like cause issues and piss me off, then your chances of sticking around like dramatically go down, which I feel like is fair. Like if your first impression is that you're an idiot and you cause problems, then likely you're not going to stick around for a long time. You know what I mean?
I didn't win enough trophies this year in 2024.
So, but if you're like, hey, you joke around a little bit, you're wholesome sometimes.
They've won everything they've attended.
I don't know. You're supportive to the rest of the community members. Then it's fine. I don't really care. I'm not gonna like ban people for arguing with me, because I feel like arguing with me is fine too. If you have a good point, I don't want to be in an echo chamber when I stream. I think it can be unproductive.
Individual player inside up with their own major race. We also have some
anyways,
inside up and by never winning one. But obviously,
yeah, I feel like it's a pretty self-explanatory rule at the end of the day.
Everything that's been built up, then everything that Vitality has been doing and achieved so far coming into major, that they're not gonna make this today.
It's also a little bit unexpected in a sense. Obviously, when Robs came into the lineup, we were having
so that announcement I think was Dupree retiring as well, right? He's retiring from professional.
Or is it more like a sidestep? There were certain personalities saying, yeah,
from
they're
professional sports, at least commentary. I guess
the downfall of his
said
career
that, yeah.
didn't look that good in face, but oh my, were
well,
everyone wrong,
I hope
including
he,
myself.
You know,
I don't think anyone
he
expected
takes care of himself. Maybe he'll start streaming or something. That could be fun,
right?
right?
I don't think anyone expected Robs to be as good.
We played
as
CS with someone. G, no, I've never played CS with
most likely
someone.
go down in history as one of the best roster changes ever.
Well, for Zywu, who's already won one major trophy back in Paris in 2023, let's see how he's feeling at the prospect of potentially sealing another here.
Played like GTA RP with him.
Zywu, 7th grand final in a row, and now a chance to get your hands on your 2nd major trophy and end the season in style. What's the mindset like right now?
He just started commentary. Is he retiring from professional esports but is doing commentary? Is that what it is?
To win it, so that's our mindset for the 6th final before, so it's going to be the same for the major final.
I love that attitude. Now, obviously,
I think so.
More
That would make more
when
sense.
You won your first major, but can you tell me, what are you feeling that's maybe different between when you were at the Paris major to here in Austin?
I wonder why he felt like he had to make that as a move. He's only retiring as a pro player. I wonder if he was like incentivized by Valvo or something.
It's going to be also special to win it. Also for Flamesy, Mazy for the first one. Robs, I hope he's not gonna lose the 3rd one in a row, so obviously it's gonna be special for us to
like,
have a good mindset to
yeah, like we can give you like a contract, but you'd have to not be a pro anymore, right? Like maybe that was the move.
I love that, and we loved it as well.
That makes sense.
And for all the people supporting us,
like if you retire from pro play, or if you're no longer like up for being a pro, we can offer you like a good contract.
Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
to like
7
be a
consecutive,
commentator or
grand
something. And I wonder if
finals.
he
That
like
is
mulled
no
it over
joke.
and decided
then you
to
speak
do
about
that
the
instead.
potential of getting 7 trophies, Jason, in this season. That is just an insane feat for Vitality to
Like maybe I'm kind of
potentially
guessing, you know what I mean?
I mean, it's an insane feat. And the most important part isn't even how good that team is. It's
Probably
the
make a
mentality you have
lot
to
of money
have
as a
across
coach,
that
probably more
long
than you
of
can make
time
as a
when everyone's
commentator.
gunning for you, and everyone wants to beat
Yeah, then
Vitality.
no, I don't know what his
how you're
decision
doing it.
behind that is.
Everyone's making roster
I'm
changes
just
with the express
speculating.
purpose of beating Vitality. To be able to keep that team sharp speaks
I'm
a lot
just
to the leadership. We had Apex on the desk yesterday. Obviously, can't speak enough about
Mullet
him, but he
guy's
had a
just
lot of good
fixing
words
his
for
mullet.
management as well. This team is just geared up very, very well, and they're all
Glasses
focused
guy
on
there
the
too,
one
or
thing,
what?
and that's the major trophy.
And I like, you know, I'm going to bring it up again, but I just love how
That's a
much
different
they
glasses
actually
guy.
put into that. It's also going to be the first potential major win for
Okay.
Messi and Flamesy.
Yes.
And
A lot of glasses
I remember
guys
just
here.
going back to London when we won our second major, how much it meant to matches to bring him into the team and then let him have his first major. The first major is always special, so for them to also be in this situation is also in another world.
So much on the line for Vitality, but they do need to take down the
Did
Mongols to
Mongol
win the
win?
trophy here. And for the
Mongol-
Mongols, it's
Mongol
been a
not
very
play yet.
interesting road to
Mongol
make it
play
to
soon.
this major playoffs. I mean,
Mongol
we talk about
win
crushing
soon.
the hopes and dreams of the hometown favourites of FaZe. It felt like they barely even broke a sweat yesterday versus Pain. And let's just put some context to this, Jacob. This is the first time they have entered a tournament ever this deep, and it's a major.
It's a major. They're peaking at the right moment.
It's
they're
a
getting together
major.
and they're playing the best brand of Counter-Strike the Mongols has ever played. The ways they're winning in as well. You could see some of those individuals that we, throughout the season, have been questioning in Senzu and 910. Can they step it up in the playoff? Can they step it up when the pressure is at its highest? They've shown now that they can do that. We also speak about the youngest team ever to
Wait,
enter
this
a
is a
major final as
major?
well. It's crazy to see such
I know,
a,
I just
a
found
young
that out
group
too. I
of
was
people
in
playing
shock.
a game and a brand of Counter-Strike with so much experience. It's not a team where I look at them and I feel like, oh, they're making a lot of mistakes or anything like that. No, they play entertaining, fun, engaging Counter-Strike, Jason, in your face. They want to go for the
Where's
duels. They want to
Wildcard
entertain
playing?
people, and they're doing it by winning at the moment.
I think what's great about it is, and this run specifically at this major, the quarterfinal game against FaZe with Simple in the lineup and how intense that game was inside the arena. I think that quarterfinal for the Mongols is going to go down as the turning point.
I
of
meant
where
when,
they really
okay.
like kind of got the
I thought you were
confidence in themselves and,
switching
like,
it up for a
realized
second. I
we're
was
actually
like,
good
I was
enough to
actually
compete
proud
with
of
these
you
teams at
for
the top. We're
changing
actually
your
good enough to
joke
compete with these
format.
players at the top, because
But
ever
now that
since
I
then,
found out
they've
it's a
looked great
typo,
moving
I'm
on in
a
that
little
quarterfinal
disappointed,
and the
I'm not gonna lie.
semifinal. Now we get to see what they're going to look like in a grand final, but that win over FaZe, I think, is a victory that turned the corner for Mongols.
And I love that they have just stayed true to
Bro,
themselves. We've
bro
been
fucked up
criticizing
his
for not
only
maybe always
joke.
playing the same way once they reach playoffs, how they do it in the group stage. And I think this is actually what they have turned around this time around. Yesterday, when we saw them play against Pain, it was at the start of the match. I actually got a little bit worried. They were down 0-5, and then all of a sudden they just turned around to win 13 in a row. It was like something, you know, they reminded themselves that we can actually play like we do in the group stage.
Yeah.
And that is what Mongols has proved at this
You
tournament.
had
They play
one
like they do in the
fucking
group stage,
joke,
and that is
dude.
what they have been lacking.
You
And now
had
they
one
find themselves in
joke.
a major grand.
Well, and they're looking to steal the trophy from right under Vitality's nose. So let's check in with Senzu ahead of his arrival.
Senzu, you're entering the playoffs with a 1.30 rating right now. You're looking really good. And on a stage, what's changed?
It's nothing changed, actually. We are just playing our game. Yeah,
Playing your
Damn, you
game
said
and
we're
it's
just that
working very
good.
well. You get a lot of support and love from the crowd. Is it making it more fun for you guys? Are you enjoying it more?
yeah, we're enjoying this track crop. It feels like home, you know? That's feeling comfortable.
When you beat Pain yesterday, you looked very emotional knowing that you made it to the grand finals. Tell me about the feelings you felt.
Man, it's grand final, you know? It's major grand final. It's feeling great.
Good luck, man. This crowd loves you. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, we're now gonna win, guys. Let's see.
Oh, I love that
Hell
belief,
yeah.
man. Good luck.
Hell yeah, Senzu. You got to be believing when you're going up against a beast like Vitality. We were just talking about it, Jason. You know, when players say play our own game, it's something that we love to hate upon. But Dupree, you said, you know, you actually believe this gentleman here. Defend him. Be the defendant of Senzu.
As a player, you know, now as a retired player, now I start using that phrase.
And all the time
when I
reflection you've
used to
had.
play, it was very common
Crowds
to see
forming in
interviews. I
Mongolia
did it
3 a.m. to
myself,
watch
that we
this.
maybe
That's
sometimes
sick,
downplayed
dude.
the questions.
Is there
when
any
they talked
pictures of
about,
that?
like what got us here. Yeah, well, we just played our game, and you know, we're confident.
like on
and
Reddit
everything.
or
We didn't
something? I'd
actually
like to
go
I'd like
deep
to
into
see
things.
that.
But in the interview that Senju just gave, I
On
looked
X?
at you, Jason, but he's actually right about this time around.
Can you
This
link
is
it?
actually
It might
just
time you
Mongols
out, but I'll
playing
still
their
see
game
it.
that they used
Find
to
some,
do in
thank
the
you.
group stage, and
I
now
just
they've
wanna see
transitioned
it.
into the playoffs. So for me, obviously they have their individuals stepping up. We've seen 9-10 and obviously
It's
Senju
really
having
huge.
a
Well, I
really
talked
good
about how they
tournament. But
showed
overall, as a team,
like
as a unit, it's like they can
videos
all
or
chime in.
whatever.
They've all had some really good games, and some of the matches that I've been watching
actually
has been
time-
more.
oh, wait, I
One thing
didn't
they've
see
been
it.
playing good individually, but they've been really good as a team.
And that's the fun thing about the Mongols. It's the biggest
Wait,
strength
Razor
of theirs,
timed
but
you
also
out.
the biggest weakness. They are a little bit
For no
one-dimensional
reason.
in the way they approach Counter-Strike. It does
Okay,
come
let me
down
see
to the
this.
individuals an awful lot. A young team with, dare I say, lack of experience in these deep
Where the
player
hell's
fronts.
my-
They've been here this year. They've been
Dude.
gearing up. They've been establishing themselves as a top
Alright, well,
5
being a
team.
one
but
monitor
in
Andy
terms
right
of
now is
going into a
actually
grand final, as you said,
horrible.
Freya, that's the first time they find themselves in that position.
Right here.
On top of that, Jason, if you have a one-dimensional way of playing Counter-Strike, if Plan A doesn't work out, is Plan B strong enough for
Oh,
the
is this
Mongols?
it?
That's what I could be
Okay,
a little bit worrisome of.
This is
especially when you
crowds in
consider the
Mongolia
opposition
forming to
Yeah,
watch
well, if you
the
want to consider the opposition, they might have to
the-
go all the way to Plan C.
the major.
You never know with this vitality. It's going to be deep and it's going to be hard. So yeah, they have a tough time with things, but this is a little bit of touching on what you talked about playing your own game. Throughout most of this year, really struggling
Oh,
in
they're all
stage
watching,
games. There's been the big story of them as they've had this
They're all
run to the
watching
point where we
CS.
thought
It's
that we
like-
were
it's
sold
like
like a
3 o'clock
false
in the
bill of
morning
goods,
there.
that this team wasn't actually going to have it.
That's so
Throughout the
cool.
year, they've only beat 2 teams before the major on a stage. That was Aurora
Yeah,
twice,
that's
who
awesome,
didn't even
man.
make the playoffs here, and then Liquid, who
That's
didn't
really
even come
awesome.
close to the
Liquid
playoffs here as
doesn't
well.
count,
Yeah, that's fine. That even makes the point even better. But now, that's why I say this phase win over someone like Simple, when they're the crowd favorites, that can be the talisman. That I think is the turning point for them, where they realize you just went up against a hostile crowd who maybe didn't like hate you guys, but certainly wanted the other team to win. You had to face off against that. You had to play very strong players. You go and win your semifinal, and now you kind of can have that belief. That turning the corner of them is the fact that they realize they can play their own game on the stage and not fade away. They can rise to the pressure instead.
Right, no offense, Jacob, Jason, and myself included in this situation. We don't really have any idea what it is like to play on a big stage. We don't understand the pressure. Dupree, can you actually just tell us in layman's terms the kind of difficulty, the pressure, the amount that you are feeling on this stage compared to a group stage?
I always tend to divide it into a couple of different stages. Like the first stage is like when you walk in, that's like you just kind of enjoy the moment because that's where you get praised by the fans. Once you actually make it to the stage and take a seat, then at least for myself, when the more experience you get, you kind of just zone in. And I learned this small little trick from a Danish actor we had a workshop with in Australia, is that he was talking a lot about that we need to be present inside of the moment. And he taught me this little thing that maybe I would, I would touch the desk a little bit. I would touch the monitor, like, because that's kind of the object that's at present right now. I needed to zone in and just feel that I was in the moment, and that's what I did. But obviously the pressure is there in the sense that you want to perform, and now you're sitting, you can actually take a look out and you can see the trophy. You're so close, and this is a major grand final. If you lose this one, when is the next time I'm going to be able to hoist this trophy, right? And you obviously also has the whole idea that you have your family and friends and fans, but also your teammates and everyone that just expect something from you. But I feel like the more you play, the more you get into it, the better you will feel and the more zoning you can be. And that is what takes you to win the trophy.
Were you nervous in pistol rounds? I always felt like pistol rounds sucked.
Yes.
I was always nervous in pistol rounds, and as soon as the pistol round was over, I was like, oh, thank God.
It was more like you had pistol rounds, and then if you got out to get like a double kill or a triple kill, and maybe you hit like a very crisp headshot, you're like, okay, now nerves gone.
Well, speaking of pressure, let's check in with Techno 4K to see exactly how he is dealing with it today.
Techno, you told me many times at different events across this year that the Mongols have struggled with mentality in games. Can you help me understand and explain to everyone how you and the team have managed to improve that and now find yourselves in the grand final of a major?
I think we're playing good because it's the major, the very important tournament of all CS2 players, and maybe the other players can affect it to that feeling. Okay. And I think we're kind of a little bit better than the other teams on the mentality, I guess. Wow. And but today is the different day, everyone's dream, everyone's how to say that? Okay, it's just everyone's dreams final, and it's kind. I think
I've loved the production value of like this major, man.
Comparing to different from the other.
This has been awesome.
Matches, and but we will try to manage our mentality in just one level, and we try to be calm and just play like the Mongols.
Play like the Mongols, and that's what you guys do best. The stage improvement, though, it's shown really good, right? So does it feel like all the losses you had on stage this year has helped you prepare for this moment?
Point. Yeah, the
Yeah, I think
animations,
so.
the
I
interviews,
lost the count.
the analyst
I think
desks.
we lost so many times on the stage.
The walk-ins,
we won
crowd shots, replays, like everything has just been so good.
Great experience, yeah.
I felt like this has been a
Now,
very,
you've
very
never
organized and
beaten
professional
Vitality.
production.
This is the 5th time you faced them. How much do you want revenge?
Is production usually not this high?
Of course. I said
not
it
in like.
yesterday, win.
I mean, in terms of like
Revenge is
esports,
a served dish.
I feel like
right?
there's a
That's what you wanna
standard,
do to
right?
them. Now, everyone says that this is Vitality's major to win. What advantage do you feel like the Mongols have in this game against Vitality?
Last time we faced against them was
like even in-game,
really
shots
close.
and stuff,
Yeah, really
look
close.
like they were
And,
done by people that actually play the game.
today
It's
is
not just like
the
random.
crowd, I think the crowd is
Blazing
on
for
our
more
side.
watch party.
And against the Vitality.
This isn't a watch party. I mean, it's a co-stream, right? I don't feel like I'm really glazing. I mean, this is my
just a little bit,
genuine
I guess.
opinion.
Now, they've picked Dust 2 against you. Did you expect this?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, some players, they thrive under pressure, others crumble. I feel like a couple of members of the Mongols
Like in terms
have
of
been
production,
doing
I've
the
had like
former,
no
because this is
complaints,
pretty
and it's
insane to
been,
see.
and I've been watching this for
Major
3 weeks.
playoff
I guess I'm
rating,
glazing.
9-10 is number 1.
In isolation, currently the
There's been like a
highest-rated
few
player in the
tiny,
playoff.
tiny
That
hiccups
speaks
in
volume
3
for 9-10.
weeks
He's
of
been
them
firing
streaming
on all
this.
cylinders. He's the AWP player within the Mongols as well, and a player that has been consistently delivering and delivering and delivering. If you watch his event stats throughout the entire year, Jason, he's getting better and better and better.
Which, I mean, you can expect from an Opera, and especially, holy hell, that is...
Man, it takes me right back to Paris.
Hey!
Right back at Paris.
Yeah, so 9-10, 9-10. It makes sense, it tracks. A young team, young players that come in, and the first thing you normally get is like, the first thing you normally see out of an inexperienced player is the skill, is like just the flashy. And that's how it looked as an Opera for a while. You're like, oh my God, he can hit some crazy things, he can make some wild moves. But then you start seeing him as a team and also as individuals adding some fundamentals into the game, adding intelligent positioning, adding protocols of where you shift after a shot. It's all started to look better for 9-10. And I mean, he's reaping the rewards of it as well.
Absolutely impressive by 9-10, but also from the likes of Sensu. And, you know, just behind 9-10, we have Saiwu, and I think that also speaks for how Vitality has been looking. You know, I think it's at the position where Vitality doesn't have more players inside of the top 5, but that also showcases how good Vitality as a team. They don't need to have players inside of this caliber to go far in tournaments. So, I mean, overall, it's like looking good for both teams, but obviously the fact that Mongols has 2 players inside of the top 5, that's pretty nuts.
And it also shows that, you know, Mongols played pain in the semifinals, and on the other side, it was a little bit of a tougher semifinal match.
Yeah. All right.
No disrespect to anyone, but, you know, one side was a little bit.
We have walk-ins in about
had the
13
most
minutes,
impact then,
and I think in 25 will be the actual start.
Because he's had these amazing pop-offs.
So we'll do a prediction
in the group stage
soon.
against G2, dominate the server on Dust 2, you know, put out a major
Prediction
breaking performance,
soon.
so to speak. But then whenever it got into the playoff in all those
Glasses
events you're
guys
talking about,
adjusting.
Jason, he's the one that had the biggest drop-off, you felt like. He's the one that couldn't really
Have
get
you been
it
to any
together.
majors
This
yourself?
time
No,
around
I've never
in the
been to any
playoff,
majors myself.
Yes, I agree with you. You can argue the Mongols have beat FaZe and they beat Pain Gaming. The final big test is tonight against Vitality, and that's also part of the story for this grand final. We get to learn a lot about the Mongols every single time they play. Am I convinced that Sensu is over the hurdle of struggling in the playoff? Not quite there yet,
First
but
time
he's
watching
definitely
majors,
getting
seeing good
better.
stage design, and Pyre makes the whole thing feel big.
I
Yeah,
like
for
to go a
sure.
little bit negative, and I'll help you out there,
Seeing the
Jacob, because
crowds,
Senzu against
all that
Vitality
stuff is
in
really
particular
cool.
this year has really struggled.
We're gonna go to
In all
major
4
next
of
year
their
if they come
series,
back to the
he's been
US,
either the
homie.
lowest rated or the second lowest.
They're doing like
player statistically
another
on the team,
like
which
Fort
doesn't
Worth
bode
thing
well
or
going into
something,
this
right?
finals. Vitality's a tough
Was
team
it
to crack
ESL?
into. So if you're looking for Senzu to be that guy, we got to really hope that with the Senzu we got in the quarterfinals and stage 3 and the semifinals is going to stick around. But historically, it doesn't seem like that's
they're doing
likely,
another
because Vitality make his
ESL
life
has
miserable
Dallas.
inside the server.
And this is
I don't think it's a
like
major.
no
No, it's not a
understatement,
major,
right?
but
This is going to be the
probably won't
toughest
see a
mountain that
major
Mongols
in the
have
US for a
ever
while.
had to summit in their
Last one
lives.
was
We're
8
talking
years
about
ago in
a
Boston,
Vitality
so
with
who
6
knows?
consecutive
Next one's
trophies.
probably
This
going to
is
be
their 7th
California.
Grand final in
I would
a
imagine.
row. So many accolades
Like a
going their way
California
in the
major.
first half of 2025, and
Maybe though, it is
practically no
expensive,
one
so maybe
other
they
than
think
Legacy
about
and
that too.
Best One have managed to take them down.
And I think the
One in
most
Washington would
impressive
be
thing about
cool.
that feat is, again, without sounding like a breaking
Like a
record,
Washington
Rob's coming
major
into the
would
lineup,
be-
Sai will
would
be
be
the best
neat
player in
on
the world.
the
It's the
West
fashion they
Coast.
win in. They won in a lot of
Colorado
different scenarios,
major?
Vitality.
Yes.
They've gone into
I
tournaments
imagine.
where they dominated from start to finish. They've
I
gone
am
into
Dallas
tournaments
Blast
like in
Fort
Dallas
Worth.
where they looked shaky in the beginning, but then ended up dominating the tournament. They've gone into a tournament like Melbourne where they arguably should have lost the final, but somehow, some way found
Alaska
a way to beat
major?
Falcons on that
Oh,
nuke
God.
map in overtime. So they win in so many different scenarios now that, Peter, you almost feel like whenever whenever Vitality is
Who do you want to
taking the
win?
stage or joining the server, if you pressure them, sure thing, but nobody can really beat them. And I think they feel that, I think their opponents feel that, and that's sort of the aura that is around them right now, that no matter how much pressure you apply, they will find a way to win.
Well, that's the thing, like they have the mental edge of the
I don't
majority
know.
of the teams that play, if not all.
I mean, I think that people want the Mongols to win, right?
How it was in Astralis that we would actually position ourselves inside of the system so much that
I
people
have-
were so afraid
I
of
have
players, and we already
Vitality
won, like,
winning in my
25% of the
head.
game just by showing up, you know. That's kind of that fear factor that not only Vitality has, but also that Saiwu has, you know, that just kind of powers through. But Vitality is in the making of making history, and I'm at a stage right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
thinking
It's
back to
like,
also when we
it's
had to
about who
make
wants
history
it
and
more,
making
I guess,
back-to-back
end of the
majors
day.
with Astralis, that now Vitality is so close of getting this era, getting to a position
Because
where they
fuck
can cement
Vitality.
this season as being probably the
I
best,
guess.
if not the best one in Counter-Strike so far, that there's no way they're going to
People definitely are cheering for them all. I would have wanted FaZe to be here. That's kind of my
And
take.
let's just talk about what this means for the
I wanted
game
FaZe to be in this
Apex
position,
on our
so-
screens, because talk about a glow up, right?
At
Obviously
this
winning
point,
his
it's
first major
like,
way
you
back
know,
10 years ago, inclusion of poker, not the in-game
anything
leader then.
goes.
Some will call him
Oh, look how young he
I'm
looks.
gonna quote you, Jacob, brain
Wow.
dead entry fragger back in the day. Then he goes on to
Look
win
how
Paris
young
with
he
an
looks in
entirely
that
new squad,
picture.
moving international, and now on the precipice of sealing his third major trophy. Talk about a transition, Dupree.
Talk about Jacob saying entry fraggers are brain dead, Dupree.
There are times, and I have to buy in on Jacob on this one. This was actually a true point. I think a lot of players had this one. No, but obviously the glow up of Apex is now turning into a leader, and you know he said himself yesterday that he's always liked the tactical depth and all the tacticals that you can pull off in Counter-Strike. It's always been something that he's been looking into. But obviously, as an entry fragger, you maybe not have the biggest saying. He's also been playing with a guy like Existence and also a guy like Happy. Maybe he was a little bit less of an in-game leader, but overall, I think he's been working with people that he could have looked up to. But you know, the way that he's just like risen to this new whole role, and the way that he's come into this Vitality roster now, becoming the
All right,
captain. That
wanna
he
get
is,
some
the way that
water?
he has transitioned from how he was just
Maybe
seen
make
as a
myself a
brain
little
to
quick
now being one of
lunch.
the smartest guy inside Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
That's something that's so. I don't think anyone's going to replicate that.
That's
in
the
next
thing.
year.
He's the only one who's ever done it. Look at Electronic right now in Virtus Pro. Sure,
for
they're getting a little bit better, but he
gaming.
was considered one of the best entry fraggers in the world as well.
Okay.
Arguably one of the best riflers of all
And
time.
then,
same
we'll get started
category
with
as
the
you.
finals.
His in-game leading, skills within Virtus Pro right now, not really up there. We don't really rate
BRB.
them. So to look at Apex and
Can I
be
get the
like, listen,
Diddy
you're one
oil?
of the best in one
All
role.
right, yeah,
Now you're
that's a
arguably the best
timeout for
in-game
sure,
leader in the
brother.
world in another role.
All right,
no
chat.
one has ever
We're
done that
back.
before, and that speaks volume to the accolade. And speaks volume to what it is. Who has?
Who?
You know. You know who did it, Dupree. Don't do
I
this to
do?
me. Don't do me dirty. It's Device.
Right.
He didn't go to in-game leader, but he changed his role entirely. He went
Yeah,
from
but he
rifler
didn't
to
do very
auto.
well.
What do you mean? He became one of the best players in the world with the AWP.
I thought you meant he turned to an in-game leader for Astralis.
No, not the in-game leading part.
Son,
Not
pay
the in-game
attention.
leading part.
Let's
Yeah.
erase that from history. Should we talk about one of the players that has definitely done well on the side of Vitality, given them, the new lease of life that they needed coming into 2025? Again, we sound like a damn broken record, but Robs, I don't think anybody could have, really expected this level of impact immediately for the side of Vitality.
I mean,
adding Robs.
honestly, but maybe we should have. I mean, if you look at the way he joined FaZe
6
and
trophies,
just
maybe
popped off
7
with
today?
FaZe at the start, yeah. I mean, but he's done it now with multiple different teams. I mean, his early time in MongolZ, obviously, as he started coming up in his career, was playing as a rookie through a lot of it, tough lineups that he had to be part of. But he got Kerrigan at the end of, I believe it was 2019, and went on a crazy run of events to actually string like 4 or 5 wins together. Then joined FaZe, went on their streak, 10 trophies there, absolutely bonkers. Now you get him in Vitality. So yeah, it's hard to predict that, especially with the way his time in FaZe ended. But historically, he steps into a team and they win.
And I just want to remind people, 6 months ago when we saw Robs play for Vitality the very first time in a LAN setting, they lost that best of 3 against Eternal Fire at the time being. Robs didn't look great in that series whatsoever. So it took them a month to get him integrated. And then from that point onwards, everything clicked, everything worked out. But it wasn't like Robs came into Vitality and from, dare I say, day one, played like an absolute mastermind. They had to integrate him. They had to change a couple of positions. And once they figured out how to enable Robs, then he became the best version of himself.
Well, let's put our minds at work as we do move on into the picks and bans. Gentlemen, any expectations, any surprises, any curveballs you think could be thrown out here?
Let's see.
Well, I mean, Vitality's picked Nuke in every series they've played, so I think that's going to be coming out. Didn't Jim Banks ruin that one as well?
Mongols lost to Mirage, so I think the Mirage is going to go on for the Mongols, honestly.
That's the go-to pick for the Mongols so far throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, but here's the hard thing. In the 4 series they've played this year, Mongols have never won their own map pick in the series. They've never been able to pick a map that will have success. And it speaks to the depth of map. Ooh, okay, Dust
That's
2.
two.
Nice.
Hey, we got a lot of dusty maps right here. You know what? I like this from the Mongols' point of view. This is 2 maps that is open. This is 2 maps where you can express yourself as an individual player. So to get Dust 2 and to get Mirage as well as the 2 opening maps, at the very least they have a chance of getting in there in the game.
I'm worried if you're going to see Nuke as third, then it's going to be looking pretty bad.
There's no way they're allowed. No, yeah, there you go.
I'm glad. I'm glad they decided to do that.
Inferno.
The ultimate decider.
We got the classic Counter-Strike map pool for a major.
But how is it Inferno has been turning out for Vitality so far in this tournament? You remember what happened yesterday? You remember what happened against Legacy?
I do, yeah. It's been a couple back-to-back, but I'll tell you what, it's pretty sick that they don't even care about those losses. They're letting it through again.
All I'm saying is if we go to a third map, that's going to be super interesting.
Well, we do need to be talking about our first map. It is Mirage, and we do have a moment to be breaking down in the MongolZ.
Yes, that's right. So MongolZ have picked Mirage, and something they're going to have to watch out for is Vitality's mid-round aggression. So if they want to win, they're going to need to watch out for this. So this is a round from yesterday, Vitality versus MongolZ, and it looks like a bit of a hero round. We're first going to watch it back. Flames finds his first kill onto the player Torzy at top mid, and then he finds the second kill onto Broland coming from underpass, and then finally the third one onto Spinx. Now, on the surface, this looks kind of simple, but there's definitely much more behind it. So let's break this round down. So what you're going to see here initially on the radar, 4 players here towards this mid side, 2 players towards Cat, 2 players here towards the jungle window position, and then ZywOo here towards A. Now what you're going to see initially is that Apex, he's going to toss a Molotov here towards that bottom underpass position. What that does is it opens up space for Flames to actually push in through the connector side, forcing these players back. If you look at this from Broland's point of view, as he's holding this connector spot, he gets forced back because of the Molotov. So that's the first part. Now this peak does not come dry because MongolZ, he then tosses a flash just above the connector side. This blinds anybody here towards this top mid position, makes it easy for Flames to actually peek towards top mid. Now, with these utility in combination, you can see how easy it is for him. The flash towards that top mid position and the Molotov to ensure that nobody can actually trade him. Now the second part of this as well is that he's not peeking alone. He also has Rops and MongolZ coming in from catwalk. So even if Flames dies here, the trade is guaranteed. And because these players are here towards that top mid position, Flames actually has the opportunity to focus more on the bottom underpass position. This allows them to catch Broland swinging out. And with Apex throwing that Molotov here towards that bottom underpass position, he's able to then link up with Flames, and they're able to do a double peek. When Spinx comes out, he gets met by it. And that allows Flames to get this last kill. So that's a great setup, but there are some weaknesses. So the big weakness here, rather, is the fact that B and A are quite open in this time. How Vitality like to deal with it is that MongolZ, he likes to just jump spot from the catwalk position to spot towards upper B, and then ZywOo simply plays retake A with his op. And that's the key thing here for MongolZ is if they can stop this mid-round aggression, they'll be in a great spot. The key is that where that push actually comes in, they need to find the weaknesses.
But now there's a question, will there be any weaknesses for them to be grasping onto? Because we've seen 2 of the most dominant players entering the playoff stage. Of course, we've already talked about 9-10, but for ZywOo, he's been on a bit of a tear himself, right, Jason?
He's having a great tournament, to be completely honest. Despite that loss against Legacy that started it all off very, very poorly, he's currently en route to be the highest rated player ever at a major. The record is Donk back in Shanghai, 1.49 rating. ZywOo right now is at 1.49 as well. So he's having a game tonight. He could be the highest rated player ever at a major.
Okay, question for you then, Jacob. Higher or lower? ZywOo, 37.5 kills in the first 2 maps. More or less?
You could have said 41 kills. He's going to go above.
Yeah.
ZywOo is going to have a game.
What about 9-10, considering he's been up there, highest rated player, 28.5 for him. Higher or lower?
I think he's going to struggle. I think MongolZ is going to struggle. I'd say lower.
Are you guys agreeing with that sentiment? Is this been, is this where the run ends for the Mongols here in Austin?
Oh my, I didn't know we were doing predictions already. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I think Vitality's taken this one, unfortunately. I'd like to see MongolZ put up a fight, but I think Vitality's going to take it in 2.
And there's no way that Vitality's going to slip it away, so. No way.
It's
no
that easy.
No way.
It's that easy.
Let's talk a little bit more about ZywOo, it's just insane to think about, Shanghai, Donk, that record was crazy, the rating was crazy. For ZywOo to be matching that, even going above it, that just speaks for himself of how impactful he is.
Especially when you consider the first game against Legacy. Wasn't a great game for ZywOo, wasn't a great game for Vitality at all. Even in the loss against MongolZ on Inferno, he kind of stepped up on the CT side. I know a lot of people were like, oh, he got a lot of eco frags, and that's how he's bolstering his rating right now. But let's agree, ZywOo is one of the best players to ever play the game. Arguably the best player to ever play the game. And he's also one of the greatest players in buy rounds ever to play the game. He's not an eco hunter, Peter. You were back in your day. ZywOo is not one of those.
Whoa, calm your horse.
I don't know, I've seen a Deagle round against AKs. That's pretty nice.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't he also on the run for his 7th MVP in a row?
Something
It's very possible.
I'm pretty sure he's chasing his 7th MVP. But regardless of that, then we had a fun saying back in Vitality when we played with him that it was actually not fun to play with him because he would always go out and take the MVP. You couldn't get an MVP when you're in the team with Sabu, which still stands.
That must have been like Electronic back in the days with Simple when he was playing on the same team with Na'Vi, right? Electronic being a fantastic player, could never get the MVP. Robs right now, he would have a hell of a lot of MVPs had it not been for Saibu.
Yeah, Saibu was just selfish, man.
Yeah.
But it's always
Really
like then you actually come up and have a really good tournament and you feel like maybe this is the one, and then he would just go blow the chart for the semifinal, grand final. You're like, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, thank
but
you.
Hey, you won, so it's fine.
Yeah, right.
It
To wrap up the Vitality side of the conversation, we're of course talking about the players, who've already achieved a major trophy. They've already got that in their cabinet. But for Mezzy, for Flamesy, being on the precipice of getting their first Dupree, I mean, you've been there, albeit a few years ago. Tell me about the prospect of getting that in your trophy cabinet.
I mean, that's what everyone wants to achieve. That's the one thing that you want to go out and grab when you start playing Counter-Strike. That is why you spend countless of hours practicing with the team and playing individually. That is the one thing that it's the best thing you can do to cement yourself inside a Counter-Strike history, to go out and win a major. And we've seen multiple people do it, but only so few have done it like consistently. And obviously, for them to go out and win their first one means a lot to them. They have players on the team that has won them before, so they know that this team is capable of doing, and that gives some kind of security, maybe some confidence within inside the team. So hopefully for Flamesy and Messi, they find themselves in a very good spot, and they can be very comfortable about winning this one.
I think what's cool about it is they're not just passengers. Mezzy and Flames have both had incredible moments throughout this run. Mezzy especially incredible clutches to help them get through the semifinals. So those guys have been putting in work as well.
Well, either way, gentlemen, it is time to throw things to a quick break before we can get this grand final underway. The 22nd Counter-Strike Major, MongolZ versus Vitality, going down after this.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb!
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramid!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs, America.
America is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
it's time to show a better level to Vitality and show why we're the world #1 as well.
It's amazing, you know. It's a really honorable thing for our country and Asia region.
6 trophies in a row. They will accept nothing less than the world's best. Shanghai, not then! Young, next generation talent slay their demons!
Very important win for us.
We will win here. We come to here to win.
I feel like I can do always my best in this tournament. I know like if I play the best, I will destroy them.
A perfect season on the line for Vitality. Glory right there for the taking. No team that has come from this region has ever made it this far. The major grand final.
Just need to stick to our game.
Gonna try and run it out into the yard. Zaiwu Zorp is on the line. Oh. Second bounce. Coming alive. And NQZ provides the first. Big Uzera though needed to find more damage. Sends it from Sunflock. A smirk on his face. Sensational. Vitality have a date with destiny. This team has earned this final, and Vitality awaits.
Here we go, Austin. It's a grand final. Get on your feet.
Let's go! It's been 3 weeks of unbelievable matches. Only one can be the winner today. And I'd like to take the side of the Mongols just for 1 second, because isn't what they have done what Counter-Strike is all about? Making something out of nothing. I mean, humble beginnings into a major final with the entire hopes of a nation resting on their shoulders, and I think a fair few Mongols fans here in Austin.
Oh yeah, they're definitely out there. Yes, indeed, that's right. Nothing in this world is given to you, especially on our digital battleground. Every pixel, every key press, every decision made in and out of the server all add up, culminating into a final form in pursuit of a trophy that is larger than life, and for most of us, unattainable.
Unattainable indeed, but for Vitality, they've had so many of them. But I remember a time in a place called Boston where we had a similar situation, a super team, you may say, on one side. And on the other side, a top 6 team of scrappy young guns that weren't actually meant to win.
No, they weren't. But you're damn right they did, Austin!
Our outfit's kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie, I like the cowboy vibe.
To introduce to y'all here in attendance today and around the world, the grand finalist of the Blast.TV Austin Major 2025.
Did you roast the whole chicken for lunch? Dang. Bro, I was gone for like less than 10 minutes. I made a sandwich. All right, here's the walkouts. Look at the lights. You see Inferno made map 3? Ugh.
This time can be different from the last time at the Shanghai.
It's only one game today.
It's for our team, our country, our region.
I'm getting nauseous thinking about Inferno after 3 weeks of watching Inferno. You guys don't understand. I've been here for 3 fucking weeks, okay?
I always think about my teammates. We're like family and brothers.
We're just 5 kids who enjoying CS, playing in front of the crowds. I have hope that USA people cheering for us.
Everyone knows us.
Cute.
We need to be an inspiration to the younger generations.
Is it possible MongolZ
Hope
era
USA people are cheering
starts in
for us.
Austin?
Well, it seems like it, brother.
Why not? I think we can. Just beat them and raise that trophy. Yeah.
Yeah, if there's one thing that the U.S. loves more than cheering for the underdog, is cheering against the French. Yeah, do the chant. Fuck you, Apex! Damn, Aura, not even high fives. Dude, they didn't even high five anybody. Oh, there we go. They're not even touch. Oh my god, look at him. He's dodging the touch. Holy shit, he won't even high five people. Damn. Actual villains. I think I saw Rops in the back or something.
I want to be the guy with the most trophies and also considered the best IGL in the story.
We are really looking for the win. You have so much pressure on you, you're thinking about your game plan.
Let's go, Mongols. Eclair, thank you for the 17 months, appreciate you.
Everything combined it's a lot. I don't think it's possible to sleep.
If you were to lift the trophy, who would you dedicate this win to?
Say me.
To the haters?
Oh.
My mom, my grandmother. I was 9 years old and my grandmother was following me in a tournament. So that's something I love.
A lot of people don't understand. They want they like to Cinderella stories, FaZe or whoever they want. I want to prove them that it's bullshit. We know we're the big favorite. There is no doubt about it.
Sheesh.
Kill, every call, every clutch has been leading up to this very moment, the major grand final, and it feels like it's
Apex definitely plays into it, man. He makes it like more people want to watch him lose, you know what I mean?
Coming into this arena,
Apex kind of cringe? Nah, he knows what he's doing. He's being a showman.
In the making, Maui, and
you hear all the people screaming that?
North American arenas.
Oh, of course. Nobody can forget what happened in Boston. And I know that the Mongols, they're not from Mongolia.
Wasn't a big fan of the cow skull icon. You gotta understand that that's the theme. The theme is Texas, so the cow skull is about, Austin representation.
I'm sure they're welcoming.
I'm okay with them doing thematical stuff like that.
They have the level in order to take it to Vitality. Can they beat what is currently the best team in the world?
You know, so to promote the league, you need people like that.
Let's speak about win conditions.
No one wants to tune into an esport and some guy's like, yeah, I hope we win this. That'd be really sick if we won this
has had a fantastic playoff so far, but he's the one player that usually drops off the most.
No, they want to see some guy that's like, fuck everybody, fuck you, fuck your underdogs. I don't care. I'm here to win. That's what people. Then they'll be like, okay, I want to see what goes down. What's going to happen in this match? This guy over here is like, he's kind of being a bit of a dick. I want to see him lose. And then people tune in.
I see them have a chance.
A massive win condition for the side of Mongols, as is 9-10. We've already talked about it, Maui. The fact that he is the highest rated player here in the playoffs, closely followed by Zywoo behind him. This is going to be a showdown for the ages in terms of the AllPing.
I mean, 9-10, what he wants to do is take Vitality's lunch money, just like he did back in the LAN cafes in Mongolia, taking it from all the other fellow countrymen that he had. He's been a sharp shooter at these playoffs, and I feel like he is going to give absolutely everything to stick it to Vitality.
Well, we're calling them underdogs for a reason, because the odds heavily
entertaining.
With
the most
Vitality.
entertaining outcome is the best outcome, chat. Remember that.
Dreams here in NA. Do you think we're at least
most
getting
entertaining
3 maps
is
in this
the best.
final?
I would love to. I would love to see 3 maps, and I think there is a chance. I think there's a chance when Mirage in particular. I was diving into the stats as well.
Mongols winning, you think that would be the most entertaining?
When it comes to Vitality under Mirage,
I think there's an argument that could be made against Vitality winning, but Vitality winning just to continue building the story till the next major would also be entertaining. But I do agree, Mongolia winning against Vitality would be pretty surprising. Would be very upsetting, I think, in terms of like betting or whatever you want to call it. Not really betting, but just oh shit, what is this?
I want to ask you a question. What are your memories of me? I was there during your first big clutch.
What?
I could hear your heart pounding through the microphone. Do you remember your first setback? I remember those moments you wish you could forget.
What?
They came a very long way. Everybody felt like it was their major, but it wasn't meant to be.
The moments when you had done everything and it wasn't enough.
Is it actually a headphones ad?
But I was there when that got better. The happiness. Breaking through the barrier you didn't know was there. I saw you improve. I saw what you could do.
Those are 6 shots.
I remember thinking you'd quit. And I remember when you'd first felt greatness. I remember that through all the odds stacked against you, you found a way. Every last second diffused. Every friendship made and broken on your rise to the top.
There's got to be an ad.
And the only thing left to ask is, will they remember you?
What?
10 of the world's greatest players stand before you. They have nowhere to run, and they have nowhere to hide. Tonight, we will watch them fight with their dreams on the line.
It was just like motivational,
Austin, Texas, pay close
motivational pre-roll.
attention. Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine.
Ooh, I got the goosebumps.
Counter-Strike lives within us.
Ooh.
America, the world is watching, and it's your time
Here we
to
go.
shine. This is the Austin Major Grand Final.
This is what we all finally gathered here for. The Austin Major Finals. 3 weeks worth of watching Counter-Strike led up to this best of 3.
Let's
Vitality
get it.
versus
Somebody flies
the
home a
Mongols.
champion. Somebody goes home destroyed.
Everybody
Mongols setting up for an A take.
This
We have a lurk coming out of Palace. Looks like Mazzino's setting up. Flash is coming out.
Flamesy to kick it
Pushes
off
here.
the
Good
teammate's
flash from Vitality.
It's Techno down first, and it's an A site that's going to get
9-10
tested.
takes
as
Zywoo.
9-10 finds his slight opening. Single man advantage. Vitality slows it down. We're still just getting them stuck outside of that ramp, though. Blitz gets a little bit of damage.
Mezzi's dead.
Start to come back. Senzu's
Good trade.
trying to save
2v2.
this. We go 2v2.
Oh, he's going
We've
all the
been
way
out for a
around.
second.
9-10
Again,
making the
these
smart
slight
move.
Mid-round pauses, but that bomb is
Going
gone.
to B
What do you
site.
have in the clutch? 9-10 early on.
They should be able to rotate right away.
In the 1-on-2, the guy who logs on today is the least hours of anybody else on this map. The least trophies, the least experience in this situation. And one of the most amazing op runs for someone of his stature in this playoffs.
Ooh, they let him have that space.
They don't hear the bomb.
So bombs planted, Glocks up. No kit for the 2 players. Rops takes a look before Apex arrives. Rops wants into the action, doesn't need his in-game leader to help him. Rops knows how to win. That is why he's here. That's why Vitality have made it. And so first round goes the way of the favorites.
Yeah, Rops incredibly decorated, and somebody who said, if we're going to lose a match, don't let it be this one. They got this far.
Yeah, that
Every
arena's
player on the
packed.
server that's been in every
That
single
arena is packed,
CS2
bro.
major final, but also hasn't won one.
Look at the confidence on this though, right?
And the last 2, we saw Spirit, we saw Na'Vi. This is their best chance yet. But what we have to understand about the Mongols is
All right.
They've been a top 5 team.
They're doing a force round 2, half buy.
They are one of 6
Galil,
teams that has even taken a map
trifecta
off of Vitality
here
this
from the
season.
Mongols.
In fact, they beat
Obviously,
them twice
got a couple
on
of
Nuke.
M4s from Vitality.
And that's what makes this veto incredibly brave, because they had that option, yet they picked Mirage. They're leaning into their strengths. They've been very good on this map here in playoffs.
Some basic sprays through middle. Mongols want to work mid control here.
Bit of an off first half within Mirage, then be able to kick it back up a notch.
Techno
toward
with the Tech
attack.
9,
Every
setting up
single
for a
piece of
cat
Vitality
push.
better come to play, because that's the one difference between this Mongols and the
Apex
Mongols you've
not
been
realizing
watching all
they've
year
already
long.
taken mid. Maybe just giving them mid for now.
Finally
Giving them
piecing
cat.
it together in a playoffs.
They're throwing a nade underpass.
And it was a slow start versus Pain on this very same map. Didn't seem
They're doing
to
a boost
shake
into
them.
smoke.
They waited it out. They won a clutch, and from that point
Double
on,
boost into
13
smoke.
rounds straight.
Apex
Right now,
might get
Apex,
fucked here.
Better be careful.
Apex in a very bad
Inside
position.
of that smoke reside a couple players. He doesn't like the risk of it, so he'll
he's
go
given-
back,
he's
lean
given them
away from
window
the murder
room.
hole as we get a little bit of an expedition over towards
Smart.
the ramp.
Flames
Feels
going
like it's
for
purgatory right now.
information.
We got Flamesy
9-10
trying
versus
to
Flames.
smooth out this angle. A couple of good fights coming the way of Vitality.
They're winning us by Apex.
First one, Apex wins.
Zywoo then catching good timing inside a connector, knows that that pinch could be inbound. Blitz is going to try to recover this. Again, not everybody with the best
Wow.
weapons. Tech9, what a wallbang frag off that upgraded pistol. Do what you must to try to break down this A defense, but it looks like it's still going to stand tall. Good timing on the peak from
NT,
Apex.
who do you
Vitality
got?
convert this one with maturity still
I mean, my
alive.
pick'ems
Yeah,
are
he's a
dead.
little bit everywhere this round when it was.
But if I was to do them, I'd probably put my money on Vitality.
Got close. They got to the doormat of getting.
I
in
would
the
like to
window,
see
getting up the
Mongols
A-ramp,
win, but
Vitality stayed vigilant.
Mongols
That's
is
why
really
they got
good at
those
coming back
kills.
by round 5. Yeah, against a tier 2 team that beat Furia by a
We're
miracle.
gonna
I
have
could see them do
Mongols
that, yeah.
chance in the building tonight, and the reason is, as someone from North America, we
Get a
can
gold
all
coin?
relate
No.
to being an underdog in Counter-Strike.
I did not. Unlucky. People are going to cheer for Mongols. They're
Feels
the
like every
underdog.
region outside of Europe can rally behind the
They're
Mongols
the
for that
story to
reason.
talk about here.
They defeated Pain on the way.
But I do feel like Vitality is a stronger
We saw
team.
what happened between the Brazilian scene and the Chinese teams here in Austin.
We've barely seen Vitality weak, and that was on
Support
Inferno.
goes beyond the borders.
Their Inferno is a little
Across the
cringe.
board for this one. Single Tech 9. They take
Which
their
is why I
time
think
with it, but
they
again,
wanna play for
Vitality
it.
not looking to play scared whatsoever. Floating out in middle. It's an absolute slaughter, barring Mzinho out through the palace. Unfortunately,
What
doesn't have a
team
bomb to
lost
go
that you
with
wanted
that.
to win finals?
Could have got the plant off. Could have got the
FaZe.
funds going. He could still chip away at it.
Zeno
though.
with a
This
nice
Desert
shot
Eagle
on the Deeg.
looking sharp.
The one
He's grabbed a
piece.
couple of skulls. Better gun now. Bomb not in a good spot. Vitality gonna try to chill.
Bomb is down mid though.
They have gotten 1v3 at this.
They don't have to do anything now for it.
Early on in the game.
First 3 rounds should
But I
go to
think all that's
Vitality
just
unless
sharpened them
Mazzino
up.
pulls something cracked here. Okay.
And Rops has got it.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Down.
We're talking about Mongols
right.
playing against the best team.
So usually what happens when you lose pistol round is like the next few rounds are kind of free
Cloud9 were a top
for
6 team. They
Vitality.
played against FaZe. These guys were the most stacked roster at the time in terms of legendary players, still near their prime or in their prime. But they didn't have a
Vitality's
streak
looking
like
clean so
Vitality
far.
have. They
The
have these
Mongols
7
are going to have to
trophies in
play
a
their
row. That's
best
what they're
CS
looking
they've
for.
ever played. Unfortunately.
Ahead of this playoffs, Mongols only had 4 playoff matches.
We'll see how
Won
informed Vitality
throughout their
continues to
endeavors.
look for the rest of the series, but right
Got
now we
shy
do
so
have
many times, but let's see if guns make a difference.
Apex on the board
Game
with
begins
6.
Here, round 4. Vitality established that buffer. How long's the lead last? Off the flash, Apex.
Apex
into
is
the
looking
action.
very
Blitz.
aggressive.
Ooh, almost let Apex regain his vision. Instead, we go 1 for
Good
1.
trade by
He was in the
Blitz.
Goldilocks zone right there between
Still
the
working that mid
hallway and the
angle.
smoke.
They really want to control more of that mid.
He's been hitting
Mazzino's
some
been
very
lurking
intriguing
Palace
shots.
And good timings.
for a bit. Mazzino's been liking Palace. Robs
Takes
is
a
there to
quick look at
intercept
it.
there with a FAMAS. Very dangerous
Off not
angle.
To swing wide, Blitz getting ever closer. Bomb starting to get inbound as well. Techno simultaneously.
So Flames and
taking
Robs are going
a
to check
bit of a
A
look on
ramp
the
for
other
info.
side. Maybe hoping to keep Vitality busy, but they stay
9-10
active.
avoids
Yeah,
it though
seems like
because he
they're
goes
fully
into
aware of
Palace
the
with
setup now,
bomb.
actually.
Which is
Mazzino's
smart.
he's already past the op line. He knows that no one's there on the site watching. This helps Blitz as well. He's the
They're
one in
holding
the
that A
watchtower
ramp
at the
though,
moment.
smart.
I think the CTs don't know if they're found out yet, but Flamesy comes
That's
back
why.
to make sure.
Again, we've seen little tidbits of timing.
They might think that they already have cat or connector control.
Stepping into the
Blitz is
action
already
right
out.
when Mongols have this false sense of confidence.
That's why Mezzi's playing this
Single smoke
angle.
and a single Molotov here for the Mongols. They go very quiet at 40 seconds.
It's kind of up to the Mongols here to be the aggressors now. They've already lost 2
that's
people.
Really the Vitality strength
Smoke
in
out
this position.
connector.
Blitz trying to offer up some support so that Techno can move in.
Yes, this opens up a ability to plan.
You know, walks through, and again, we have Flames and we have Rops and A ramp. They're in a very dangerous spot, but
it's perfectly placed.
Mongols recognize it, which is smart. Very smart play.
For as much as Vitality feels like they've figured it out, Mongols working with very little, put it exactly where it needs
Wow.
to be, and then we start to see some missed shots. Flamesy drops the ball.
Didn't know there's two there.
Rops, though, maybe they
Rops
didn't
came out,
anticipate that second player,
exposed
so now
himself.
9-10 going to be fixated on this as Blitz attempts to catch connections on the others, but it is a stoic-looking ZywOo towards the catwalk. And a late
Yeah, ZywOo's not making a
from
push
Mezzi.
here,
All
but
three
now he's
players
finally
working with
going
the
for
kits.
it.
Still two smokes out
They're gonna
here.
wait to pinch him. They don't know where.
Vitality do have time to play, but that
They don't
time's
know where
starting
Blitz
to
is
add an
yet.
extra layer
Blitz
of
hasn't shown
pressure.
himself.
Rops, while
It's only been 9-10.
killed. The 9-10 has
9-10
the
is kind of
Mezzi's gonna
working.
try to
Blitz
close the
kills
distance.
ZywOo, who didn't know where he was. And now Mezzi take 2 angles. Very smart play from the Mongols.
You said game starts here, and it
Very,
did.
very smart play.
That rifle, they worked it all the way to the end. They slowed down there in the mid-round. It looked a little bit nervous. Flamesy came back, found his pickoff. He's been doing good work on the A ramp. But
Yeah, great coordination there.
really keep frag
Great,
right here.
great
Connector
info gathering
control
as
is
well.
what it's all about when you're going to go for the A split. And he's very careful from this position of getting the safe zones. Zeus joining us in the front row. Everybody wants to watch history. As Rob said it, history upon history if they're able to take this win.
It's the beauty of our finals tonight. Regardless of who wins, it is history. A damn near perfect season out of Vitality, or your first ever Asian major champions. Which is a sentence I think a lot of people in this room didn't think we would ever have to say. And yet a lot of them in here want to say it. First round collected for the Mongols. It is evidence Vitality bleeds. Very
Again,
low
do
buy
not
for
count Vitality
as well.
out
We
yet
saw
at
how
all.
perfectly that utility went down for the Mongols last round.
Yeah, they're not actually in a spot to prod into mid. Mahone brought up in the video before, Messi's usually here on Cat. ZywOo in his position to take his ticket pick, and they're trusting Flames. He's been doing so good on the ramp, but this guy's just watching Palace for him right now.
Here we go, Cat challenge. Nice
Good spray
shots
by
Rops.
Rops.
Did they get the bomb on the way or not? They didn't.
They gave him cat control.
They did not get the bomb.
Messi with the deagle. Wait, the bomb is down on Cat.
Messi just hit that dink. That's
Does
a ton
Rob
of
see
damage
it?
through the wall bang. Again, the kills start to come out for the Mongols, but now they're starting to realize
It's kind of
the
a really
error of their
dangerous
ways.
position for them.
Bit of a challenge for ZywOo.
But they don't know that the bomb is down,
That
so
bomb will get scooped back up as
they're going to play
went down.
aggressively when they don't need
Guerrilla
to.
press between the two. Catches ZywOo off. Flamesy, quick action into the play, but the bomb is gone.
Yeah,
the
if
other
only they
direction,
saw bomb,
and
it
his
would have been a
rotation
different
back
round.
will be a
If they saw bomb was
path.
down, they would not have
If
been
he
this
thinks they're playing
aggressive.
side by side, he is wrong. And as he comes through this doorway, he is cautious, but not cautious enough. Or
Wow.
is he? Flames
Wow,
are
good
back.
trade, though.
Since he's there to trade, we go 2 rounds straight for the Mongols.
Very good
This
swing
moment,
trade.
nice shots from Flamesy. Good hot start from him early, but another great round for the Mongols. Vitality are getting tested.
Good awareness by
Drops away
Senzu.
in Face. Mzinho looked right into the ladder room. Very awkward moment if they didn't get the 2 kills and entries on the B site. This round could have totally fallen apart.
Yeah, for sure, agree. Grenade reveal. Again, fighting for them. Triple stack here on Cat. I mean, keep in mind it's a pistol round, so this is kind of
Now Vitality
it's gonna be
will
kind
have to get
of
creative.
a
Should be
scuffed
clear
round
as
anyway
day
for
to the
Vitality.
Mongols how much money they have to use.
Does they have to save now?
They don't want to make a misstep. They don't want to fall to a mistake. USPs go swinging. Top middle control is everything. Coupled nicely with an underpass player as well. Singular USP frag comes out of Vitality. They stop wasting everybody's time, throw themselves at their enemies, and meet a bit of a brick wall. We are tied early on Mirage.
There's going to be certain benchmarks in this game to believe it's even possible that Vitality lose. And Mongols even tying the game at any point was won. It may seem like not much.
I feel like I'm back in Paris. Except it's better because there's way less French people.
Bro.
But just as many French fries.
Yeah.
3-3. That's not small. We saw Mongol start 5-0 down versus Pain, came back, won 13 rounds in a row.
But no offense, Pain to Vitality. This defense better answer.
It would have been less meaningful if the game was close, but it really wasn't.
Through smoke, huh?
Wow.
9-10.
Eyes closed.
Forcing Apex to call from the sidelines.
Apex goes down immediately.
Smoke, so
not ideal to have your connector player die instantly.
The wrong guy today because 9-10 is tapping into playoff form. ZywOo actually just shoots through smoke.
I think he just shot to find it off the top corner of the smoke.
Hell yeah.
Amazing play out of him off the timing alone. That is an X-Factor frag. Look how it changes the complexion of the round here for the T side. They're starting to loop back around, go into their final idea, but now without mid.
That's dangerous, man. Just chucking guns around top middle. At any point, this could have happened. CT's come to take a look. But as the CTs try to carve that path towards middle with a distraction on the catwalk.
That's two spotted.
Double swing.
Your A players from connector back to the bomb site. Mzinho up close, gets his head ripped clean off. Flamesy already on the multi-kill. A little bit of a delay here from the Palace peak, but it is gonna come in time. Flamesy going above and beyond. Triple kill so far.
Wow, Blitz.
Dropped. 15 health here for Blitz. And a first frag needed by Mezzy in a clutch. Blitz scours the battlefield, will not find the timing on the peak. And the
it's Mezzy.
posts one when needed.
Yeah, as the last man standing, we can lean on Mezzy to create lots of moments like this. It's a setup 1v1 in his favor. It's Blitz without the information. But he's going to be rotating over and have to pull off some clutches. He did. Wow. Yeah, that move from ZywOo totally changes things. It was an unanswered trade to kick things off for MongolZ until ZywOo just found a way to do it himself. We're going back to mid.
Slight limitation, but a faster pace. MongolZ gonna jump on this. ZywOo hears it coming.
Yes,
Blitz
this is
slides down,
MongolZ
distracted
pick.
by the cat player, unable to stop it on connector. Flamesy offers up his back. Apex gives cover, and again this A side holds for a bit. But these Tech9s have found their opening yet again, and it's low health inside.
Just a PvP
they try
fest.
to take it over, but to do so they'll have to still kill Techno, who plants that bomb on default. They'll join forces here. Vitality come in again, shoulder to shoulder. This time Mezzy with a bit more support in the Estonian. Space given over to Techno. He catches them off guard. But does he know about Mezzy, who's backed into another
but he gave him timing
clutch?
here. Oh, wow.
Back, 1v1s. This time Techno has the equal amount of health and the utility here to offset.
Wow.
Not gonna stop him.
Wow.
Techno in the zone.
That was a big round.
First clutch.
Was a really big round there for them.
Fought back for that first kill. 1v2 to close. Keeping this game close. We often see Techno fighting from the bottom of the scoreboard, but here we are in the major grand final and his first clutch of the night. They asked Blitz on the desk, how would you describe Techno? First thing he said, this is my brother.
Second shot chance there for ZywOo.
And no easy rounds here for the MongolZ. 5v4 already getting shot in the back as they're trying to get up on the cat, but look who's there. No one is in B. Bomb gets away safe.
They'll run it down. A prize for your efforts in Flamesy's Galil.
MongolZ said they take inspiration from the LG SK days. Talked about 9-10 having to travel so long to get to play at LANs, playing to be able to have a ticket to get home. You know, those kinds of stories, that kind of hunger, we hear coming out of many different regions as to why players play so well.
I mean, the perfect example is Fur. Used to do the same thing. You can win a LAN,
Wow.
you get 2 meals a day.
Just walking into them.
You lose, where are you sleeping?
You know why I grew up in Toronto? I lost a LAN.
It's a bewildering journey for the MongolZ. It's truly a tale of rags to riches. Realizing their dreams round by round at the moment, because there is no denying this momentum has shifted. 5 of the last 6 rounds, all with the MongolZ logo stamped across them. This is the Deagle that kicked it off.
Canada catching strays, as always.
On a road to a completely vacant B-bomb site, one that was understaffed.
I was disappointed to not see Nuke in this veto from the Mongols, but also
the first game,
it is why they picked Mirage. Certainly Vitality were ready for that pick more than this one. Expressing dominance inside of mid.
How's the cider map picked? Just last map that doesn't get banned.
Oh, getting great moments from ZywOo out a window on these smokes.
Perfectly positioned, getting a lot of impact out of this one, and they're not going to be able to stop it from repositioning either.
He's got so many openers or refrags from the spot.
Certainly trying to play like the best player in the world.
What's the Curdle defense? You got no one in ladder room again.
Mirage is MongolZ pick.
CTs up. They're playing
Dust
on the
2 will be
sort of.
Vitality's pick.
Not going to be able to really find these players, though. Hidden inside of this B site. Mezzi floating around the bench, gets early damage onto Senzu. Will clean that one up. He's trying to set up all the distractions so that Robs can do what he does. Hit you from the side. He'll do exactly that. Dropping bomb in the process. B site held. B site holds real strong. And so with a repetitive success story down towards A, we get a resurgence from Vitality.
Nice.
Last series they played.
Yeah, I think they
so
do
close.
ban,
Ended
pick,
13-11.
ban, ban.
Mongols
I think that's how it works.
And Blitz, when asked what he thinks about this final, he's not someone to tell jokes. Said it's about 50-50 in his head. And if you watch the last series, it was 50-50. It was extremely close game. The streak almost ended there.
So
what you're looking at right now is Counter-Strike, folks.
only 7 maps in the pool. Yes, there's only 7 maps in the competitive pool. Mongols banned Train, Vitality banned Ancient. Mongols picked Mirage, Vitality picked Dust 2. Vitality then banned Anubis, Mongols banned Nuke. So the final map that remained was Inferno.
And there's maybe a conversation that comes into play. We'll see. We'll see when and where. But for now, we see the Mongols open up after getting crushed and collapsed versus FaZe last stage into playing them in playoffs, where you'd think FaZe would have an even bigger advantage and standing up to all of their previous losses, sort of undignified exits, whether it was Shanghai or some of the other events that they played. Stood up to it all, played their best, yes. Round 11, we're talking about 2 AKs here for the Mongols.
Yes, sir. Off the tack pause, don't forget it. What kind of plan is in place? Apex was the result of a few early deaths. Still has a great scoreline. ZywOo's taking up that space left in middle, this time doing it on his own. He floats back into safety.
Crazy how many unsupported kills that ZywOo has gotten by himself in these mid-round moments, sort of mysteriously appearing in the window, testing a smoke on a certain timing. But if you ask me, Mongols are taking over mid this often. If they get it consistently, they're definitely going to find their rounds. ZywOo down, but with a trade.
Apex in that pregame says he wants to be remembered as the greatest in-game leader to ever do it, that he wants to be the player with the most trophies.
Okay, here it comes, the full attack. The actual rotation from Vitality is incorrect. We got...
Man, no support elements whatsoever, just Mezzi.
Yeah, Mezzi's the only one on B side anchoring.
Sure, pistols in the front of this apartment's push ahead of that bomb, but it's also a question about joining up with the cat hit that eventually Senzu's gonna put in place. Senzu floats around the ladder room. Here's that help. Apex is dead. Mezzi goes down with nothing to the hand of the Desert Eagle. Just the pistol to break open the site. And then Techno goes one better.
Yeah, Robs can do it.
Also dead. And so working with less doesn't seem to hold back the Mongols.
They're here to put on a show.
It was a good execution.
They aren't playing their best right now. That was 2 AKs coming into this round versus the world's best.
Good sight take.
This is Blitz catching the opening. An opening kill that definitely delayed the rotation from Robs as well, who we see fall inside the market. Oh, glimpse of it there for Mzinho, so he knows to be on high alert, but what a reaction.
Oh. Yeah, from Mezzi's POV seemed impossible.
That is grass-fed American beef.
Mezzi wants to take a bite for sure.
Doesn't have a head to do it. One Desert Eagle shot. So now already we're seeing Vitality lose to straight up gun rounds. Vitality lose Zywoo in the middle of the map, lose to pistols.
We go one major back. Obviously, Senzu wasn't there, but you know who was? Mzinho. In that playoff game on Ancient, it was Mzinho who looked like he was unaffected.
I'm not sure why it was laggy.
The player that looks like he plays well beyond his years.
My bad.
Again, they're going to try to float around top mid. There's bodies here in 9-10, but he's gone, so if you want to chase him, it's a bit too late. You'll have that mid control, it frees up Rops to lean forward. When we saw Flamesy struggling as the A anchor in a previous playoff game, that is exactly when Rops started to take over the responsibility of the site. And seeing as Mongols have won rounds on this half of the map, look at the justification behind this stack up. Zywoo is not a part of the hold though. And so Vitality are gonna have to prove that they can do it without Lilu. He will take his sweet time on this flank, and the Mongols not looking like they need much more time. But if Mzinho lingers with that bomb, Zywoo could have caught him. Insta-kill here from Senzu. Rops plays off of the balcony, but you still have Apex.
Apex is being a rat.
In the shadows, and he's making a move. Oh, he's line this up. Lets them plant. No way he lets that go down. Now he puts it on to the back of his teammates for the retake.
Wasn't spotted.
It got picked back up. 9-10.
Wait, look how Techno's scaling here.
Oh, perfect.
Wow.
Just through the side of it. Mezzi, how many clutches can he be put into, and how many can he come up with? Health advantage once more.
Low HP, wow.
That's the headshot. And so the Mongols will take a 2-1 lead on the T side of their map peak. Proof is in the play.
Why did he let him plant? I don't think he let him plant.
Bleed.
We're here at the Alienware booth inside the Moody Center, and for anyone that is visiting the major, you can come here yourself and test out these amazing setups using the latest Alienware technology that I'm sure
didn't let him play
you want to be able to try. Because right now, we've got
Excuse me.
Yimfat with us over here. Phases Elite.
He didn't get caught.
A 1v1. We're going to be testing out the
Radical, thank you.
OLED. It's a 27-inch monitor coming out from Alienware.
I appreciate that.
It is looking
$1,500
it's looking fine. We're going
Thank
to put
you.
it to the test in a 1v1 with some of our best players. So let's get into it.
So he wasn't.
You guys are ready?
Yep.
Hands on the mouse.
He already didn't
Be
get
prepared.
spotted, and he knew he had
Replace for the
advantage
arena.
swinging out on the planter. So he was
But
trying to
you have
get
a
a
bit of
double
experience with
kill
these
off of
monitors,
that.
right? Talk
Because
to me. What are you
like
feeling
single
so
kill
far?
was already
Yeah, so far it feels
guaranteed.
really smooth.
If he
Initial
just
impressions
immediately
is
killed
it
him,
is,
he would
like,
likely
really
get
big
traded
compared to
because he
my
was
monitors.
surrounded.
We
The
usually
best thing
play
from
on
in that
24
situation
monitors, and
would be
this one's
1 to
27.
kill the planter,
But,
obviously.
yeah, at home
2 to
I've
stop the plant,
used the
and
500
3
hertz, Alienware
possibly
before.
get a double kill.
So yeah, I'm no stranger to it.
Thanks for muting the cough, Unky.
Do you notice some specific differences when you're seeing the
I didn't even
OLED?
mute it.
I think that, I mean, the response time is obviously
So that's
great.
that's
I mean, just
that's
from,
the
like,
play
the
there.
test, that's
Yes, if he
OLED
killed
should
him
have, like,
immediately,
really low
all that would have
response
happened was they
time,
just
so
look at
it's
him and
fun
shoot
to
him in the
try
head.
So this should be faster
But
than what we
if
normally
he
could with
swings
regular
out
OLEDs.
and sees another person
Okay,
nothing
I
at
like
the him,
that.
he could
And you are
possibly get a
owning
double
right
kill.
now.
That's sort of the move.
There we go.
You know?
Okay, I'll come over to your side.
I need some confidence. The James effect.
I'll give you some confidence boosting.
I'm pretty sure he killed the planter though.
How are you finding it?
Like I saw them plant the bomb again.
For me, like the biggest change is the size.
Yeah.
And I can for sure.
Unless I like dreamed it.
It looks crazy clean.
Really crisp, yeah. Yeah. But also like the monitor leg, so I
Okay,
can
yeah,
feel
yeah.
it like really well in between like my keyboard and mouse. Like it's pretty.
Yeah, so it's not
important for me.
sticking out, right?
Yeah. I like it. Can you check the score?
You're getting cooked right now.
I'm
The
kidding,
score is not looking good, Jim.
it's not that bad.
You mentioned it already, Elise, right? That obviously we're always sat on 24-inch, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Could something like this, could we move to OLED? Could we move to a bigger monitor? Would that
Can we
become
play
the
these training
norm in the
maps?
future
Yeah.
as things change, as technology advances?
Yeah, there's plenty of
I don't see why
servers
not.
that
I think
host
just
training
a lot of
maps.
players like don't like trying new things, but I think that if they feel like how
For sure.
good their response time is and everything feels fast, there's no problems like with the software or anything, and people are used to their settings, then I don't see why not.
Jimmy, you got to lock in, man.
Oh, here we are. There it is.
Okay, now he's back.
One more.
Oh, 100 for Elise.
Okay.
76 for Yimfat. GG's. Look at you shaking
GG.
off the hand.
GG. 100, that's a lot. We just played for a while, actually.
There we have it. Elise wins the Alienware 1v1 between our professional players. But you guys, you can come on here to the Alienware booth if you've got your tickets for the major and have a chance of winning this monitor. Put your skills to the test, and at the end of the day, you might be able to walk away with this yourselves and take it home.
I should have went.
I'm so jealous if you get to do that because this is looking fantastic right now. So good luck, have fun.
What
Make
the
sure you come
hell?
down to here.
I need that.
Wielding a couple of very important rounds at the end of that one. Mongols may have started this half slowly, but they don't give a damn. They kick it right back into gear to close it. They deny a couple of clutches. And they have won rounds where they didn't even have full guns. That little bit of X factor that you need to pull off a major championship win, we've seen the ingredients already.
You know what I loved about it? They're getting, both teams have a little carry from the bottom, right? Techno and MongolZ, two players who both put up clutch rounds when they needed to. Techno denying MongolZ in the end. This allows this to not just be a tied scoreline at the end of the first half. 7-5 here on map 1. What MongolZ fail to do every time they
shout out production
Vitality. Oh, and a special thank you to all of our production, working tirelessly.
Yeah, production, huge W, bro.
All night long last night.
These guys killed it. Absolutely killed it.
What MongolZ failed to do was win their map pick. They could win Nuke, but that was always Vitality's pick in the series.
Fast moves from Vitality, though. And one of the things in the kick-up of their T-side will be MongolZ on the entries, but a well-timed flashbang stopped it for a second. Little recoveries, we go 2 kills each. Senzu tries to find contact off Cat. Blitz is gonna go alone. Never mind, excuse me, him and Techno just split up, moving over so close together that it kind of frazzles MongolZ out of his preferred post-plant position. Bomb down behind triple. They're gonna try to push at Senzu for a second.
Yeah, they've crawled up. Senzu, if he stays alive, we'll see.
Ticket players start to get that retake going. They have really closed the distance, but maybe to their demise. Senzu and Techno will clear out that bomb site, and a pistol win for the Mongols. That lead begins to grow.
Yes,
that's impressive.
Starts to get into insurmountable territory, especially with the confidence. They're smiling here in this major final. A far cry from the Mongols we're used to seeing in playoffs. But Vitality are a team that have been tested. They've been tested many times, whether it was in the best of fives or in those individual series in their past ones versus the Mongols. The simple fact is they have not lost. There was such a big difference from a lead and a victory. 1AK comes into this round on ZywOo.
ZywOo currently sitting negative.
Yeah, ZywOo not looking too hot.
Techno core. And with the crowd rallying behind them, they are only going to grow more and more confident as their lead grows with it.
Senzu just looking very strong, though. Senzu definitely looking strong.
In his pre-match interview, said this crowd wants a Cinderella story, and he's here to prove that all that's bullshit. How's it feel now?
There's your window smoke right there.
Over top of Vitality.
Whoever said they wanted to learn one.
Considering the
you put your ass in that corner and you line up with that
isolated.
That spot in the building.
Significant, actually, utility advantage to Vitality as they
jungle
come onto the site.
Stair smoke and jungle
can
smoke.
He really stop this? 910 gets comfortable inside smokes as well.
Yeah, trying to lock it in. There doesn't look like there's fire here for 910. You'll find MongolZ's head instantly. Palace player delayed for a second. Flashbang gets the...
Wow.
That is some shooting. That is 910 full control.
Sheesh.
Behind him.
Not even a Frenchman can do that with a Famas.
Brick wall.
Damn.
On the brink of double digits.
This move, okay? How often would you get locked up in this position and think, okay, I'm just gonna chill, let my teammates come and help me? No, he goes out wide for this. He knows there's gonna be multiple players on his screen, but they come to help him. He hits that spray transfer, and MongolZ hit 9.
Getting double digits should now be easy. We're talking upgraded pistols for Vitality without Kevlar.
910 getting aggressive.
910 not satiated yet. It is bloodlust from an Opper who is making a highlight reel with rifles, but he's gonna get caught by this P250 bottom middle. All good, Senzu will pick it up. And when Senzu hits that top rope, he's gonna catch MongolZ top mid. Bomb down, drops late to the party, doubling the rounds of Vitality.
Senzu on 17 frags here in this major final. 17 frags in this major final. From a total collapse of the last major. to a winning position at this one. The question was, when would they find the breakthrough? Mentally, it's the hardest part of the game. It's the other half. Everybody on Vitality has gone through hell and back trying to figure out the mental side of this game, and they've done a fantastic job staying near the top, even on their lows, picking up a trophy every year, and now pushing towards that era.
Oh, what a chug.
Mongols are the youngest team here, so you think maybe they take an extra couple of years before the players start maturing, maybe one more roster move.
The Chinese century is real? Mongolia, okay.
Or if they really got lucky,
the Mongolia
maybe at the start
century.
Of the second half of this year. A little more time to figure
out
Vitality is what we thought everybody needed. 10 goes deep, and it's going to be Apex sidelined early yet again. We saw the Mongols break through with their first gun round on their
9-10 with the op.
Vitality had a high hope of doing the exact same, and if you want to do it now, it's off this 4v5.
Even though Apex
Might be
isn't
scary.
top fragger on the team, taking out the IGL, especially someone like Apex, such a big voice. Calling
Apex
from
is kind of
dead
like top
is
fragging though, so
difficult.
a little concerning for Vitality
If there's
overall.
someone you want to tilt, it's Apex. I don't think it's easy to do, but
At least in this context of them losing. If they're winning in Apex is top fragging, you're chilling. But if you're losing in Apex is top fragging, something's going wrong.
MongolZ is somebody who people have referenced, past teammates, as he could be the next IGL on the team. He can be the second biggest voice. He didn't have the maturity or the experience, but he's gotten there now.
45 seconds, Top Con smoke goes down, gives them a little room to work with.
Imagine chugging $16 beer. 9-10 hits that shot through the smoke. Wow.
No, these shots are filthy.
Right back to the top of Tiki, he'll go. They're gonna try to slam their way through it. Over top of the staircase goes the bomb. Still just stuttering out. Senzu puts that M4 right against the smoke, and there seems to be no open room. There seems to be no solution at the moment.
Taking off angles on fading smokes, peeking off of Ticket on these timings. Going deep on B. Mongols are playing to win.
It is active, confident moves. It is constant pressure. It is fearless Counter-Strike.
My wife is packing her
weaponized
bags.
against the world's #1.
She going on vacation? Oh my goodness.
11-5 for the Mongols.
We saw MongolZ embarrass Vitality on the second map of that semifinals, but we thought to ourselves that was the team who has the most reps against Vitality. The one that was slowly piecing together some kind of comfort zone. No comfort whatsoever. 9-10 hits another. He doesn't miss shots. And so this space dries up. He will do it all if he has to.
The crazy, there it is.
No help is coming from Vitality.
Wow.
Vitality lay dead ahead.
Wiped them, bro.
There is no resuscitating.
Wiped them. That was crazy.
Posterized for map points.
You absolutely smoked them.
With history upon history on the line. You know who to call.
Double op setup.
Comes up from the two players with 19
Jinx, you owe me a
kills
Coke.
apart. It is a rare sight to beat Vitality in a map. It's another to embarrass them.
Smoke's coming out of middle. Vitality's taking control of middle.
With confidence.
But we do have a lurk coming out of apartments. Mongols getting information here. Kind of
Those
important.
grins drained from their faces. We're gonna get another pop-up through connector. Is there any chance that Vitality make this a game? Is there any chance that they avoid total collapse in the face of the Mongols? Mirage their map pick. And you can see the confidence. You can feel the confidence. 9-10 yet again into that kill feed. Will he ever stop? Him and Senzu combining with the Ox yet again. Techno backs turn to him. And
wow.
shots follow through.
The rotation was so quick.
China number 1. Look how great I made this
wow.
Europe is never going to win anything again.
Their dreams.
China is the best.
And no sign of slowing down.
Their best win over Vitality yet. They take their map pick for the first time in this head-to-head, and they do it on the biggest stage.
They absolutely do. Techno, unbelievable first map. What is it like sitting right there, playing the way you are, with everyone here cheering for the Mongols?
Yeah, predictions were for per map, guys.
Well, it feels so amazing. In the end, we won the first map, but the match is not done yet.
It's not done yet, so
the job's not done yet.
Thank you very much, Techno.
Job's not over yet, buddy boy.
It's not done yet, but talk about a fearless face from the Mongols on map number 1. I am simply stunned, Maui, to put it up not only to the world #1s like that from the Mongols. First time they've managed to take their map pick versus Vitality, and they do it on the
map
most
2 predictions up
of stages.
I am stunned. I am flabbergasted. I'm downright shocked that the Mongols came out with that much force. That was an unbelievable show of skill and show of nerve. The fact that the whole story with Senzu for the entirety of the last 9 months has been, when is he going to get it together against top teams in the world on big stages? And he absolutely obliterated them. But it wasn't just him. It was a team effort. I'd say every single person on the Mongols had contributing moments. And I'm going to say, I don't think Vitality, they definitely didn't feel like themselves on that stage.
This is the greatest map of Counter-Strike the Mongols has ever played. To do it in this scenery, to do it in this game, to do it with everything that's at stake, to have Senzu finally coming live, to have 9-10 blistering all over the place.
Yeah, 9-10's been hitting his shots, though. He's been doing well this series.
Competitive.
He was doing well in previous matches, too.
Counter-Strike this team has ever played, and what a time to do that.
It's insane, right? Because we're talking about Vitality having the start that was ideal for them in this particular map, and then Mongols just absolutely running away with their
guys back. I
CT
see that
side as well. This is stunning. There's a reason.
But that guy in front of him is also back.
At first, it really felt like
he was there yesterday too.
Vitality's going to just make it a slaughter. Then we see a round from Mongols. Then they start chipping away. Close victories, ones that are won down to the last couple players. But then they just start gaining momentum and they start just winning handily. And yeah, Freya, that CT side, you're right. That was not even close. And in this one, round 8, this is another round that kind of felt like this could go the way
best of 3 or 5, best of 3.
But then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Blitz and Techno connecting for a 2 versus 4, and Techno in this ice cold him.
Ice cold, just like an interview. You know, he's a man that doesn't show a
yeah,
lot of emotions.
They just,
but
I mean, this right here is crazy.
Getting the first
one
kill,
and then the one tap.
Where the second player can be at as well. But look at this
this is a different
as well.
round.
He's proactively
this round was still pretty good.
for the duel, proactively seeking the duel. He's not afraid. He doesn't care that he's up against Messi. He doesn't care that he's up against Vitality. He's going to win out that round by proactively taking
zero
the fight
fear
to
in these
Vitality.
guys.
And that's exactly what the Mongols did throughout the entirety of the game. They were the ones taking the fight to Vitality. They weren't sitting back and waiting for it to come to them. Nah. They wanted to win in their own terms, and they did.
I'm so glad that it's Techno 2 to do it, because so many people have been calling for his head because his numbers are low. Okay, like it's fair to admit that his numbers have been low, but he's always been a team player. He's always been a guy that runs in first. If there's no flashbangs left for the Mongols, he's the guy that's just sent on a really suicide entry mission, and then all of the other players collect the kills in his wake. So for him to have pop-off moments like that, you know the skill's always been there. Like his first bullet accuracy is crazy. I love the presence of mind, though, to go for all these repositions in the 1v1.
Even when the Mongols didn't have the ideal weaponry on their side, it still didn't matter for them, Maui. We've got round number 11, a perfect illustration of, yeah, Mongols just going for it, not giving a damn where Vitality is in this one.
No, I mean, this one was also just so ridiculous. I felt like Vitality, they had to recover the half here, but 1-for-1 trade at the beginning of the round.
Yeah,
but
this was
is just a great crunch onto the B bomb site. Senzu finds Apex
very
that is really just
convincing
hunting for
first map.
information,
I'm like,
but the Mizzino
I'm
Deagle that
almost
comes
very,
out
I
here
don't know,
too,
I'm like,
just
not in
trying
shock,
to,
but I'm like
he
concerned.
90-degree turns to take out Mezzi,
Like,
and
I've never
even
seen
more,
Vitality fall
just
apart this
insult
hard. I
to
mean, the
injury.
Inferno
As
map
Rob
yesterday,
scored,
they kind of fell
everybody's in
apart
rotating
with
positions.
Mouse.
Like, they knew what
I
was
wonder if they're
coming,
out of
Vitality,
form and what's
but
going
Mongols,
on.
They just took the fight right to him, and
Is
they
it
hit
too
their
much
shots.
pressure?
They did hit their shots, and it's also sharp, a sharp contrast to what we saw when they were playing
know?
in the quarterfinal versus Na'Vi. CT side of Mirage, it was
Be too
Rob's
much
playing
momentum here
exceptionally well
for
as an anchor position. Messi, there's a overperformed
too much
as well,
momentum
had
here
a
for the
fantastic
Mongols.
CT side today. He was nowhere
That guy
to be
just
found.
blocking
There
the
were a couple of
glasses
moments
guy,
this
man.
round alone as well, where yes, it's not to be expected.
He's
from
doing
Messi
the
to
stare
get a
thing
double kill right
too.
here, but that's what he did in the quarterfinal. That's what he did in the semifinal, and that's what Vitality were missing here on the CT side. Some of those individual, the anchor players in particular, Robs and Messi, didn't have a great showing compared to what they did in the quarterfinal.
Damn,
and
the
in
glasses guy is losing
let's wrap up the
his
story of
his
that
one
first half. We've
meme.
got round number 12. Once again, Techno really showing up, paying off in dividends.
I mean, the fact that Techno ended this game with 67 ADR, was it like, how's that even possible? Like he's getting all of these clutches, he's getting all
Apex
of these
kinda being
super
put in
high
like
impact
a-
moments, and to one-tap Mezzi at the very end
The
of the
lead
half,
there too is
like,
also
I
concerning.
love
Yeah,
that
I'm
Senzu
very curious.
is the one
I mean,
that's
Dust
just
2's gonna be
shocked
their
that he's
pick.
sitting
They
next
should
to
turn up for
Techno.
Dust 2.
Usually it's the other way
maybe
around.
maybe they're just not
We
awake.
got to give it up to Senzu as well. You know, Techno, big man of the first half.
Why are they chilling here? Go
Senzu
watch the
second
game. I mean,
half,
there's
he
a
was
break.
The biggest point of conversation coming into this grand final because he's been stepping it up in the playoff. He's been criticized for not always showing up in the playoff. The Mongols have had a habit of not playing their best brand of Counter-Strike in the quarterfinals and in the few semifinals they've been in. Senzu has been the guy who's had the biggest drop-off, and in particular versus Vitality, every time they faced him, he's been the one player who haven't been able to step up to the
Are you
occasion.
gonna post the highlight
Tonight,
from the
though,
majors on your
Mirage,
YouTube?
He was firing on all cylinders. It felt like
Nah,
Senzu
there's
didn't
just no
care
way I
about
can
that.
go
Felt
through
like
that
there's
much
never
footage.
been an issue. It felt like
I've been
there's never
streaming
been a
this
complex
for
whatsoever,
3
Maui.
weeks.
He was hitting all the shots, taking
I've
all the
been
duels,
streaming
and I love that.
the
Every single
entire
package you're gonna
majors,
see from
like
this game,
every day of the
single highlight
majors.
you're gonna
I
see
have
from this
streamed
game,
all of it.
It's the Mongols
There's not a
proactively
single day I
seeking the
missed.
fight.
So for me to
You
go
look at the
through
highlights there from
almost
Senzu,
3
and that's what you
weeks
got in highlight
of
packages
footage
for Senzu in
and
a
be
group
like,
stage,
here's some
in an opening
highlights.
match
I
of a
mean,
tournament. We had rarely seen it on the big
might take me
stages.
a
even
little
though
bit.
victories
Might take me a little bit
versus Pain
to put
versus
together a
FaZe,
video
you
as a
could make
one
the
guy.
argument, and you could
Right?
sincerely make
There's like
this
other
argument that
videos
they're not
I
top
wanted to
teams.
put out
They
too.
weren't
Do you
in top
stream every
form,
major? No,
and
this is
that
my
it was
first.
always
Like
these
actually,
better teams
my
that just
first
really put him in the
major
dirt,
I've streamed all
made
the way
him look like
through.
he was not a player deserving
Like
of a
I
top
watched the
20
IM
placement
Dallas
at all
finals
as an individual,
previously. Like
but
we
these
watched that
kinds of
on
games,
stream,
you
but
see the
I
full
didn't stream
potential
all of
of
IM
Senzu on
Dallas.
display.
Right?
Now, I'm going to be honest with this one. We were sprinting from the green room up here when we heard the crowd absolutely
You won't parse through 3
erupt.
weeks
This
of
is the
10-hour
9-10
streams?
ace.
No,
We've got
likely
round number
not.
17 ready to queue up for
Look at
you
the Mongols
guys.
replying
Lots of
themselves to that
Mongols
video.
fans are
There's so many
cheering
watch
behind
parties.
us.
Crazy.
I
That's
want to
very
see this
cool.
one in person because all I can
It's
hear
really
was just
enjoyable.
the screams
Hell yeah, man!
of the
Again,
crowd.
Well,
all
9-10
possible
had a
by Blast
fantastic game as
TV.
well. And this round is
Put together this
emphasizing that
production
entire
and
thing, right?
let
Hitting all
me
the shots with the
watch
AWPs,
it
being flashed off positions.
on stream
and
with you
again,
guys.
look how
Which
he's
is very
walking
cool,
into the duel. Look how he's forcing the Vitality players to fight him. And the fact that
I am
he's
Dallas
just pulling out
2025 or
the duels,
Dallas is
going for it again.
2K.
They're playing with
I am
full
Dallas 2025.
confidence. I hate to use that word, you know, in a sense that players have to play with confidence, and it's such a vague
should do
term,
this
but
more.
I think this game is a
Give me
great
a reason to
reference for
be
that.
here and
all
chill.
the Mongols players were feeling themselves. They were playing with confidence, and they
Yeah, I'll
believed
probably
that
do more
every
CS
time they
related
took a fight,
content.
Maui, that they were
Obviously, we
actually
got
better
some other
players than
tourneys
Vitality.
coming up.
I just love that 9-10.
I watched a little bit of Valorant
continuing
this
to
morning,
be
which
the
was kind
best
of
player
whatever.
in these playoffs.
You know, but I've always enjoyed watching CS.
That is the most unbelievable storyline that he humbled FaZe, that he made Pain look pedestrian, and now he's sticking into
content,
Vitality.
Valorant.
Like, if you took the
Yeah.
nameplates
Well,
off,
I mean,
if you didn't even
I'll
know that
definitely
this was
stream the
Vitality
next
in the server,
majors, which
do you
is
think
like
this
6
is
months
just
from
some
now. I think
random
we can definitely
Mongolian
stream
team
that.
the Mongols are beating down on?
But
it's crazy. It's crazy to see 9-10 play this well.
maybe some other
it's
tourneys
crazy
or
to see
something,
the
we'll
Mongols
see.
play this well. But
There's like
I
other
also
things that
do
come
want to
around,
say
obviously.
it is map one. It is their own map pick. It is
You're doing
Mirage. and
charity
so far in
tournament,
this
Alex?
tournament, they've looked hella good on it. They haven't lost on it. They
No,
haven't given
another
up double
role-play
digits.
charity. The last one was good, though.
We
Last one was
expected
good.
Vitality to come in here and probably beat the Mongols 2-0, but if there was a ticket to buy your way into this grand final for the Mongols, if there ever was a world where they could potentially dream about winning the entire
Rematch
thing,
tournaments?
they had to win Mirage. It's the
Stream
fashion they
League
win in that's
esports. I'm good.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually,
what was
I'm really good
lacking
on streaming
for
League
Vitality in this one?
esports.
Because obviously we saw this happen. There was a little fumble versus Mouse, but that was map number 2. When you're starting a series off like this, a grand
Sandy's
final
little
at
tap.
that.
Valo tournament. We streamed,
worries for
dude.
Vitality
I would have
moving on to
streamed
map
some
2?
of the Valo
I feel
tournament
like this is a rare
if it's
game
fucking
where
literal
I saw
day
Zywu
wasn't
start
today.
Kind of slow, and he
They-
sort of
they're
caught
doing
up,
the
but he didn't
finals
actually
today.
Ascend. Usually you get
Like-
that point maybe 7 rounds in, 10 rounds into a game where Zywu just starts getting 2K after 3K, and you know I don't want to boil it all down to him. It's a team game. Mezzi wasn't getting too many kills on his anchoring positions towards
Yeah,
B
Vital's
either,
gonna have to turn up
but
for map number 2
usually
for
he's
sure.
the guy that just saves them. He is the
I'm
savior
back
of
and
this
reformed.
team, and this time around. He was
Were
getting
you
killed. Like
the-
Techno actually won
were
one
you
of his
timed out for
1v2
the-
clutches against Zywoo. Like he
You
tapped him
reformed?
out
You
as
literally
he
were
was
timed out
waiting
like an
for
hour
Zywoo to
ago.
peek into an angle. So those kinds of moments are all fading the way of the Mongols at present.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily getting worried for Vitality just yet, because we have seen
If you
these
become a
weird
Valorant
games,
guy,
you know,
will you
throughout
get
the
a
tournament where
broccoli
they just
haircut?
completely lose it. We had Apex standing here yesterday
Relax.
in this exact position saying that, yeah, I don't know what happened on Inferno against Mouse. We didn't show up
Is that why all the
whatsoever.
Apex
Then
stuff
we all
competing
saw what happened
tournaments?
on map
No.
number 3. We all saw what happened when they bounced back immediately into it. So they've
No,
shown they
CS
can
players
do that.
don't care
Same
about
happened in the
Valorant.
group stage. Legacy. They
But
lose
Valorant, for some
13-3. You
reason,
think, what is
really
going
cares
on?
about
Then they went on a
CS.
clean sweep and just destroyed everyone. So in terms of Vitality and
No,
where
they
they're at
scheduled
right now,
their
that is one
finals
to
on the
forget.
same
There's
day as
nothing
the
they can
CS
take away from
major
Mirage, and
finals,
Houston
and it
does
just kinda,
too.
like,
They have to
blows
forget
my
all
mind,
about
I
it,
guess.
and then they have to make another bounce back, which in
Like,
fairness
there's-
they have done twice.
They could have moved
you
up a
just gotta
weekend
move
and they
on
would have
from
had
this
like
point.
double
Put
the
this one in the
viewership.
rearview mirror, but looking forward to Dust 2.
Literally,
it is
if they moved it
a
up
curious
one
pick for
weekend,
Vitality, right? There was a case to
you
be
would have had a
made
lot
that
more
maybe
people
they should
tuning
have
in.
been going with the tried and tested nuke.
I tried to watch
What's
some of
your
it this
takeaway
morning.
from this pick, Maui?
So
I get to only watch, like,
against Nuke
one
is
match.
that the
I
Mongols
watched
have
one game.
won that twice in a row against Vitality. However,
It's their
I feel
biggest
like
competition.
If you're Apex, your
Yeah,
entire
I mean, if you
legacy as an IGL is
copy
almost
paste a
grounded
competitor,
on
then
Nuke,
they
who's
are your
been
biggest
so good at it
competition.
with every iteration of all of the players he's had, it donning the Vitality jersey. So for him to move
Wait,
away
somebody-
from it
is somebody
here,
in the back
to
getting
me, it's
yelled
a
at or
sign of
something?
he recognizes this matchup and they can't find a solution. So
Oh,
going to
security
Dust
came
2,
up.
it almost
I think
in a
he yelled
weird
at
way
some
feels
guy.
like you're trying to fix something that isn't really that broke against other teams. It's just been broken against Mongols. All in all, I'm really I am a bit scared for Vitality. I know they have the potential to bounce back.
Yeah, Vitality's definitely in a
I
weird
wish it
spot
was
right
on
now,
Nuke,
for
though,
sure.
just because they can settle down. They can reset so much better because they control so many of the situations so much easier and comprehensively than Dust.
Is you're going to expect the first game to end up like a stomp? Yeah, that's a bit concerning here for Vitality.
Right now for Vitality, it's harder.
I think
you know, to get into the
I think
game on the
Zywoo
T
looks a
side.
little
On
shook
a map
too.
like Nuke, you do face a potential situation
They
where
might
you
be
lose the
feeling the
pistol,
nerves, might be
you
feeling a
lose
little
the
bit of
first buy
pressure
round, and then
here.
you find yourself on a very difficult T side.
I think
versus the Mongols playing on all
it's
cylinders. So
tough to gauge
in a-
where
in a
their
way,
like
I'm almost
crux
happy that it's
are.
Dust 2. That's an open map. That's a map where all players can
Watching
express
games like
themselves.
that
So
because they're
if
like
everything we're
very,
talking
very
about,
highly
with Zywoo being
competitive.
the greatest of all
There's
time, with
tons of
Flamesy
mind
having
games
impact, with
going
Messi,
on.
you know, getting the
There's a lot of
flowers that
different
he finally
angles of
deserves, with
approach.
Rupp being a fantastic
You know,
signing.
each round
That's a map
is
that
seen
basically
through.
enabling all
To me,
players to
it
express
just
themselves
seemed
at
like
any
the
moment because
Mongols
it's such an open design. So Vitality
outfragged
truly is
them,
the
and I
better
think
team
what
with more
happened
players
was
tonight.
my
At least they got a
most
chance to show it.
milquetoast
But either
take.
way,
not
Mongols now
milquetoast,
just
maybe
one
my
map
most
from
like
making
candid or
history
my
here
most
in
like
Austin. But it's going to be a tough feat
what's
to
the
be
word?
achieving as Dust 2 does
Immediate
await
take on
the
the
other side of this
on
break.
the match was that Vitality were playing their strats. Mongols went to match them with firepower and aggression.
That was tough.
Then Vitality decided to say, look, the strats
Now they say
are
everything is
okay,
bigger
let's
in
match
practice.
them
That's
where they
certainly
want to
true
match
down in the
us,
Moody Centre
which
as
is
we
firepower
are
and
down
aggression.
Alienware, giant
And they
map
started
where
to
I've got
tilt
Maui
out because the
for
Mongols
scale
were
is
just
big
better
level.
at matching their aim.
Teams have got 3
right?
minutes to get as many
They
kills as they
out-aimed
can
it.
on
That's kind of the
repeat
basic way I can put that. But
refrown.
instead of
Our first
adjusting
duo
for
off the bat,
getting
we've
out-aimed,
got JL
it feels like
and
Vitality was just
Navi.
holding W
Welcome
into
to
it.
the
And my
stadium,
immediate
gentlemen.
take on this to why
What's the technique,
there wasn't an
guys? You
adjustment
go
made is
for
because
the
Apex wasn't
movement,
necessarily
you go for the
hinting.
lineup and the shootout.
I think Apex was winning his
Okay, ready,
rounds.
guys?
Yeah.
And so he may have not called for like a re-strategize angle. He may have just been calling for the same defaults, not maybe realizing that, you know, they're losing a lot of gunfights here. That's my most immediate impression, is that the Mongols brought them to let's brawl. Vitality said, okay, we'll match you, let's brawl. But they ended up losing the brawls and didn't adjust and just kept brawling. And if you keep losing brawls, you're just going to get tilted. You're not going to like all of a sudden come back after being tilted, right? Like you lost 1 trade, 2 trades, 3 trades, 4, you're eventually going to stop believing that you can win. And that's like horrible mental to have going into like a competition, right? So they should have made adjustments, which is what Vitality's normally really good at. Vitality's normally really good at making real-time adjustments and changing the strategy up and doing different takes.
Okay,
But
so
it seems to me me that
they
for
did a
whatever
pretty
reason,
impressive
maybe
29
Mongols
kills.
got into their head
We've got
this
some
match
competitors waiting in
and
the
they
wings, and
weren't
I hear
making immediate
Maui,
adjustments
they've been practicing
as a
a
result
lot.
of it. That's
You
the
got
only
Team
inclination
Liquid,
I have to
Ultimate,
think of why they would go 13-5 on Mirage of all maps.
Go.
And it seems like that sort of loosely would happen towards their legacy round on Inferno in that stage 3 game.
It's a rocky start.
And maybe even versus Mouse yesterday, but versus Mouse yesterday was just kind of weird in general. Versus Mouse yesterday, I think they just went into that game a little too loose, thinking, okay, we just sweep them in the first map, let's wrap it up here. And Mouse wasn't going to go down without a fight, right? So that's what I'm thinking. Did they get a bathroom break? I mean, they're just doing one right now. That's why there was a 10-minute
Do it for the fans. Let's go.
So we'll see what their adjustments are. I think maybe they'll recognize it. Maybe their coach can provide some input and guidance of like, look, guys, you know, these guys are riding momentum. They're on a wave. They're hitting their shots. Let's not put our head into their crosshair, right? Like, what are we known for? We're known for our strats. We're known for our adjustments. We're known for our adaptability. Yes, we have go-to players like ZywOo. Yes, we have go-to players like Robs. But we can't just expect to win every single gunfight against this team that's clearly fired up. You got 9-10 hitting all his shots. You got this Senzu guy that's popping off. Let's work backwards a little bit. Where can we win against them? And what makes the most sense to me is just, well, let's see. We have like 10,000 more hours than them on Dust 2. How can we use that to our advantage? Well, instead of fighting them for peak angles, why don't we fight them for like reroutes and just in general better site execution?
Live in the grand finals, Zeus.
Which, to be fair, even the Mongols, they actually do have decent executions. I'm not even giving, like, I'm not going to take that away from them. But Vitality should just have way better execution overall.
Crazy major and very many people,
There's
you
Zeus.
say, really many fans Counter-Strike. I don't know why, because this is not popular game in USA, but here is like full stadium, and I like here. I like it. It's crazy emotion. It's cool.
We do love that. I got to ask you, who do you think is winning this major, Vitality or Mongols?
I say Mongols.
I really think about, oh my God, it's like Vitality have more chance. I won't win Vitality, but it's crazy. Mongols maybe win this major. What? I don't know why. This is crazy.
He doesn't know why. We don't know why. We'll wait and see what happens.
It's a little crazy, but
sure
they
the
might
crowd
be
would
winning.
love to be seeing that become a reality, but one more map separates them from potentially sealing that fairy tale run. That is going to be Vitality's map pick, though. Dust 2, Mongols choosing to start on the T side of things. How does that tee us up coming into the second map, Jason?
Well, first of all, I mean, you gotta like 9-10 and Senzu have actually showed up. That was a big point for us, so that's going to be a dangerous point for Vitality. And you put them on a map like Dust 2, Dupree, you know the open space, the skill can shine. Vitality might have actually walked themselves into a trap, and this map could be very, very dangerous.
I'm very excited to see if Mongols can keep up the high level, because Vitality was nowhere defined, but they were shell-shocked at the Mongols' sheer aggressiveness and the way they turned up on Mirage. Apex was probably the only one that decided to show up on this server, and his teammates has let him down a little bit. If there's one thing that can get Apex fired up, that is when his teammates is not playing well, and I guarantee that is a talking point that they've had throughout the break.
I bet that was a very intense talk.
One thing that gets Apex fired up is when his team's not playing well. It's crazy.
They just got punched in the face, and the fun thing is, with champions, when they get punched in the face, they come back harder. And we've seen Vitality do it a number of times in this run, but man, it's a tough prospect on a big stage.
I think a lot of us, we're questioning the logic behind this Dust 2 pick, because we're talking about the openness of this map, the ability for it to get scrappy, you get very, very messy. Why do you think Vitality have gone with this, maybe instead of the more, I guess, presumed pick and tried and tested of Nuke?
Well, obviously Dust 2 is a comfort pick for Vitality. It's a map that they've played a lot. It's a place where ZywOo can
Right,
be
again, those predictions were for map number 2, guys. Just because we had less games today than any other day of the week that we watch this tournament, figured we'd just get you more predictions
so for Vitality to find
by splitting up every map.
That's been very unexpected, but obviously that will also be a case where he needs the rest of his teams to step up. We need to have some more out of Flamesy. We need to see Robs be more activated on the lurks. There's a lot of things that Vitality has to do better.
I think you're 100% correct, but for me, I put it all on ZywOo. He's the best player, and the difference of ZywOo in 2025 has been his willingness to be the guy, his willingness to step up and say, I'm not going to let my team lose this match, lose this map. That has to be the ZywOo we get in the server right now.
Mongols winning the major against Vitality would be nice and fitting end of the major full of upsets.
But ZywOo can carry this team to a third match.
True, actually,
I think he
true take.
Can, but there's a hell of a lot
that
of
is the theme of this entire major was the upsets, and this would definitely be a pretty big upset. In terms of like what we've seen so far in this major.
Look how many people have shown up. That gives me chills. That gives me goosebumps.
Literal chills. Oh, there's the video.
What a support
they
get from their home country, and also what a support they get from the crowd in here.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, why not? How can you not after
Dude,
that
production
first
just
map
pulling
of
that tweet up and being like, yo, let's put that up on
thing.
stage
Watching them
is
show
dope.
up on a stage and not have any fear in the grand final. They beat all the questions we had for them in this run, and now in the major final, they're reaping the rewards. They've
Makes them decide whether a major final is best of 3 or best of 5. I mean, there's a lot of factors.
And they can feel it. You can see
most majors have been best of 3s, but then they'll have like tournaments with best of 5s.
They are feeling it. They're feeling everything.
Depends on like time limit. Depends on like how long they have space rented for. Depends on how many teams are playing. There's a lot of factors, but it's the big guys up top in terms of majors who decide that. It's the big bosses that decide whether or not major's going to be best of 3 or best of 5.
Not letting this go to a third, not taking it to a third map.
Well, potentially the Mongols have an opportunity to make history here tonight, but it's going to be a tough challenge on Dust 2.
Who are you in for? I don't know.
Believe your eyes, Austin. This is indeed happening. One map in the Mongols' back pocket.
This could have been Astralis versus Ents or Berlin, or
I'm not
it
sure.
could have been them versus Avangard.
I think it'd be cool to see the Mongols win.
To the favored team, but
it'd be funny to see Vitality go into next majors as the champs to beat, but Vitality looking a little weak. Not gonna lie.
The final, the grand final here at the major. No career is complete without a major. No major is complete without a crowd. No crowd is complete without noise. So Austin, let's get loud!
Hell yeah.
Dust 2 is where they rebound if they're gonna put up any sort of fight. Vitality, folks, down a map, but the desk said it. When the favorites get hit that hard, sometimes
Apex dropping the ball, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You think so? You carried last round.
Because there's no doubt in my mind that they feel like a
Apex was doing too much work
after that ass whooping on Mirage.
All right, slow walk out of tunnels.
Sits down in lower tunnels.
Mongols on terrorist side.
3 players ahead of him.
Vitality on counter terrorist.
Ready to roar. Ready
Robs
to get this game back under wraps.
Almost scooped him up.
Instead, he's toppled. And so
Vitality on
will
blue.
get a single man advantage.
Mongols on red.
Have a chance to redirect.
Vitality to stop the push.
Off of Catwalk, well timed. Unfortunately, Flamesy
the
unable
Mongols.
to get the kill right there with it.
Needs to be better. IGL,
info, but it's only worth so much in this spot still early in the round.
The guy in the #1 team and the one to be better. Maybe you're right. Maybe he kind of shit the bed here on the first map. We'll see.
One-way street on the information.
I don't necessarily want to say that Apex is the reason that Vitality wasn't hitting their shots.
Oh my god, this is timing.
Oh, wow, what a timing.
Oh, he missed him on the pole.
My god, Apex.
He could not
Jesus.
see him.
Turns and shoots him in the back of the head, so we go 4 versus 2. Much needed pistol here, just for the spirit of Team Vitality to come alive on this second map.
It looks like Vitality's going to take the first pistol round. That's big for their momentum.
Miraculous. Not just a win for the Mongols, but a total shutdown of the world #1. But don't you remember this exact same feeling when Vitality picked up the first pistol, converted for 3 rounds, and then the Horde came running at them for the next 13?
That's right, and that's even scarier when, you think about the scoreline. It was so much propped up for
Vitality's
Vitality's side, even by that pistol and their conversions. So they know they've got a lot of work to do, and it's the kind of game where you wish you could hear what Apex said to his team, because that's when he gets the most fired up.
It's a Y2P, Grandpa?
I would pay for that pep talk.
Yeah. And we've also seen him be very gracious to his teammates in their dark moments recently, only adding to their resilience, I'm sure.
Whether that's in between rounds or in between maps.
They wear yellow and black dog like bees. No, I understand the bees thing.
To be a leader of men, you need to know the human psyche and how to pull players out of those dark pits of disappointment and self-doubt. It's made easy versus pistols. We saw Vitality confidently taking these sorts of fights at the beginning of Mirage. They will do the exact same. We walked the same road as we did at the start of map 1. 2-0 start Vitality.
That second round.
Yes, it's clean in it. There's no plant on this round like we saw last time.
Usually they take 1.
Money's going to come in a little bit slower. We've seen some
conversion rate
from the Mongols on Dust 2, but
usually favors
no one's
the winner of the pistol round. That's why the rounds are so important.
In general,
pistol round's definitely one of the most important rounds in the game.
To go 3 maps, dare I say.
I don't think the Mongols are strong on this map. I mean, by all means, Vitality should be the strongest team in this entire competition. And they should have, I mean, we're talking tens and thousands of hours of Dust 2.
Up and move on.
Let's
see if Mongols can give them an early shock here.
I give them credit, but they're still a young team. And that's why I just feel like Vitality's execution, rotations, and strategy should just be better all around. But if the Mongols keep hitting their shots, it's going to be tough for Vitality to push them back. If they can walk in and hit headshots, it's going to be a big round here. Let's see if they can get stopped. A lot of damage from that nade.
The perfect point of that pack And now FlameZ has lost his teammates within that site. Somehow 910 connects to the headshot. FlameZ closing this distance. Wild move
FlameZ.
for him to get into the action off of the flash.
The spray down again. They're very low still.
Runners. Chance of the recovery.
So
but again,
low.
It's this early damage that is stacked against them. And so
Vitality's picking. Sadly, they are really good on Inferno.
First gun round.
Yeah,
they are really good on Inferno.
All the utility, all
but
the
they
peaks,
also
all the
have shat the bed on Inferno
this
this
here.
This
sometimes the
tournament.
HSP is so good.
They got smoked on Inferno against Legacy.
Here they do it.
Look at that.
Losing their win streak.
For a cat take.
And then they got
That
smoked
is
in
game
Inferno against
Bada
Mouse
boom, bada
yesterday.
bing.
It was really sad, actually,
A
how bad they lost
bombardment
on Inferno versus Mouse.
As they tried to get out from that smoke.
So there's definitely a chance that they still lose Inferno.
Spawn to be used slowly.
If these teams, I mean, if the Mongols even studied them remotely on that map.
That looks like a slight risk.
Because their Inferno performance so far this tournament has been ass.
They took lots of slight risks. They took lots of off angles. They took fights on their own terms. That's what won them the map. And I'm sure that's what Vitality are telling themselves for this game.
Throughout the different stages of this major, we have seen the Mongols and Senzu with that scout on this map pull off crazy mid kills. Vitality, I'm not trying to sign up for that fight. There is not a whole world of tools to work with for the Mongols.
Want to see some nuke games? Yeah, nuke's always fun. I think the Mongols banned nuke. They didn't want to play it.
They need smoke towards tunnels at 50 seconds.
Senzu, professional hybrid here on the scout.
Yeah, it's a team that taps into that double op when they can. More than most nowadays.
Absolutely.
Senzu scout notorious.
Might be the only team that does it with their star rifler, though.
Sure.
That's something a little different.
Ooh. Robs will get there in the end, but as he goes for the reload, it would make sense for them to pop and pounce right here, right now. Bit of a contest towards the door, held back by the mid support. Rocks back flat, all's good.
Crushing.
For Vitality. This one, no point of entry.
Stay focused, stay alert, Mongols. This will not be
East side,
easy.
best side.
It'd be one thing to step up to this challenge, this Goliath that is Vitality, if you already had at least some sort of trophy case to go for. But how many teams do we see step to the brink of victory only to crumble before they can take that most important final step?
It almost always happens, absolutely. Rare moments, sometimes in America it happens in history. And we treasure those moments because they are so rare, but rare for a good reason.
That beast will be on the
All right,
Mongols' back.
important round here
all
for the
series long.
Mongols. Can they shut Vitality down?
Apex keeping it
on their
mobile. Mongols
winning
leaning back.
streak so far in this map.
There's nothing that'll keep you focused, though, like knowing.
Good
your
day on the
family's up at
Xbox.
5 a.m.
Wow, the
watching your
reveal.
game. Mezzy, here's a great tactic. Tail end of the smoke.
Another smoke. There you go.
Gonna put one down right in front of him, try to change up the spot.
They'll blow it open and reveal the plans.
A wealth of grenades on the other side of this, but the Mongols aren't chucking them out just yet, and Mezzy leaning away from that climb up as
Should
Mongols
hear
go
him,
over
but
top.
see.
So it's positioning for them, but don't forget, Bomb still sits outside of the tunnel, so this round cannot suddenly become a full commitment just yet. And it feels like Vitality's willingness to continue to press themselves up against this underdog has to be their flex. So we see the challenge. We get a glimpse of
Zabu clears
Zabu
cat.
signing up for fights, but nobody's home behind that smoke, so he'll sit back on the angle.
This duo right here, Robs and Mezzy, working together to stop this split. They've got to call for some help.
Here it is, double volley.
Wow.
Great shots from Techno. Tough job for Mezzy.
Good trades on the B site.
Play, but total mid control goes over to the Mongols. They are comfortable inside of that B site. 5 rounds into play on Dust 2. And the Mongols look to secure their first.
The audio cue.
910 goes down here, and he will to Apex, coming at
they
this
walked
from
out
the
in
CT
the
spot,
tunnels
knowing damn well that
to try to
Techno's
trade.
still in
That's
tunnel.
crazy.
They can take the test to the bomb site.
Never
in
seen
a
anyone do
flurry.
that.
This is Vitality trying to play in a flash, working it up, moving quickly, and killing the support away from Senzu.
It must be him.
Wow.
No multi-frag this time. 5-0 straight from the favorite.
Oh, lots of good damage. Didn't find the clip off. Flamesy coming in from long was a thing that caught 910 off guard. His teammate nearly could have died rotating in from fast cat. But we see the opening kill tactic here for Vitality. This is good active defense. This is them playing to win, absolutely. And they had a hard time holding onto the site. But they made sure they didn't even really have to get into a retake situation. As soon as that bomb got planted, they were already there ready to fight.
Important round for them there. They had to sort of clutch that one out.
Mongols absolutely know how close they were. They got a breakthrough round last game to get them started. That's what they're looking for here. That's what they did versus Pain as well.
Exactly, almost damn near identical.
Yeah, they know how to create momentum. One timeout will get used.
You still have to be able to find that breakout moment. That one came close.
Team Vitality not going to get pushed over. Flamesy, 7 kills yet to die.
There we go. That's the kind of start the Vitality squad need. Across the board as well, there's already been this affinity for the B site, so Mezzi and Rops will continue to have their hands busy. Gonna take this chance blitz.
Really?
Mezzi has other ideas.
Full
and
eyes
now all
on
of a
it
sudden,
early.
they're looking for a fast reaction. Rops lines him up, a ton of damage and support comes over quick. Senzu gonna take a lick at it though. It's both players still with low health, and Rops has got this one box to work with. All he needs,
like a
piece
machine.
of cover, piece of cake, 4 kills.
A frame before death on that last spray. Perfect hold by Rops. And this was watching Smokes game plan here, holding on the middle, making sure Blitz can't come out. We saw him do that versus Mouse. Deep into overtime. Running out mid on a certain timing, looking for his duel. Vitality will not get caught
actually
off guard.
bought there.
One round ago, Rops did sort of get caught by exactly that.
I guess starting lost by, so they can,
he
but
goes
still.
down empty-handed. And if not for the retake, that was the breakout. But 6 rounds
Yeah,
in
their
a
money
row for
situation's dog
Vitality.
shit now, right?
And the
Yeah.
Mongols are going to have to stomach this
What you got there? I got a little
reality check.
snack.
Sure, phenomenal
I got a
map
little,
one.
little Debbie Swiss roll going on.
It's actually a little awkward. Molly comes out, 3 players intent on taking long control. Now,
Did you get your beer?
moths
No, I
to
didn't.
a flame, a little preoccupied with the idea that the push might come through. It's created the effect they're
A little
looking
snacky,
for.
you know how
Slightly
it
off
is.
angle from Rops, going to catch them off guard. Good damage off the Tech 9.
Just Mezzi.
Still no smoke for the doorway,
No
though, so
utils.
Mezzi's vision good enough
There's
to
one.
duel. Ooh, they get a dink on him as well, and then this perfectly timed play on a blitz. Oh, with the
Wow.
lock, he gets the player in the backdrop.
Somehow
That
got
is
him.
a gift from Blitz.
How are you going to approach this? Saiwu goes to the AK.
9-10 playing with a Tech 9. And they're worried about somebody trying to test the extremities. Bomb's ticking, though. And with both players on the kit, we've got that smoke grenade still for Zaiwu. Molotov does not stop them from climbing through this window. Flamesy's going to try to limit test. But as he does,
Damn.
he gets bested.
Yeah, he found it.
And that is Vitality turned away. 7
Yeah, they
rounds
kind
in
of
the regulation.
needed that round.
And your Mongols have broken through.
They did it.
There's
On
Blitz
an
playing
eco
over the
round.
chest. That one Molly took so much damage to throw on long. Kept the 3 long setup preoccupied for just long enough. Mezzi coming out of the B doors to watch mid. They isolated Rops. Not an easy guy to kill, whether he's alone or not, and they got him with him only taking 1 frag. One simple tactic.
I mean, that's the definition of a Tech 9 drive-by.
And he remains unconditioned.
Tech 9
Sure,
OP,
last
bro.
couple times they try to fight in the middle. Vitality have done a great job
Tech
of
9 OP,
breaking that
man.
smoke open, waiting for him to walk through.
They all screaming bald.
But they look unfazed.
They all
Still,
scream bald.
just a drop in the bucket.
Bald.
Okay, change up here, Mohan.
Yeah, we got
Double
the
off.
RAWPZ Rops.
Thoughts on that?
One of the hybrids on Dust 2 has gotten an ace that I remember with this gun.
Ooh, wall bang damage, though.
Man, nobody saw anything. Uh-oh.
Oh, Rops!
Instant trade.
Wow.
Great shot on Senzu.
Talk about playing with danger.
So aggressive.
You've got ZywOo low, but at least 910's also sitting on a quarter.
It's the two hybrids down. Interesting. We'll see if it was worthwhile.
Let's let the experts work. ZywOo versus 910.
Oh my gosh, look at the move. The risk that's being taken. We're talking major grand final here. The amount of smokes that are being walked through. The CTs think they can have a moment to themselves where they'll get some respect.
Not only do you have that walkout on long, but you've also got Techno into this same position that Blitz unraveled it all from.
Nice.
But ZywOo doesn't
Good
like
pick
just
by
sitting
ZywOo.
back. Thing is, he took damage there. 27 additional damage done. He survives that barely. Puts a smoke down in front of his counterpart who carries that bomb. And we've seen them
run the
test
clock
smokes.
down
They're
here
looking to
for
try it
Vitality.
yet again. Flamesy sliding forward into the elbow lineup. And right there for
Wow.
him. Sitting ducks. And so now he jumps into the cover. His 10-1 score dropped to 2. Mzinho 1v3 into the op. Will he find him crouched?
Wow.
Shot to the player in the back.
Oh my god, that would have been crazy.
Close.
That would have actually been so crazy if you hit that.
Scoreline 7-1.
He was probably really
Inches away
close.
from landing that flick and putting
Yeah,
it
that
2
looked
rounds in a row
like it was
together.
on it, bro. Let me see how close it was. You can slow it down.
The least likely op to see.
Then we are playing confident Counter-Strike. Both from the Mongols on the walk, out long, out mid, but also these moves from ZywOo. That deep commitment
Come
out
on,
of
man.
Flamesy.
I want to see his POV.
Apex just crawling in the dirt through that CT spawn. Gun round right back, and we're going to remain aggressive. The Mongols trying to continue to play with this tempo. It is pace on Flames to fall back away from the corner. He will
That's not getting very aggressive.
but not unscathed.
Couldn't get a
early
pick
map
there.
positioning for the Mongols.
It's unfortunate because Vitality's going to slow down their momentum.
They want to play expensive
Just using
CS
util.
here.
Gonna push him back.
One of the finest equipment.
So their run out was kind of not
for
worth it. They still have
Vitality.
lurkers and tunnels.
The ops can be very impressive.
Because they can still do
You have
some
to
work
be careful
here.
because they can't have that same impact if it comes to a retake. These early round situations
Techno really
are
wants
so
to get like
important.
a mid flank again.
But as we've seen, Mongols
Worked
are
last
walking
time.
out on a lot of angles. That's the
He's gonna
perfect
test it,
recipe
though,
to find
against
your off
Mezzi.
frags. Oh, that's a bad gap.
Oh, wow.
On 9-10, that flashbang made him click.
He hit that.
He's hitting that every day of the week.
But smart play here from the
They go
Mongols.
fishing for that, and this is where it gets a little
Like,
scary
going
for
B here is
Vitality.
actually really smart.
Holding on to sites, going in for retakes now with 2 ops. This gun can become a liability.
But again, right, we get this proactive
They pulled
move.
the goalie. It's the
Wow.
right call.
They
Wow,
get out.
Robs. Wow.
Turning is Robs just in time to catch it. They've got a nade out, but Mzinho goes for the cross. And so they're going to leave this open line for Robs. And with the teammates' flash going inwards, Robs is not going to find anything more than the 2, but it's a fast move from Mezzi behind them.
Crazy
They
shot
are
by
getting
Senzu,
pushed
to be
into this
fair.
bomb site. It is the Mongols corralled, this herd with their backs turned, dealt with swiftly. Senzu's response, but he's going to find the
Wait.
fire in front of him, and so he's got a
Senzu,
hold.
wow.
Nade takes him down to 10, and now he looks for Mezzi.
Wow.
Finally, Senzu
Wow.
comes alive. This is his playoffs.
From a machine gun in groups to Senzu with the AWP. He makes history here
Respect.
for the Mongols.
Respect, bro. That was a tough 3v1. That was a tough 3v1 for you to do that in. I don't think I'd have the balls to do that.
You show him a shoulder and he will take your soul.
Ooh, edgy.
Scout and pistols for Vitality. This game
I would pay 16 bucks for a
just
fucking
opened
beer
up
here.
for the T side.
Well, this is definitely a place that's
The wallets are empty.
would amplify
They need
your
the
beer
X factor.
enjoyment.
They need
I
that
suppose.
special ZywOo moment coupled here with Rops.
Texas in June watching some CS in a packed arena.
Get in with impact. His
They don't get
support
better than
comes
that,
up
brother.
top mid.
Oh, they take him
ZywOo
out.
with a shot that rocks Mongols for at least a moment. And in that moment, Flamesy's got his hands
tried
on
to
the
jump scout.
AK-47. There are tools
barely
to be
missed.
grabbed here for Vitality, but the op of 910 recovers it. That deep angle through the staircase of the tunnels. Only his
It's probably
fourth
100
kill of
degrees.
this map.
Is
For a
it?
brief
Has it been
moment, they
hot
had
as
info on
fuck,
all 4
Razor?
players. Now
They're going
the
back.
CTs will start to fan out. I don't know if this will be heard. Mzinho, will he walk it to his grave? Yes.
Oh,
Right
quick.
when you need him, ZywOo collects a second, and with it, a gun. Recovery mission in full effect here in round 10 of the half.
weird round.
Still a ton of utility for 910 to get them out of here. His kill in lower tunnels is why
I guess
this
it
one's
goes like a
still
save
alive.
round for Vitality.
Blitz finds timing on Apex. His counterpart bested. We go back 2v2.
A left turn. Blitz comes back. Senzo here to try to catch ZywOo in the
Wow.
shadow works in his favor. Now it's got to be the 1-on-2.
At the very
It's
least,
so
Blitz
fucking
will
hot here,
play
man.
with
I believe
bomb.
you guys. I believe you.
But at the very least,
Texas
he has
is no
them
joke.
separated,
Texas
but
weather's
that
not a
clock
joke.
ticks against him quickly. This man has digged deep
Mezzy
into
with a
Mongolia
scout.
to find talent to step up to the biggest stages. And it is
He doesn't
time
have
for
to
him
plant.
to shine.
He doesn't have any time.
But with Mezzy on that back of the site, his hands are busy. All Mezzy's got to do is stop this plant. He'll step forward and do it, and that is the X factor needed. That is what ZywOo does.
Absolutely perfect timing. It's never flashy with the guy who's there
Wow.
just in time every time.
Good start from Vitality.
You just said it best. Every time this round
Killed their
started to go
momentum.
back to the Mongols, ZywOo made another move to try to win this round. First, stepping up off the connector. Secondly, over towards long doors. And then finding that free kill with shadow advantage inside of it. The Mongols spiral back to the half-buy.
Let's try to alley-oop 910. Going into lower tunnels, trying to pull that lung rotation. But ZywOo stayed vigilant.
Round like that sprinkled in for the Mirage victory of the Mongols. Now they get a taste of their own medicine.
Do you have timeouts for finals? Of course.
Sounds like Ulaanbaatar in here.
Better hear some damn horses.
No, sorry, just one goat. And he's playing much better this time around. 10-4
Yeah.
ZywOo at the moment.
Yeah, you had to, really contextualize a lot of rounds to give him credit in that last game. Good kills here and there, openers that Vitality needed, but ultimately, what was
Yeah,
the score
ZywOo
at the
being on the
top?
board is very important.
Abysmal.
That's how the Vitality score should look like normally, not Apex top fragging.
Suffocating in a way, but
that's a miss.
Pistol will drop down into the CT spawn. This makes things curious.
Oh!
Get turned on. ZywOo does it right back. But in doing so, he's given up a chance for the push out from
Okay,
the catwalk.
ZywOo.
And plus now long control over
Goes for
for
the
the
M4.
Mongols. This is ZywOo attack from both ends. That's how you've got
He
to
tried.
best him. Together, they
That's a
pinch
nice
on
knife.
long. And so with lesser weapons, the Mongols put
Good
that
take by
bomb
them
down.
here.
And a curious position here because it's a lot of money on the line for Vitality. They can take a chance at this retake. Mezzy's gonna get flashed through that smoke, and he'll get the one up close. How about the
Almost.
seconds in the background? Tries
Wow.
to chase him down.
Rob's trades 1v1.
And so we go clutch to clutch.
Techno
yet again.
clutched
This is where
before.
Techno does his best. Missed
He
on
misses.
shot means Robs has an open door.
He can fall back.
Closes in on that distance to
He
the
plays
bomb,
this
which
so
is
crazy
not
though. Look how crazy he plays it.
So it's
He gets
real
aggressive.
nice that he hits it when
He gets
needs
aggressive,
it.
dude.
Can
No
everybody on this
upper
team
would
up?
play that like that in that situation. There's just no fucking reason to push up into a molly to put your body wide like that unless you plan on
Filthy
hitting your shot.
from him, Zinho, and a filthy response out of
Like, if you
ZywOo,
miss
but
there, it's over.
Ultimately, look how
Simple Wood, let's
overstressed
be
his
real.
position was there on Carr.
Yeah,
That split
maybe
came
old
in,
simple, sure, but like we're not talking about CS:GO anymore.
and he can only spin around so many times.
Actually, new simple would, but then he might miss.
Oh, great find here.
New simple would do that and then miss or do
brave
something
move.
stupid.
Two ops.
Like not
Coming
saving
in
off
again,
1
Zinho
versus
has
4.
one.
In contrast,
Oh,
very
that's-
little for Vitality, but they'll put it all on the line.
He actually just hot swapped. This push.
Opens the door for Apex to push, but all close proximity.
Wow,
ZywOo's back
ZywOo.
out. Smoke down
Oh
in
my
front
god.
of him.
Oh
You
my
want
god.
it? Techno will take him.
They run
But
you
the double
down, bro.
is Apex, and so he'll drop that
Apex
bomb
though with a
the
smart
on-top
play.
hit, and then
Mezzy
Mezzy's
with
into
the follow-up.
action.
3-9
Now that
into the half.
is what we've come to expect. 9-3 on the half for Vitality.
Honestly, pretty good. Still pretty good by Mongols here.
I mean, unforgettable names in all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used. The way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha,
is
I think
Dust
what
2
made him was
CT
his
or
personality.
T-sided?
Having someone being that
Historically,
outspoken and that
Dust
strong
2
and
has
provide
been a
emotions
very,
and provide
very
his thoughts and be
balanced map.
entertaining in
It's
a
been
way
known
that
as
the
one of the most
audience can
balanced
connect with
maps
and
in
fans
the
can
game.
connect with and we as commentators can connect with.
The new
He was
version
always
of
able
Dust
to get
2,
kills, and despite that, you'd
it's
see these
looking
moments
like
where you were like, how is this guy a
it's
pro? Like
about
the way he walked around
51%
corners, the way he
T,
stepped into a 1v1.
49%
In fact,
CT.
pros at the time even had a name
Is the
for it called the
winouts.
Pasha Peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever.
So
That was
slightly in
kind
the
of the
favor
greatness
of
defining
T-side.
mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015,
So,
he was
according
such a
to,
force to be reckoned with. He was
HLTV.
one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot,
You
fall
like
back,
Inferno
find new
for a
cover,
third
and
map?
he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off.
So
you
I've
add all
not
that
enjoyed
together with
watching
his
any
leadership
Inferno.
and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he
There's been a
developed
couple
with the
maps where I enjoyed
Brazilians,
watching
and
Inferno.
Fallen's just in some
I
ways
have
a
to think about
complete
them this
package of
tournament.
greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its
Yeah, I don't know,
maximum
like,
potential.
there's
Zywoo
been
is
a couple
someone
of
who just has
Inferno.
incredible
I'd probably have to look at which
consistency,
teams
sharp
played
with the
Inferno to,
AWP
like,
as well as the
remember which ones were
AK-47,
good to
extremely
watch.
versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple's greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to
Based
ever
on-
touch it.
on
His
performance
motivation
and
at
such,
some
but-
point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside
Yeah,
the server.
but new Inferno, or sorry, not new Inferno.
And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might
Otherwise,
not ever be
Inferno, I'm
achieved
not like a big
again.
fan of watching.
For me, I think the GOAT
For map
conversation
3,
is a fun
interesting.
one.
I feel
Device
like
is the greatest
Vitality should
CSGO
take
player
that
of all
one,
time.
right?
4 majors, 21
Like, what is-
MVPs,
what is
20
the
MVPs. He
Mongols
was the center
Inferno
point for the
look like?
greatest team of
I
all
don't
time
even
of that
know.
Astralis lineup. And then we
I
get to
generally
Zywoo,
don't know. Like,
and
we
he's
know
going to
that
take the mantle of the greatest
Vitality
player
should
of all
be good at
time.
Inferno,
It's just a
even
matter
though
of
they've
time
been
before
terrible
everyone kind
at
of
it
gets
so
on
far
board
this
and accepts
tournament, but,
that.
like,
Someone like Monesi, someone like Donk should be next in line
does
to
the
have some kind of a
Mongols
GOAT
Inferno
status
look like?
conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in
Favorite
his
pro
first
team
rookie
all
year.
time?
He's doing this in year 1. Where is he going to
Favorite
develop
pro
into?
team
But it's
all time,
competition and it's Counter-Strike and things can change in a heartbeat.
I don't know. I really enjoyed watching the Cloud9 days for sure.
Yeehaw!
It was a lot of fun.
With
It was fun.
Mongols
It was
USA.
fun rooting
They're
for
supporting the Mongols. They're cheering on.
the boys.
Tell me all about this. Why are you cheering for the Mongols? What are they going to do right now?
I thought
Okay, so
Astralis
pretty
was
much
obviously pretty
the
sick.
Mongols are just like
Old
Cloud9
Fnatic
in 2018.
was very good.
And Vitality are pretty much like FaZe Clan. They're the U Giants. They're the best team in the world. They're a super team. The Mongols, they're a top 5 team, but they haven't won much all year. The Mongols got to take down Vitality. They got to win. It's so similar. But Vitality are going down. The Mongols are winning this major.
You heard it here first. Mongols USA says Mongols will win this major. Let's go!
NIP, I didn't really watch much for. Like, I watched NIP play, but I didn't really like root for NIP.
You know, I get it now.
They were kind of the top dogs at the time, you know.
Finals so far.
But they were good. I actually enjoyed watching Get Right play. I learned a lot of my CS knowledge from watching Get
Remember, every
Right.
step of the way, we could be standing on the brink of history.
I always liked his play style.
I see the red thread between Mongolians and Cowboys.
Okay.
It's horses.
I got you.
There we go.
Well, got to wrangle this GOAT in Zywoo first because he has found his impact.
Best brother,
throughout
that's
that
right.
first half.
What a
We saw them
spiffy
getting
little
into the
blazer.
nitty-gritty,
Looking
those
good here
half-buy rounds.
for the finals.
But here it goes. Mongol CT side feels like Goliath is getting back up in this series.
Yeah, we got now more of the same from their previous
All right,
series.
switched up sides.
Some good competitive
We have
rounds, but it's
Vitality
overall
on T
dominant
side.
Scoreline for Vitality.
Mongols on CT side. Mongols are going to have to stop Vitality's
Mongols
push.
talk shop about what to do next.
Missed the TSM days? Well, those days were fun
This
too.
team enough times they knew it was going to be this difficult.
That's a tough amount of damage for Sensi to have to deal with. Little jump through blitz. Good on him for still dropping a player with him.
Good trade.
Tough to recover that one, but
Smoke
he will
CT.
smoke down into the CT spawn. And the
2v
Mongols
World
will
here on
rebuttal
B
with one
site.
of their own on the
Let's see what
floor.
Techno can do.
puts those Berettas right down beneath the window. If the tunnels player gets out, that's one thing. But backside was supposed to belong to the Mongols.
Oh, man.
Oh, crushed.
Instead,
Not hitting nose is
Vitality
very
just
big.
come raining through the window.
And pistol round in
With that
general is
smoke
kind of
still down towards
insane
CT
for them.
Spawn, it feels like it's a long road
Yeah,
for
Team Liquid
Mongols
was
to
good
get
to
into
watch
this
too.
site.
Oh,
Team Liquid definitely
absolutely.
was fun.
Got nothing here to work with. CT's starting to peel back. It's a proper attack here from Vitality. You can see they crack open the middle of the map. Yes, it cost them a player, but once they get that smoke down for mid B, the rest of their utility.
You see both teams
gets them into the
prioritize when it
site
comes to moving
easily.
sites. Vitality loves stacking 3 on A, for instance. Yeah, but you also have to remember they do certain things
Might be a quiet
in preparation
death
for
here
how the enemy
MongolZ
plays.
on Dust 2.
So they try to counter each other with their
They've got
playstyles
nothing
too.
more to give.
Like if Vitality plays 3-stack A every time, and you're like, okay, Vitality loves to put 3 on
You
A,
don't pull out 2 pistols,
then why not just
or you
go
don't
B,
pull out
right?
victories like this without
So they have to
winning
change
at
up their
least one of the
styles
pistols.
very regularly
Damn, Austin.
and do research and homework on like, well, this team likes to play like this, and this team likes to do that.
Look at this.
So 3A could have been a result of their aggressive A pushes from the Mongols onto A site. Maybe the Mongols just really like to take A when they can.
All these kills ready to be traded out. FlamZ was in bottom middle.
Right, that was a very important round.
This
This is a force buy for second.
That really made things awkward
If
for
Vitality
Mongols.
wins this round,
Double
it's
scout
going to
buy
look
between
like
Blitz
a
and
GG
910.
for the
Curious that
Mongols.
It's not in Senzu's hands, but Blitz is looking confident the way he takes this towards top middle.
Flashes
Hearing
out
that
over
utility
mid.
coming up from Suicide, though, is going to make him play a bit more timid. Back towards the doorway. Him and 910 looking to combine in middle with these guns.
Finding chances to get these openers without anybody peeking him.
Mongols look.
Vitality bleeding
I can check to
seconds off the
see
clock, but they can
like
afford to
HLTV
lose.
how good they look on Inferno.
It's actually very good here from Vitality in terms of exactly how quickly they're coming in. No resistance. The later the round goes, the harder it is for the CTs to find these opening
It's their
kills.
second most played map and their third highest win % map. If 75
What a
wins in
perfect
Inferno,
anti-eco
61
looks
losses.
like. Well, the Blitz is here with flashbangs, and Mzinho, if he finds a bunch of bodies blind, maybe he tears through this cat hit. And there it is, perfect flash and a bunch of damage. Zaiwu is going to be sitting on 30. Rops looks towards the reaction out middle. You can see the Mongols a bit flustered, trying to come and help their captain. Rops cutting them down to size, one by one. But the Desert Eagle finds its answer. And Senzu would love to get his hands on a better gun. Blitz, Scout, connects. Zaiwu bested and more damage done. It's 2 health remaining here for Mezzi. And as Vitality try to push up against this site, here comes Senzu from the back line.
We got one.
Connects it through the smoke.
2 HP.
And if only he had a frag.
Mezzi has the bomb, but he doesn't have time to get to the other side. He's got to plant. Senzu, will he be able to cut him off the pass?
No, he doesn't try to stop it. Mezzi hands busy. If only he had some way to do damage without giving Mezzi the chance. The one golden shot's what Mezzi needs. He's
Big round. Oh, wow.
What a move. He
Sheesh.
planted, long plant, push towards Cat. I can't believe he took that move.
Oh, what could have been with this one.
Wow.
Mzino finds a stack of blind bodies.
Such a good read, right? He thinks Senzu, as he is going to try to bait out some information over the top of a box. He plays like he has 100 HP. It works to his favor.
I will say, though, there is a stat here that I'm looking at. In the last 12 months, the Mongols' biggest defeat was on Inferno 2 Vitality. Vitality went 13-2 versus them.
Yes, keep it
You
fucking
are,
going,
guys,
boys.
you are amazing. You are a fucking amazing team. I love you guys, for real. I love
How long
being
ago was
with
that
you.
match?
Thanks for that, guys. I swear, thanks for that. The best team of my career so far. So
That
let's
was
go. Let's win this
ESL
fucking
Pro
major
League
together in
Season
top
21.
five. Let's go, boys.
Let's fucking go, boys.
That was March
That's not the hater I
15th of
remember
this
coming
year.
out of the stage.
No.
So roughly 3 months ago.
He may not like you guys, but he sure as hell loves his teammates. And like I said, leader of men. To get everybody rallied after a deflating loss. No easy ask of a man who plays against the world tonight. Scout shots connect through middle. He doesn't need
Just
to
that
see
spam.
you, he can sense you. I mean, Zaiwu's giving you some shots, those tracers, what Senzu's looking to lock in on. It's a magazine, a scout down, and half of Zaiwu gone. But it's gonna have to be force buys for the Mongols. Where we are on the highway to map 3 in this grand
Oh,
final.
that's a head
There it
chopped
is,
off.
headshot. Not able to snap it down to the player in the doorway. Does have a teammate to work with. Mezzi able to get the better of the scout in the background, but again, this damage just keeps racking up.
Yeah.
And so this
That was a good amount of
fast-moving
damage,
MV9
honestly.
Gets caught.
Mezzi stuck out mid. Does he get this kill?
Oh, yes,
Wow.
he does.
Doesn't
Full
matter, though.
recovery from
That was a really good amount of
Another
damage that they put
situation,
out.
Just like Mezzi in the last round, Zaiwu 2 health. Catches the player getting a little rambunctious. Mongols thinking that they've got Vitality sinking in round 15.
They can counter a spot just walking out of mid. They're trying to look for him. 9-10 trying to think ahead.
Bomb's already gone. Robs has that full health, and so
wow,
9 rounds to go.
Match point.
Mongols want to force
This
OT.
is winnable
It
for
is
9-10.
a huge mountain to climb.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult. I mean,
great try. Senzu fought hard just to
almost
keep info
outright
on mid.
impossible. I'll be honest to win this next round, or to win the next rounds to tie it up.
You can test them, but they don't get
It's looking like a map number 3. It's looking like Inferno.
That's what they prove here on this.
And I think the analyst desk might talk a little bit about like the last time they played against each other, because
you're not dreaming, kid.
Losing to Vitality in that hard of a fashion in Inferno last time might not spell that well for them going to the next game. So they'll have a lot to prove to themselves. Is it best of 5? No. It's best of 3. Next map is going to decide everything. Next map will decide the winners of the 2025 Austin Major.
Senzu in these last couple rounds has been more than happy to just take chances.
And which story
could come back to
is going to be written in the history books?
But they don't seem too
is it the story of Vitality's domination?
Nice pocket of comfort here behind the stairs. Gets into Apex, and now Flames
or the
as well. So the Mongols
Asian servers finally putting themselves on the map when it comes to Counter-Strike.
Easiest time to win this game is now.
Which they have historically not been very dominant in.
To make this happen. Damage, but no kill once again.
Just get all the damage in, but the kills are so elusive.
But if else gave Vitality an Inferno debuff? Well, I think Legacy gave them the debuff for Mouse, and Mouse used it to cash in.
17 kills apiece, but the long flank gets caught out again. MZ is bested in a critical duel that'll give man advantage back over to Vitality. Can't forget about that early damage, though.
I mean, I could see them winning the next couple of rounds.
Mongols try to extend play here on Dust 2.
Looking for
I mean, it's gonna be really difficult to
block. Famas gets a frag, no refrag, however,
to close out the next. How many is it?
Vitality we're thinking about going to, but they've got time to change.
9,
this one
8,
might come to their
8 rounds afterwards.
They go raw duel, head to head.
And here it is, Apex versus Blitz.
All right.
Possible, but
Apex has got the health to work with. Blitz is going to get mollied out of this position.
Oh wow!
But he will hit that headshot, burnt to a crisp. The kills, the right here for the take.
We saw the last one.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness!
A wall bang that could have been.
Dude, that wall bang would have been crazy.
Closer to overtime. The first step of a massive ask. I hate even saying the
Rush
word
B.
out loud.
I mean, especially versus Vitality, who's ever made that comeback.
Don't call it a comeback.
Ooh.
I'm at a loss.
Putting a little crosshair.
They're used to getting to 12, or even more used to getting 13 first. Good try in the end. They keep it really expensive here for the Mongols. But they themselves clearly suffered some losses. It tagged both ways. Techno and ZywOo down half.
Looking like a bit of a fixation on Long. You could get the wool pulled over MZ's eyes. When he's gotten active through that doorway, it's been at the Mongols' cost. But look at this move towards top middle. We got bodies here for the Mongols trying to catch Vitality off guard. Looking to fight fire with fire.
Get that damage off of the scout. No tag back either. Oh, wow. I can't believe it, man. Blitz is just so comfortable moving into all of these spots.
Oh.
Again, though. Trying not to throw him under the bus. But this long fight is going the way of Vitality all too often. Minute 10. And they've got an open road.
Blitz secured in
yeah, they have all the time in the world to just find openings. Like, they don't have to
come back in for the re-aggression.
Like, they don't have to do anything.
These, however, are going back. This might be so smart.
Yeah,
I mean,
going all the way.
They can just wait for pushes. Like,
when the Moody center falls
Mongols kind of needs to, you know, find picks, find different ways to get aggressive.
ZywOo is going to serve up a great distraction over towards Long. You see this preoccupying 3/4 of the Mongols. And ZywOo stops rattling those shots off, but Vitality still taking their time, silently getting
Vitality
up into
just
the tunnels.
walking through
the Mongols
tunnels,
have no idea. This is going to be a B-site retake, whether the Mongols know it or not.
No, they get the info. Blitz makes the call, I think, executive decision here. No one's exiting the back of Long, and they took too long to actually get into the site. They're going to get met in the door.
All right, little hesitation. Battle's here to be had. Senzu hits the headshot. Oh, the recovery. A slight hesitation from Vitality.
It's gonna be, yeah, it's over.
But you've allowed
GG's.
ZywOo to attack the
Good reroute.
And you have allowed the best team in the world to
GG's.
rebuttal.
All right, map number 3.
This was always going to be a challenge for the Mongols, and they set a hell of a precedent.
Vitality's not gonna make it easy for them.
Grand finals, we will go the distance.
That's good, man. That's what everyone see. Everybody wants to see that. Everybody wanted to see a map number 3.
On the line. And they put together one of their more classic score lines versus a team they played a lot. Lots of single-digit losses to the Mongols. Vitality want to remind them that just because it's a major final doesn't mean it's any different.
But what Vitality need to remember is that their Inferno is also on a weak foundation. This is where the win
Triple
streak
overtime
ended,
Inferno?
and it's where the
Oh,
major
God.
ends as well.
Flamesy, good recovery, I gotta say, after that first map. Tell me, was it going a bit better here?
Well, it's a stressful match. Mongols play really well on the first map, and we played now good. We had good preparation, so we felt really confident coming into this, and we had to step up from Mirage, so I guess it was everything
What is that
together
accent?
that slapped us in the face a bit.
Canadian.
Can't possibly lose on your birthday. What is the task for Inferno? How are you gonna bring it home?
Well, we're just gonna play our game. We have a good Inferno. This tournament so far, we haven't showed it yet, but this is the moment to show it. And that's it. We're gonna do our best.
Go join your team. Thank you.
Well, the Mongols start the series off red hot. I've got Mzinho right here. Mzinho, you got a ton of fans in Texas. There's a lot going on right here in this moment. What was the difference between the Mongols in map 1 and map 2?
At map 2, we can't show up ourselves, and everything didn't go bad, yeah.
And then if we look around this room right now, what does it feel like when the entire room is behind the Mongols?
Mongolia. Yeah, it feels very good, that whole nation cheering for us.
It's like every time Stunna asks them a question, they don't understand it. I feel so bad for him.
Last one I've got for you this, man. All the way over in Ulaanbaatar, they're watching Counter-Strike. There's a whole bunch of people in Mongolia watching Counter-Strike. Do you want to say something to them?
За хоёр дахь map дээр жоохон бүтлгүүдэд эхэлчлээ. Тэгээд гурав дахь map дээр Inferno бид нэр өөрсдийнхөө хийж чадах бүх зүйлийг тултал нэг давар авахыг хичээнэ.
And that's the Mongols, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Well, for Vitality, they're the big bad wolves in Austin right now. They put a stop to the Mongols' fairy tale run for now on the ground of Dust 2, but that is what we expect from a team, Peter, who have been performing at the highest level so far in 2025. This is the response.
Vitality sucks in Inferno, no?
Exactly the bounce back that I also expected of Vitality when they come out with such a poor performance on Mirage. You know, the way they have turned around, the way that they were playing off each other, and you can just see that the team play just stepped up to a whole new level in combination with their individuals, also actually showing grit. Like I think we had obviously Saiwu, he was the talking point coming in. You know, Dust 2 is like kind of the opposite paradise. But if I were like to go into the Mongols room right now, and if I was allowed to go in there, I would actually just tell them, right, come here, guys. And I was like, guys, stop thinking about winning because that is the issue they have right now.
This year they are 25-7 in Inferno with a win rate of 78%.
Too much on the end goal versus what's going to get you there.
Their biggest defeat was actually this tournament. That's kind of my only out for this Inferno is two things. They have sucked
says it in that team clip that was there. That
so
was like,
far in this
guys,
tournament of Inferno. They lost to Mouse. They also beat Mouse 13-0 in Inferno, so I don't know what yesterday even was. I'm confused. Yesterday they lost kind of bad to Mouse.
That must have been an Apex team
and they also lost to Legacy
in between maps
on
1 and 2.
Inferno.
But you mentioned team play, Peter. We saw it right
But Mongol's
off the bat
biggest
for
loss on
Vitality. It's
Inferno
round number
was
3.
to
It's the first
Vitality.
round that Mongols are coming in with.
It's
What
going to
was
have
the
to be
story
like
for you
a
in terms
factor
of how
of
Vitality responded?
I think it was more about the preparation.
Mongols cleaned up their Inferno, and as a result of their Inferno performance so far, Vitality is tilted on Inferno. So those are a couple of like I suppose caveats that we'd have to consider for this Inferno round. Is that Mongols learn from their mistakes, they're playing better, they're more coordinated, and Vitality is tilted, and they're a little shook after losing to Mouse and Legacy
and then afterwards as well, we just saw how they were actually going for the retake, doing supportive flashes.
The last time that the Mongols, well, not the last time, I'm not sure when last time they played Inferno was, but for the Mongols, their worst run in Inferno was against Vitality, where they lost really
got a little bit scared of Catwalk. They spent a lot of time attacking the B bomb site afterwards.
Yeah, they lost
and it was like, oh,
13-2
maybe these Catwalk hits aren't going to work this game. Maybe Vitality actually
that
has
was
this
rather,
locked down and prepared for us.
I suppose competitive. That was the only map that they, well, they took Nuke off of Vitality, which was also surprising because Vitality does have a strong Nuke pick on Inferno. They just completely Destroyer looks like Flamesy kind of popped off a bit.
Tries to get away. This is the thing is
the
now
looks
once
of
they
it.
actually get into a position where they want to try back to the B bomb side, they actually
But they may be
get
feeling more
Rops
confident this
quite
time around.
luckily
I'm
through
not
this smoke
sure.
here. Techno gets a quite the frag, and that opens up the entire
Mizzino
bomb
did
side.
good,
The
but yeah,
mid-player comes in,
Flamesy
they
popped
still
off
get the
in
trade,
Inferno.
they get
Zywoo
the bomb
also
side, but this
was
is
on the
the case.
leaderboard,
910
so
just needs to
it
stay
was very
alive
difficult
because
for them.
when he goes
Techno
down, he
got
also
shut
puts Techno
down.
now in
This is that
position. He
Inferno
doesn't get the
game.
frag, so now he has
And
to
looks
rotate
like
back.
Blitz and
And
Senzu were
Vitality,
kind of there,
they
but not
immediately
really. Most of it
understand
was
that the fact
Mizzino
that he
hard
is in low,
carrying.
that means there's only one guy on
And
the B bomb side.
910
That
hit
is
some
why they know when to
some off
strike.
shots, but
This
we'll
was a
see.
case of Mongols overthinking the situation and not actually just playing the like the B bomb side defense.
Making it too hard on themselves, I think. Like, that's like 910 saying, I need to get this kill for myself right now, but you have that crossfire with Techno, right? Lure him in. You can just chill. You've showed your presence.
Just play off each other. And 910 just stay alive. That's all that matters.
Techno's got next one, then I peek again, and it can be beautiful.
I think it's safe to say that we were demanding a lot more from basically every single individual from Vitality coming off of that first map of Mirage into Dust 2. And Birthday Boy Flamesy, he showed up. We got round number 8. There was obviously a hell of a lot of impact throughout this entire map from him, but it's great to see, you know, a rookie on this very stage, right? He's one of the few members of Vitality, Dupree, that hasn't won a major trophy.
Obviously, there's a lot on the line for Flamesy that hasn't won. So obviously to see Flamesy stepping up from, we've seen him have like plays where it's been going wrong for him. But here, this is a very like great play. Once you get the smoke on McCavel, that allows you to go there. We've actually seen the Messina walked out long. I think they had a lot of space here that MongolZ didn't know how to use, and that actually forces his teammates to. He probably calls that he wants them to attack on the catwalk side instead of actually playing on the fact that he's unspotted on long.
Yeah, and I mean, that shows too, like Flamesy sliding up behind that smoke on catwalk. You talked about the Apex preparation with the nade stack. It's like another indication. And actually, that was maybe like the 4th time in the game up to that point where I'd seen Mongols trying to execute through a smoke into a defender. Rops had a couple rounds of the B-bomb side. He was able to spray one down. Techno got that lucky kill on him in the round you highlighted. But if you're in a position as a team when you're starting to feel like you're so tactically outplayed that all your hits and all your strategies are going through smokes, that's a terrible feeling. And that makes you feel very much
actually
like
look
the
like
other
I'm
team is
sleeping?
about
I guess
4
so, maybe
steps
it
ahead of
does.
you.
No,
I don't
I'm
know
not
why.
superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. 22nd of June, 22nd major, 22nd birthday for Flamesy right here, right now.
22,
Not to steal your
22,
old
22.
catchphrase, Dupree, but written in the stars, is
Oh,
it
man.
for Flamesy?
I mean, it's kind of, you know, he puts himself in this one to win, you know. It's
That's
like
cool,
if
that's
we
cool
believe in like
stat, I guess.
overthinking and the superstitious stuff, then he's set up himself to have a really good showing. I mean, I think for Flamesy, it is obviously he's a guy that can really show, but he's also a guy that can disappear. I think we've seen both of this tournament. I think it's important, especially coming into the next one, of Inferno, where he completely disappeared yesterday against Mousesports. This is exactly where we need to see Flamesy step up the thing and go for the plays that he's really good at.
If he loses the grand finals today, how many birthdays do you think this ruins?
Probably the next 5 to
4
come.
years, 5 of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
22 rounds,
PTSD,
perhaps?
Man. It wasn't like the Mongols didn't try to
13-9.
fight back
I like
here, right?
that.
We can dive into round number 9. Once again, Senzu trying his best.
The
coming
real
off,
prophecy.
An amazing performance here. It just wasn't enough in the grand scheme of things.
I will obviously
The
praise
real
Senzu
prophecy
for what
comes
he's been
true.
doing so
So
much.
in 10
And again,
minutes,
we see
guys,
the Mongols actually
in
playing
10 minutes
around
we
where they
have
put
the
themselves in a
last
really good
map, and
position,
guys,
going
in
for
10 minutes it's
peak
gonna be the
contact, play
last map
catches Vitality off guard because they want a guy down.
the finals
They
that we
actually
started
do a
watching
little bit of a fumble
at
here where
the
they lose
start
too
of
many
this
frags
month.
Rops instead of
I've
actually
been
waiting
streaming
or
this
trying to
for
do it
almost
together.
3
Then
weeks.
Senzu
We've been doing this production for almost
getting
3
a
weeks.
kill,
We
but
watched
I love
over
the reposition
30-something
from him that
teams
he doesn't
compete
stay in this
from
position.
stage 1
Messi
to
actually
2
comes in
to
with a great
3.
flank, but look at the
Now we're
reaction
here.
from Senzu. He knows
The final day of this majors has been a hell of a, I don't know what to call it at this point. Just a run up for all these different teams, all these different players. I've enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it too. You know, at least watching CS. I've seen some people come in here that haven't watched CS for a while that got involved and liked seeing like people like Simple turn up and seeing some of the OGs still playing the game, still kicking it. You got Dupree on the desk. It's to me it's been really entertaining. So hopefully it's been fun for you guys
And that's
to
the thing,
watch.
it wasn't like they weren't
to watch
trying to
it
play
as
that
well.
same fearless
And,
style that we
yeah, it
saw
all
on map
comes
number
down
1.
to
It just wasn't working in
this
the
last
map.
map. That's what all of this was for. Was for this
the way that they got demolished on the AXQ by getting
last
mated.
and final map
Maybe
here in
that
the
got a little bit
finals
to their head,
for
thinking,
us
okay,
to
they
decide
maybe
who
know how we like to post them. And after this one, I actually feel like Mongols went on a path that was not good for them. They went for a lot more individual plays. They started, you know, trying to be a little bit of the hero of the guy. We lost one like a frag here, then someone guys tried to sneak through a smoke, go out mid, go out long.
A lot of
and they
hype,
just
obviously,
constantly died one by one and trying to group up and actually play. It's like they got afraid of actually playing the style that we know they can play.
I think the catwalk thing with Apex forced them over to the B-bomb side. I actually think, I mean,
exciting stuff, guys. Exciting stuff. Gonna miss the streams. Yeah, after this, I'm
once they switched
done,
away
man.
from catwalk and started attacking B, Rob spraying him down through smoke, taking down 1 or 2 players, damaging a couple players, pushing up middle with an AWP. He set a tone on
Can't
the
see
other
that
side
hat,
of the
bro.
map
It's
as well.
blurred
That was
out.
just like, you don't have access
Can't
to
see
this
the hat.
either. So where are you going to go now? Catwalk's closed, B bomb site's closed.
Well, Jason, you brought up the Apex high moment, so let's relive it one more time in this mic'd up moment.
Yes, keep it
You
fucking
are,
going,
guys,
boys.
you are amazing. You are a fucking amazing team. I love you guys, for real.
Yeah.
I love being in this team. Thanks for that, guys. I swear, thanks for that. The best team of my career so far, so let's fucking go. Let's win a fucking major together and start by now. Let's go, boys.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Yeah, maybe just close your ears for that one.
Yeah, I did
best team
already.
he's ever worked with. He didn't say that.
Damn.
But like, sincerely, you can tell Apex means that, right? There's some people where they say those words, there's not the vigor, there's not the passion behind it.
Least
Apex
romantic
is not one of
French
those
speech.
people. He only says shit if he
True.
means it.
And it's a cool moment to do it. Like, he's not actually being like super loud, super hypey about it, just very calm. They'd already had a huge lead up to that point, and that was the thank you for the recovery
Get some more water.
between maps. And I'll
Get
tell you what, I'd
energized
run through
here
a
for
smoke,
this
3
this
flashbangs,
final
and
map.
a grenade for him after that speech. I would do exactly that.
And you know, that brings me back to what I said just before we went live with the first map, also for the second map, sorry, is that the fact that they found themselves in a position where Apex was the only one showing up in Mirage, and now he needed his teammates to step up. Now he also praised them back for actually doing it. You know, it's great. It's great leadership. This is exactly what it is.
Reinforcement.
Oh, yeah,
Pavlov would be so happy.
Definitely.
Just because I'm going to be doing the final thoughts down on the show floor with the other two lovely gentlemen, Maui and Pimp, I want to get your closing thoughts. This is the final map of the major. We've gone the full distance, the third and final decider. Of course, it has to be Inferno. Give me your takes, guys.
I mean, I think if you want to talk about the mentality Vitality has, that match history doesn't matter. It's a major. It's all new. You can have the same thing about a third map in a major grand final. Nothing matters anymore. Everyone just has to come in on this one map. I think obviously the weakness of Vitality, that we've seen them get upset on the map twice throughout this event, is a little bit worrying. I'm going to still take Vitality to win it, but this map feels very 50-50.
I'm going on board. I got to go for Vitality. And I also think that the team that thinks the least of winning is going to win this one.
Well, gentlemen, I don't know how this one is going to be falling, but I do know we need to head things to a quick break. When we're back, Inferno, the ultimate decider, going down here in Austin.
Matt Fletcher here, and he bought a Mongol shirt on day one of the major. But America's fallen in love with this team. Why do you love them so much?
Because Texas is all about cowboys, and all the horses are coming from Mongolia. We love Mongols. Let's go Mongols!
Let's go Mongols!
There is absolutely no denying who the crowd are rooting for in this one. But either way, we do fall to that third and final decider. It is going to be Inferno to decide who is going to be lifting that major trophy. Tell me a story about the Mongols on this particular map, Jacob. Why could they maybe be taking down the favorite?
Well, I think the story is more about vitality, to be completely honest. I think the Mongols have a realistic shot actually at winning the major. Jason said perhaps a 50-50. I'm inclined to agree in the sense that anything can happen now. For Vitality, coming into the tournament, in 2025, they had played Inferno 19 times, and they won 18 of those matches, which in itself is crazy. By far the best team in the world on Inferno. At the major so far, Maui, they played it twice, and they lost both times. So they're 2 for 2 in losses. Furthermore, they played 33 rounds on Inferno in this tournament, and they only won 7. They got smacked yesterday versus Mouse. They got smacked versus Legacy. Now, is that something to go off by? Then the Mongols definitely have a chance. But as he said, Jason, he said something smart. Doesn't happen often. It's a major. It's map 3. Anything can happen.
I still got to give the favorites to Vitality in this one. I can't mince words in that regard. But I'm glad that we got a little bit from Apex, motivating his troops. But I feel like right now, a lot of this actually comes down to his individual play. We know they're starting on CT side, and as Apex continues to etch his name into the Mount, or his face that is, into the Mount Rushmore of in-game leaders, he's going to actually have to do a lot of the fragging because, you know, Senzu, he loves running up banana, he loves trying to take it from him, so he's going to have to fight back. It's Apex.
We sound like a broken record every time we talk about Inferno, but the amount of fights that are going to be going down in that banana position, what's the story for Mongols on the other side of it if they're going to be, you know, trying to break through that Vitality defense to start?
Well, I want to make the comparison to when Legacy beat Vitality on Inferno. I think the Mongols can play the same brand of Counter-Strike, which is ultra aggressive early on. You speak about Banana, you speak about Apex. I think he's going to have his hands full in the beginning of the game. I think the Mongols will contest that area of the map, and I think they'll do it in an aggressive way. They're not going to sit back in T-spawn for 30 seconds or 60 seconds waiting for the fights coming to them. They have to play Counter-Strike the way they did on map 1, where they take the fight to Vitality. And we have seen Apex, we have seen Vitality struggle on Inferno when that's the case.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, Sensu's the guy that's going to be right there up against him, and I feel like Sensu's got to do this for a few reasons. One, he's got to do it for Mongolia. 2, he's got to pay back Mara, who's put so much faith in him. And 3rd, he actually just has to pay his debt to Ben 10.
There's so many people behind the Mongols, rooting behind the Mongols, that is. We obviously a crowd favorite, undisputed in here. But did you guys see the pictures of the fan viewing over in Ulaanbaatar? That is insane. Imagine you're the Mongols in this moment, knowing a weight of a nation on your shoulders. Is that going to be too much for them to handle as we move into map 3?
I hope they haven't seen the pictures, to be completely honest, because that could be a little bit added pressure on top of what already is a lot of pressure playing in a major grand final. It's 6 a.m. in Mongolia. I hope they're listening in to us right now. You see some of the pictures right here on the screen as well. It is absolutely crazy. Imagine being awake at 6 a.m. to support your favorite Counter-Strike team in your home country. Sincerely, I hope they haven't seen the pictures, Mario, because that would add a little pressure to me.
I mean, no matter how you shape it, that looks like a rave, but it's just techno on the screens instead of techno in their ears. It's unbelievable what the Mongolian sport looks like. And I know that America does love Mongols too, and I love that they're giving so much energy to them, but I just hope that they're not out of gas.
There's absolutely no way is there.
This is insane.
What is that?
This is
like a hockey rink?
Insane. But when we talk about pressure, we do obviously have to be looking at the side of Vitality. Heavy favorites to come into this. We were talking about it all season long. 6 trophies. Is it for naught if they can't lift this one here today?
It's not for nothing, but obviously it would be a huge sting for
Vitality. They got a lot of home support, man.
They are the heavy favorites. You look at the odds as well. Obviously, they are supposed to win this one. Now I want to put one player on the spot right here. Messi. He's going to play in pit CT side. I think he needs to step it up right here. He's been doing well so far, but to have a Crumtamp who's going to do well in that position to lock it down, that has to be Messi to begin with.
It all falls down to Inferno. One final map in the Lone Star State to see who will be hoisting the trophy.
Moody Center, from Boston to Austin, 7
from
long
Boston to
years.
Austin.
And what if we got map 3 Inferno with an underdog on the server? You can't write a story better than this.
We've been here before. Austin, I want to just keep it real for a second. Tomorrow morning, all of us wake up and everything you've seen in the last 3 weeks is nothing but a memory. This is your chance to embody Counter-Strike yet again while everybody at home and all of the Mongolians in their country cheer on. So I want you to give it your fucking all. I want you loud. I want you proud. I want to fucking hear you roar! Because this is Counter-Strike.
Nice.
Had to take an ear cup off. Just
All right,
to
Mongols on
appreciate
T
that.
side,
Thank
Vitality
you
on
so much,
CT
Moody.
side. Mongols
Let's
red,
get
Vitality
into it.
on blue. Vitality looking to stop
Make
the
no
Mongols
mistake,
push.
Vitality have been hit hard on this map.
Last map of this
They've
majors,
lost
guys.
twice
This
so
is
far at
it.
This major. They have not won
We are done
Inferno
after this
so
map.
far.
3 weeks.
Legacy and Mouse.
All led up to this.
Between them, they got 7 rounds. The scariest part, Connor. 1 poor CT side, 1 poor T side. There's no consistency right now at this event for Vitality on this map.
Which is just so bewildering to say about the team that has been the embodiment of consistency throughout the first half of 2025. How is it that Inferno
Vitality looking to get
remains
information.
so elusive at the
Blitz
most
finds the
important
pick.
event of the season?
Oh, the guy with all the utility just popped up, took out Mezzi, and pushed the other CT back. Rop's looking for his way back in, but he's letting them go.
Wow.
There's Senzu down. That's a nice find.
Give me more of that. Mzinho kind of stuck into this corner.
But he could just hold him back. He knows his power right now. Let's see how they fight this.
Whoa.
Bullet between the eyes from long range.
They're on the B side already.
Apex playing retake.
Apex playing construction.
Good spot here for the Mongols. Lost 2 pistols last time. Will they make up for it?
This B-site needs some improvement. This map needs some improvement. As far as Vitality's camp's concerned, we've got 1 kit here for Rops for the retake. You've got an incendiary and you've got a smoke grenade. Small pieces of a big puzzle with massive ramifications. Early momentum is what Vitality need to weaponize. And right now they want to get this retake going.
Yo, Evan, appreciate you.
910's going to try to swing out from the pool.
910 doing a lot of damage. Techno doing a lot.
Flames, he's got the answer with a couple of his own. And this player up close.
No ammo.
Down.
Wow.
Techno, another one in hand, denied. But there's no time for this. Apex has got to run. He grabs the kit back up. And it's Mzinho to lock it in. The Mongols will start this T-side run.
Big round to lose.
Are ahead right now in this final. They got this pistol.
Big round for them to lose here.
They secured that site. This first pick, again,
Dude.
full kit of utility. 1 bullet ruins Mongol's day. All that utility comes into effect as they take the site. They have their cake and eat it too. A knife kill.
That's all the money right there.
What a time to start sprinkling in the swagger.
That's a lot of extra money to be made after winning. Taking and defending Banana has been a problem for Vitality. Apex, as was called upon by the desk, has to be the one to contribute a lot here. And he has been playing well. He who wins Banana wins Inferno.
So far, that's all this defense looks like. A smoke in front.
Big slow play here from the Mongols. We're going to take B side.
As if a 1v5 on B site wasn't hard enough. Thing is, though, he's still working with a good amount of grenades, so he will refresh that smoke. But we've seen a lot, I think, throughout this series of the Mongols kind of pushing the limits on smoke grenades.
The thing is, sometimes you see a smoke like this and you don't believe anything, because would you block if there was a flank coming in?
Right.
You'd want to leave it open. I wouldn't be surprised if they run through this.
5-7, off of the flashbang. This is good from Apex. Slows it down for a second, allows for the other pistols to arrive in time.
He's waiting for a flash.
Mezzi's gonna just jump on through. He's got teammates around him, and those are frazzled Mongols players. MP9 unable to get the next
Not
one.
that
This
frazzled.
is Blitz with a big multi-kill
Grenade.
already. 3 frags to his name, but you've got Zywoo into the clutch. Player over towards the pillars trying to get his hands busy. Zywoo's got a chance. And where there's
Yeah,
a chance,
Zywoo's an
there's
animal,
a
dude.
clutch for
Get a lot of
Zywoo.
HP there.
He is the pillar of Vitality.
He's
Get a lot of
saved this,
HP there.
denied the second round conversion. The 1-on-2, look at this flash. It's absolutely beautiful.
Booing the
he
guy.
has to make up for that last map. MongolZ did to him what they did to Simple earlier on in the quarterfinal. He's coming into this final tied as the highest rated player ever in a major playoffs.
Which is just amazing. Hell of a time to
Oh my
pull it
God.
off.
But it won't mean anything without this win.
He jumped on him.
And certainly a lot less without his performance in this very final.
Exchange kills, top banana. That's going to send the MongolZ back. So many questions about Vitality on Inferno. Why did it start to go so wrong? And how do they stop this free fall, this abyss that is their current record on Inferno, specifically here in Austin? Utility's healthy still for the MongolZ, and they've also got a bunch of space going for them. Rops is looking to get into the action. AK's stuck into the fight, but it's Rops and ZywOo. What other duo would you want to try to hold back the Horde? 9-10, the last player up. They do a great job on this defense to just keep MongolZ at bay. No footing closer to that bomb site. No kill on the defense goes their way. And so that gut-wrenching feeling of knowing you went from winning pistol to being completely bottomed out economically now starts to sink in.
This used to be the map that was the one that MongolZ could rely on, and they didn't
ZywOo's
really
been carrying
have a
them.
map
I
pool
agree.
otherwise.
Rops
That
is
was
big
just a
too.
feature, not one that they picked, but one that they're happy to run into. A map that they took to round
Rops is
24
big.
the last time they played against
So is
Vitality.
Mezzy. Obviously, Apex is
Vitality,
IGL.
no, they won last
Must be
time.
doing something right.
I feel like within this series, there's been so many small mid-round
Should have Furry on
moments
screen,
where
everyone
either
started
team
booing?
is just kinda
Yeah, I don't think
taking
they realized
that
they're at a
ball
CS
to
event.
their enemy, and this last round's such a great example of it again. ZywOo off short, Rops up into the apartments.
No kill off that, but they run through the nades. They're going all the way.
They're going strong.
Oh,
They're trying
walking
to
in.
cut Vitality entirely off. This is the kind of decision that could actually have further ramifications. It is a massive hole inside of this B site.
Oh, the counter util's fantastic. Running back and committing to the run back and falling back on their utility. Doing everything well here, not a single death.
The MongolZ thought that the element of surprise was going to be enough for this fourth round. Instead,
What they needed was someone to start Hobbit. The triple need to take him out, and then they could run over the site, but no one was there. It was a solid call on the anti-eco setup
Yeah,
here
big
for
hold.
Vitality. Apex can be
Next
proud
round's
of his
really
teammates
important.
for where they use their utility from, how much space
Next
they
round
gave up.
is actually
but they knew
pretty
where to draw the
huge.
line.
Furries are usually chill people. Yeah, but CS fans aren't.
you will often find Vitality players floating
Also,
around in that
we
perfect
watched
place where the nades
we
did
watched
pop.
Rain for a fest together, okay? Don't
so
don't sit
ready
here
for
and,
something
and,
that
and
aggressive.
gaslight. Furries are actually pretty cool. Like their entire convention didn't
Here it
get
is.
banned from the
Mongols
entire
bottomed out. Desert Eagles
chain of
across the board.
hotels
The last
across
round
the
fell
West
so
Coast
flat. Why would you have
because
any
of how
belief in
fucking
this one?
degenerate they were during their own convention.
The one thing if Vitality were making mistakes, giving early fights, offering an opening to the Deagles, that has not been the case so far.
They're going to look to slow this one down to a crawl. When you see a buy like this, you want everybody to have enough time to work an angle, to take the fight that they're looking for. It's time to be greedy. You have a Deagle in play. You're trying to knock off a lot of health. Take
What
out a
happened to the
player,
Furry
knock
convention?
down
There's a
5K.
internet historian video on it called Rain
From the
Fur Fest,
scoreboard.
the disaster of. You can go
Don't
look it
have
up.
the util. Go forward with any kind of exact, but you know what? They're actually crawling up quite quickly.
Again, trying to play with timing, but just the contrast.
They were arrested for
much
doing
slower this
drugs.
time around. I was going to catch
And,
the kill towards the A site. That's the
Doing
backup plan. The
hundreds of
Mongols going
thousands of
south.
dollars in damage to the hotel
And
property.
if the Vitality players aren't giving you a thread to pull on, then try to get tricky. That's what we see here with this blitz boost. Senzu loves to test these smokes, and he's looking to do it again. And
Oh,
to catch them.
what a shot.
Mezzy on the recovery. He had a multi-kill last round when they played it fast, but look at the radar. Look how far away they are.
He peeled back immediately.
Mezzy, that is what they needed. A lineup on players that didn't have armor.
So they
It's
did
made
save
that
here,
much
which is
easier
interesting.
for
No
Mezzy,
bomb.
but it's just
Might get caught out. It's the plant
fast
save.
move
Plant
that
grill.
could have,
No, he's
could
going
have,
all the way
maybe
back.
should have broken
Really?
down this defense. Techno's been a hell of a clutch, but with 3 players, I don't
You
think
thought they
so.
were a lot
Majority
closer.
Stand tall for
I'm
Vitality.
surprised you didn't just go for the plant.
4-1 lead.
I feel like
early
the plant would have been fine.
ZywOo gets him back into this game. They run with it from there. Protocols are
Talking
looking
about taken
sound.
by the Mongols, I
They
assume?
must have taken time to talk about their Inferno. The
Eagle
first
skin is
loss
nice.
was
Yeah, it
versus
looks pretty mint.
Legacy. That was some time ago. The Mouse loss must have been startling after that because it wasn't a close game. It was one-sided, and that's just not what we've seen from what is the strongest
the furry
map in
convention
their
was
pool,
so
or
bad
but now
they
it's become
literally
their
were
most
banned
studied
from
map.
like
Now
not
it's
only like
become the most
the
predictable
Hilton,
one to come
but
into
the
a veto.
Hilton then
That's what
contacted
Mongols tried to
other
lean into.
hotels and said, "Yo, never host
Vitality
these
looked like
guys."
they may have taken
They were
it back
never
to the
allowed to
level
do
that it was
another
at before they
like
came to this
furry
major.
convention, and like the
better
entire
time to do it than now.
coast of fucking Washington State for the amount of
Apex, the captain of
atrocities
this team,
that
man.
they committed during their one weekend event.
Looking for 3 majors across 2 games. And while other players have made role swaps,
You want beast mode?
None as ambitious as trying to become
Yeah,
the world
they went
best
dumb fuck is
IGL,
what they did.
and then actually create arguments for it.
Fast move towards Banana. Techno has got his pocket. Gets burned out of this though. At least he finds Sanctuary within that smoke, but he is just zoned at the moment. Lucky to still be standing. Apex gonna hunt him down within
Apex
that one.
finds him there on that one.
To
So
the
this is the buy round here for the
Again,
Mongols.
there's been a lot of, I think, early support systems for Vitality at this B site.
Yeah.
But they're trying to find an improvement as to how to get back into their old Inferno
That's why I hate
ways.
Inferno, dude.
Maybe this
You just sit in
full
Banana
site
and just
really
get
is the key,
fucking
'cause so far,
bombed,
so good.
bro.
They've got Mongols walk back, wounded yet again.
Their utility just looks so fresh right now. Everything is hitting exactly
Just
where
3
it needs to
minutes
be.
of
You
fucking
can see
taking
the health
artillery
bars
fire.
for the Mongols. The first
Like
kill
you're in
that
the
comes out.
trenches of World War
Techno
II.
tries to push through smoke because Flames uses all of his ammo.
Granada!
It's just a bait. Apex is
Boom,
watching
boom,
that.
boom,
He's very
boom,
careful
boom.
before he hits
Get
that reload
down!
button
It's like an entire
to make
45
sure
seconds. Every round is
Flamesy
like this.
Gets his bullets back in his gun.
Fucking crazy, bro. And it's like, okay, finally now we can push. Meanwhile, they still have full utility on CT side.
In the absence of any follow-up down
Let's
Banana,
go,
we do get the
Mongols.
Mongols who look damn adamant about trying this one again. Still, little bits of utility to come out for Vitality.
World War One. Well, World War One was the
They've kept the coffers
the
well
horse
stocked for
meta.
this.
We talked about
Challenge
that.
Through the smoke goes down flat as hell. Flamesy looking for temporary cover. as
Okay.
Apex is here to
Wow,
relieve the
Apex.
blow.
Pristine.
Just absolute.
Guys, I don't think
excellent
B is working
site
out.
Defense.
Get
I
excited,
think B
Apex,
is closed,
because that is
guys.
Dream level play here from
B
your
is
team.
low-key closed.
Everything in position, everyone covering each other. Flash is not having the impact they're looking for.
Horseman in World War One, only the
They're
first
trying
ba-
to get
first
ahead of
patch?
these flashbangs. There's even strats where you're designed to take an
That's true. The early access version
through
of
it.
World War
You can
One was
see
a little
Flames
scuffed,
catch
right?
the
Like
tail
everything
enemies,
was kind of
but
like
before he does, he's in an active
like very
defense.
nerfed. Like the
He's
devs
not
didn't like
tucked back
slow
waiting for
roll
his
like
teammate
a
to
bigger
take all
patch
the
till later
aggro for him.
when the World War One was like full release, right?
I love that fountain position.
It's the reaction of a man who's starting to believe. Very awkward for Flamesy, but I'll just say the fact he gets away with that.
They're putting 3 on B now, dude. I mean, to be fair, 3 on B
Another
has been
testament to
pretty
the strong utility. Remember
actual
the last
meta
time that Mongols tried to hit
that
up
we've
this
seen
A
this
site,
tournament.
It was that Zywoo short side
That's nothing new.
defense.
They anchor
that
one,
just
but they'll
pushed
put
forward and
3
attacked
if they
the
think
right
it's a hit
time.
early.
Again, they're trying to change it up. Great kill from MZ.
This is good. This is a good run out.
That's the whole site.
That's what they needed, right? The first instance.
That was
of
a really good
X-Factor
site take.
that comes out from the attack.
That's
Boost?
The way in.
You
This
can boost over top of the smoke, and you can still cast them off guard. They do exactly that with the fading bullets of that magazine. Messi
Wow.
connects onto Techno, and the
That was a good
910
boost.
slides down into the site, but he still doesn't even have a kill.
The best upgrade he can find is a Tech 9. We're talking about a Molly and an Mzinho.
M4 for the player over in pit.
That one buys him some time towards short, but Mzinho, he's going to have to do so much here.
Trying to go for the reposition, trying to find that timing. They hear the feet burning. No way!
Wow.
This young gun steps up immensely. Apex will try to find the exits. The Mongols
knife
needed
out.
an answer.
Knife out.
And by God, we found it.
Give it up for Mzinho. Both entries with a Tech 9 out of Halls. Versus who? Rops and Zywoo of all people.
Wow. Yeah, this walkout into like converting these 2 kills.
Then the lineup.
Mzinho kind of carried. He carried Inferno last time they played too, so it's like he can't be the only one putting in work, you know? I read off the stat sheets earlier where
So
Mzinho
there's the
had like
sign of
double the
life.
kills of anyone else in his team.
There's that half.
That's not enough for them to win this map. Like
In a situation
9-10
where
needs to
Senzu and
step up.
9-10, the two
Senzu
players
definitely
that
needs to
were
step up,
finally having their
or it's going to be a
best
GG.
playoffs in history
Unironically.
are currently dropping the ball, 1 kill between them.
Like, Zywoo hasn't even
Zeno
started
gives
to pop
you a
off
little
yet.
X factor to try to work with.
And now the utility's starting to work back in the other direction.
They've taken some
It's
hits here
winnable,
even
but they
on
have
this
to like
round,
put
but
in work, you know.
went a little bit better for the T side.
They won that round from
chess
good
is you have to
strategy
wait
too. They
for your
surprised.
opponent to go before
They
you can go
surprised
within,
Vitality, but I think they
Blitz in
only
this
surprised
fluid game of
Vitality
Counter-Strike,
because 5 rounds
he
in a
can
fucking
create
row
an
they went B,
explosive game
and then
of
the one
Counter-Strike
round where they showed somebody on B,
at
they
any pace he
waterfalled
wants.
out of apartments and got
That's
2
what
kills
Vitality called
in the air with a Tech
the
9.
Mongols before
Okay,
this match
it's not
took
like
place.
a clean take. That's a very like.
They have to be ready on all
I'm not gonna
fronts.
say
You see that
lucky,
early hall
but you don't
smoke.
normally walk out of apartments with a Tech 9 and get 2 kills on the
Control
Inferno
throughout
A
the
site,
series
right?
has been pretty good
And
for the
following up,
Mongols. They paid inside a middle for Dust 2. but they
Mizzino
never
got 2
stopped
more
trying to take
kills
it.
as they're walking out for the retake. I mean, it was kind of given to you at that point,
overall
and it was a 2 versus 4,
owned it on Mirage.
essentially.
This is a
So they're gonna
change-up
have
in
to
the
have a
A
bit more of convincing
in
takes here.
anticipation of another attempt to take down this bomb
So
site.
we'll see what they do.
Mezzi's going to get flashed in, and he will drop the ball. There was no answer back.
That's
Rops
good.
leans further away from
But
his
3 on A is already there, set up for it.
Over towards the arch side, turns just in time. What a pick! Gets a second chance. Blitz
Okay.
cracks it open from the
Okay,
arch
good.
side. And we're going to go 2 versus 2
This
with
is
the B-side
doable.
defenders halfway here.
No smokes.
Flamesy still playing around on arch.
Apex still
In
has
the time it'll
utility.
take Apex to get into
They have
play,
1
Flamesy
flash.
takes a glance over towards the
Senzu
front
and
of brackets.
9-10. It's on you guys.
This is a big. Oh, he runs
It's
back.
100% on you
Still with
guys.
0 kills. Gets a flash of the presence over towards the library. Apex just dancing with the devil. 9-10 wounded down to 32. Flamesy getting ever closer. Apex getting away with a robbery. Senzu from the back aside. Leading by example.
A little bit of a choke there. A little bit of a choke by
Baited that
9-10.
shot out from the library.
Can't be missing those, dude.
Single miss to follow.
I mean, the
9-10
readjustment
had
there
his
was a
best
little too
chance
much
on
as
that
well,
last
no?
shot and
Why are
couldn't
we
put it
not playing
together.
Pit in that situation?
Too much pressure from Apex.
I feel like Pit was the move and not double on site. Maybe they got scared thinking they were already rotating on a B site up middle. I think they would have seen somebody mid, but playing site there was a little
How many times is 9-10 gonna not shoot Apex?
That was the chance. Can't say he didn't put himself in a good spot.
Phenomenal.
Incredible shooting from the captain. Mongols.
Yeah, Apex definitely popped off, but also like we
running
can't be
through these
missing
timeouts.
those. If he had played Pit,
Saf is certainly
it would
not
have forced
over,
like
but at this
Apex to,
pace,
I don't know, maybe get swung on.
You can't drop those 2v2s when you have the sight.
No, you cannot. They're around to lose. Probably one of the most important rounds this half, maybe. We'll see. They still have a bye round, so if they win this round, maybe not, but they really should have won that last round.
The final map of the season.
What a treat.
True.
Look at this B defense.
Granada!
Vitality's starting to feel a little confident with this consecutive A pressure that's been coming out.
I swear the
Need
problem
more
with them
ammo!
playing against them, they're so hard to condition. Something can work 3-4
The Inferno
times in a
B
row,
experience.
they'll still try to go for it.
I was thinking to myself, maybe they
Props
think
for the pick on
Mongols have
Mazzino.
less than they
They're
do.
trying to lurk out of Alt A.
Trying to get aggressive like that.
They're really focused in on A. They put a lot into that single Molotov that came down.
Pretty very strong start here from Vitality, getting that early pick on the Mazzino.
For a series that's had a lot of pokes.
Let me tap into the mics, guys. Let me take over the Mongolian comms so I can give him some tips here,
This
okay?
round, I mean, that is an opening gambit that pays off into alt.
Put me on the mic. I got this. Coach him
He's the
through
guy
here.
you can leave alone in B. Every team he's ever played on, he's played Banana, oftentimes by himself. He's very good.
Vitality's just so good with
Shoulder
timings,
spotting,
man.
not dying to ops, making sure to
They
use
throw
his
their
utility
grenades
perfectly.
at very
So good at
specific
getting those
times,
one-ways
right?
off back in CS:GO.
If you watch the clock,
Someone so
it's
young,
always
won so
at very
much.
particular times.
And after this map,
That's
if
why
he
it always
wins,
seems like they're predicting them.
we'll grab that chip.
There's a Molotov.
Not
Out
something
there
you want
push.
to think
Mezzi
about,
swings
but
out.
Slides out when he has
It's
to,
looking
gives
real
himself
rough
a flash
already.
to do it again. And Senzu's able to dodge that flash.
Don't
The
go
trade
connector.
is good.
Do
If
not go
a little
connector, whatever you
delayed,
do.
We're going to have pressure on this site again.
Do not go
You've got
connector.
Apex within it. You've got Rops over towards the pit. And the support towards spawn. In the off chance that they try to take
Okay,
it into
good.
CT would have been one thing. Apex going to have to go massive again. And he's getting in with the damage of fast reposition.
Wow, he
No,
actually got that.
He's tapping into something integral.
Wow.
He's brutalizing them. He's playing like the champion that he is.
That's crazy.
Versus every generation's IGLs in this game, he's played against them all. When they played against Na'Vi, Rob said he was more nervous to play against Na'Vi because they weren't used to it. Apex said, I know how to play against Blade's teams.
Damn.
He can tap into that history. He's the one who won't get nervous.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mongo's looking a little
Konak's
bit distraught.
fallen, Kerrigan, Glaive, he has seen it all.
They're just playing so defaulty, and Vitality's being aggressive on CT side. Not so much with pushes, but how they approach their, like, they're not letting them take too much ground. Like, every inch of ground they fight for.
Tons of utility pressure yet again as the Mongols limp towards this banana.
Like, every round they're taking 100 damage before they even see anybody. Unironically. Like, every round, Vitality's doing, like, almost 100 damage. What is this?
They don't know.
This is really awkward.
But he is barely standing.
With their grenades, mollies.
His timing could be to a T.
They won't know about this.
Turned.
That was weird.
Unsure about the boost. It's a fast recovery from Flamesy, but there's still an open gate. Blitz has got the bomb out middle, waiting for this kind of a peak.
ZywOo getting a little too aggressive there.
Again from the same position as last round.
Messi backing off.
Leaves.
Okay, what do we do here? We have an entire minute, so different options. But Robs, wow, smart.
And Mezzi's got the gap. Whoa, he's not able to collect the kill. But that does give Flamesy a chance back towards site, and already a good smoke to work in front of.
You guys know that they're both on site. You heard the M4 and the AK.
Play for the bracket side. They don't know. They don't know where exactly.
Wait, what is Mezzi doing?
Stand.
Oh, that smoke.
That is going to leave a massive gap on top of the route that Flamesy's already created for himself, but he opts to go around the barrels. And that is already Senzu locked in. You've got half health of the two players. You've got Mezzi trying to tap back into
Realizing the smoke is crazy, but he's going to get timing, yeah. All right. Good stuff.
Again, at the very least, it's a 3-round
Good stuff turning around on this one.
Honest Days work on that round to get up to the top of Banana, take over control, get back to mid.
Needed it for sure.
All the way down to the 3v3.
Now,
every moment is a way back
here's the thing.
for Vitality. They're there watching and trying to guard these
3-9 wouldn't even be that bad,
cross-side,
actually.
Mezzi doesn't finish off his
I know
meal,
it sounds like a copium take. Obviously, 5-7 would be better. But I'm not even going to be upset at a 3-9. I feel like a CT side Mongolian stop is possible. Timeout taken by Vitality. It'll be difficult
from Vitality,
but if they win the pistol and they go into, you know, if they win pistol, that's already 2, right? Hopefully, but they've been terrible at converting. I mean, really anything goes.
So while that B site looks under lock and key,
Next 2 rounds are winnable but difficult. Yes.
There is
They've had a very difficult time so far.
Defense.
Yeah, they found a gap. And they're really successful at taking brackets.
Very difficult time so far, but
doable. On B. I mean, counting up this utility damage, it's gone swimmingly this entire half, but almost every single time they find a way to get their trades or get up mid. It's only that one anti-eco that got crushed.
Ooh, fire beneath him. He's gonna get some of the util out. While they've taken over bracket, we've had Vitality attack it into ult. We've had Mezzi maybe get a little too repetitive from that corner. But repetition will cause hesitation.
5-7 would be ideal, agree. 3-9 isn't the end of the world, but 5-7 would definitely be ideal.
Before the follow through comes out, because you've said it, brackets looks good for the Mongols. They have taken it over entirely yet again with a minute on this clock.
They've got an interesting defense. I mean, they're on the perimeter. They're stopping what could be a B play. It feels like that Apex is worried about a split coming this direction, but it's not. It's going to be a full wrap. ZywOo might get full contact, but on a sliver angle, he'll actually try to rotate around. Now it's on Mezzi once again. Rob's in the mini pit to support him.
ZywOo, Hail Mary. Robs head down in the little pit for now. Mzinho about to emerge out from the apartments, and Robs is going to be standing down beneath him. Mezzi looking like a shell of himself, but first it's back turn.
Okay.
There's Mzinho with the drop and no scope, but a ZywOo.
The 2 trades, 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3.
Going gut shot to gut shot back in front.
9-10, it's a no scope. Bomb is down. 9-10.
2v2. 11 health.
Drops the op. You have low health. Might as well keep it.
A chance to reload that op.
Mzinho doesn't know where the rest is. If he can get one more kill here. Oh no, terrible for Mzinho.
So now with 11 HP, he is going to have to pull this out from the same place. Apex found his impact.
Oh gosh.
Fantastic flash. No chance this time. Vitality take 8.
The flank round was so
perfect. Man, I feel like Mzinho should have gone to apartments there on that lurk.
From Mzinho, he missed the one moment. Like ships in the night. Apex got up into Boiler. That was the moment where 9-10's disarmed to the site. He gets flanked from behind it. That's the shot that ZywOo hit.
Yeah.
It's not the only one
like
that
right here.
through smoke.
being there is really awkward.
But it's sure as hell the one he needed. And I mean, this map is going to be a statement
If he got
for
one
Apex
kill
if he is
there,
able to keep up
I
this
feel like
ability.
9-10 clutches it. I don't know.
Again, the CTs were close by, but as soon as Mongols had them on
Pikmin?
the outside of that smoke,
The purple Pikmin?
library out in CT.
You are fucking insane! I don't know the way to say it. I want this major up with you boys! Let's go! Let's go, boys! Fucking get it, boys.
You can hear the ecstasy. It's a party over there for Vitality, keeping the energy up, and look at Apex go, 15-4.
Chance and Banana steps up to the test.
Apex.
A little bit delayed to put the smoke down.
Yeah, unlucky. I mean,
so the recovery for the Mongols, again, just
I think he was waiting for the
side of
spread.
these smokes, getting away with something, trying to head back towards middle.
I'd love to see the head-to-head between Mzinho and the A players, whoever it is. Rops, Zaiwu, he's getting out there.
Oh God, roll this into momentum. Zaiwu floating around Robs. This position gets spammed, and he's gonna get dinked in the process. Yeah, it's not nearly as comfortable. Rob's still able to get the double. And with the smoke in front, Mezzi opens. Bomb plant in the middle, and 9-10 has to cover. There's a good amount of health now this time. He only has 2 kills on this third map. 9-10's performance is betraying him. The stars of the Mongols that got them here have bottomed out. It is now or never. 9-10 unable. And Vitality, there's their 9.
4-8 would have been better. 5-7 would be the best.
6 rounds
3-9, not the worst.
On the line.
Winnable. They're gonna have to win pistol round. This is gonna be this is gonna be the most important pistol round of their entire year. Played it 1 round at a time. Anything is possible. Okay. True. Let's go, Mongols. Fight for Asia. Save a nade. Flash a cowboy. Look, we found your phone. I love Brazil woman. I mean CS. What is that guy doing? He looks like an infected. Feels like MongolZ is doing everything in their power to make sure they're exposed to 2 separate angles. What was that? 2. Yeah, I mean, when they don't have info like that, they're playing against like all possibilities, right? You could swing me boiler. You could swing me arch side. You could swing me library. But no one thinks about apps, I guess. Let's say Zaiwu over Donk. Some crowd shots. Mento's so chalked, they need this half to reset and literally play perfect these next 5 rounds to tie it. True. Apex eats baguettes the long way. That sign's upside down. Let's go. Spirit, Furia, FaZe, Mongol. Tyloo sign. Asian CS. Wow, look at this. It's morning time for them, guys. It's like the sun is coming up. Wow. Cool. Very cool. Where's that? Mongolia? Yep. That's in Mongolia.
And so it's a marked improvement out of the Vitality camp, but it is still in the back of their minds, the beast that they have to overcome. Knowing Inferno is where they have failed in Austin. If Vitality want to grab that crown jewel, they need to close this game, and they've got to do it against this crowd Austin, the final half of your major begins.
You guys have done just as well as the players to make this feel
Chicken.
amazing, maybe even better. Now Mongols look for a pistol to give themselves a fair shot at the comeback. That's what Blitz is hoping for. A chance to call rifle rounds, to show that they can match what Legacy and what MongolZ did to Vitality already at this event. A map that they have gone the distance on versus Vitality.
First and foremost, smoked off of brackets.
All right, side switch.
To the Mongols T side.
Mongols on CT side, Vitality on T side.
Blitz taking early damage. Might not bode
Zeno
well,
with the
but
first
you've got
pick.
Emilio, and he's only
It's
gonna
burnt
find
down
a
by
single
Mezzi.
kill.
Mezzi with
9-10
two,
on next,
3
clean
picks.
sweep of the site. Again,
Walking
it
into
is Mezzi
sight.
to step up.
Oh, they absolutely ran through that. Mezzi 16 and 8 off this 3K. 2 players left alive here for the Mongols.
Senzu takes a look towards Pit, and they will cut the
Senzu
head
gets
off
one.
this snake.
They're gonna have to
Vitality.
What
burn
else
if
can they
win
do?
This, man, winning a 2v4 retake on
What
the A
can
side
they
is
do?
unheard of.
Nobody slithering here for Vitality. They just lock into their corners. They allow the retake to come to them. Senzu gets another. Zyru's gonna close it.
Cross was
It may
too
have been
hard.
opened up by Mezzi, but it's Vitality stars to shut it down. Double digits in an instant.
They picked great spots.
Yep.
Mezzi came through, a player we've
Yeah,
been
their cross
talking
was pretty
about
sick
in
there.
highlight moments more than we ever have in his career. Somebody who, in his initiation to Vitality, was just their 5th best player. Just a guy who seemed like a great presence, who was decent at anchoring, but struggled to find that chemistry when Spinks was on the team. Now he has
Anti-eco
really
from
blossomed.
Mongols here.
He takes control. He wins rounds by himself. He pulls out clutches, and we can see what he does with the pistols.
Gonna try to get aggressive through that smoke.
Wow.
Blitz actually gets killed
Headshot
on
by
the
Mezzi.
fallback. This is Vitality with 2 MAC-10s, and this could be a quick one. MP9 into the apartments.
Zywu
Just straight
walks
up
in.
Taken down by Zywu. And what a beautiful moment this could be for the formula of Vitality, because we haven't had to say his name too often. 8 frags on this 3rd map as he watches his teammates move past him.
Yeah,
Taking over
Zywu was not
versus the
even doing
Mongols.
anything.
They now sit pretty in a 5v3.
That's what I mean.
And Vitality,
We have this
with a
conversation
wealth
of
experience,
Zywu,
know
best
how to
player in the
avoid
world.
these sorts of
Zywu, the
mistakes.
greatest. They're
Mongols
winning
may be a
without
young
even
team, but
Zywu being
Vitality
here.
made moves to make
That's
their
the
team
reality
younger
of playing
too,
on the
and
best
that was
team
a
in the
risk at
world.
time.
It's sure you could
A
have
risk that has
Zywu
certainly
moments.
paid off.
You can have Zywu top fragging. Zywu is able to play the
Players that
game,
you
and
can
they're winning the
trust in any
finals without him.
circumstances.
Right? That's not like Spirit, where Donk needs to hard carry or they lose.
Looking for a chip to
No
finish
matter
their
what
season.
happens.
I'm sure it would almost feel like if they didn't win this, nothing mattered at all. But with this run, Vitality, this could be the best in 6 years that we've seen
This
from
shows
any
that
rosters.
it's not a one-man team. No, not saying that Zywu isn't great. Do you think you can
just
bottom
how safe
frag
they
and
are
still play phenomenally?
Escorting Robs to get that bomb over towards B.
Me when I cope.
It's the beauty of the change that Valve gave us by putting this event at the end of the season. Everybody plays
Contextually,
towards the
there's
major.
important rounds, yes.
And while
For
Vitality
example, you
have
win
blown
a
our
clutch
minds
and your
with their
bottom frag,
consistency and results
or you're an
throughout this
entry
season,
and
we have
every kill has
slowly
resulted in
started
your
to
team
see them
converting the
look more
round,
human
yes.
The closer they got
But
to this final hurdle.
in this situation, Zywu was CT side,
It
right?
is poetic
But his
that
team did a
Inferno's
lot of work.
represents.
Yes,
A lot of work to get 10 on the board.
And Rops will be forever remembered
So unfortunately,
as
the
the
save.
difference.
They took sight.
Before Vitality,
Not
everybody
surprising.
knew he was that thoroughbred star
Vitality goes
role
prime
player,
Tom Brady
made
Patriots.
space on maps, didn't need extra help when he anchored.
I'd say that'd be
but
Astralis.
It never became so clear.
Prime Astralis would have
Since
been
he joined this
prime
team.
Tom Brady Patriots.
How quickly they took off.
Because Dupree is like the Tom Brady of
The anchor
of
you cannot
CS.
replace.
And everyone's going to come out and say, no, that was
for
an
the
IP.
Mongols, we'll find
They
out
won
now if the
86
lights are too
games
bright.
when CS wasn't even a real game yet. I'm being facetious.
One map in the series.
But CS
But
was
then they
definitely
saw
very
the
peak
finish
when
line.
Astralis was winning. And
And
who's Eli
ironically,
Manning?
That's when it gets the
Your
farthest
mom.
away.
The 1v2 on the round
timeout
2
called
after
by
losing
Mara.
pistol round was pretty massive though from Zai. That's true. Onto that onto site, yeah,
For the
where he
first
got
time
2
ever
picks.
When they were whooping Vitality,
Yeah,
we started
but
to
that's
see
one round,
Senzu
right?
Smile. We started to see emotions break through for the Mongols.
Like that's pretty
Something
common
that
for
somehow, some
somebody
way,
to win
through
one
trials and
round.
tribulation, they
You
have
know,
always kept to themselves.
it's like being like Mezzi won a round in Mirage for them. or something, right? It's like
the youngest ever team to make
what do you
it
say
to a
there?
major finals.
Oh, man.
It's about consistency, right? Being the top player on the best team
from so
consistently.
many different perspectives. They
I'm not saying that
so
Zaiwu
much
isn't
to be
good.
proud of,
He's obviously a
but when
very,
you're
very
this
good player.
close,
Better than I'll
you
ever
give
be.
yourself this much of a chance.
But it
You're
also
the biggest
shows
threat in
how
the grand
good
finals.
Vitality is as a team.
Take some
They
pressure
don't rely
Play
on
the
Zaiwu to
CS we
carry.
saw on map 1.
Oh, Zaiwu's not doing like
got
super
nothing
hot.
else to do
Oh,
today.
you
I saw
got
a crowd in
Robs.
the crowd
Robs
that
isn't
said
too hot.
CS has played
Oh, you got
one round at a
Mezzi.
time.
Mezzi's not doing too hot. You got
They've gotta
Flames.
dig into that
You got
mental
Apex,
space.
who's
Same
16
one
and 6.
that
They're
got them to
IGL.
this final.
16 and 6 in
Already
IGL
their best
is rough.
result this year.
Unfortunately, MongolZ are gonna have to pull it
Storms
together
his way
here.
through Banana, sends that frag grenade deep onto Senzu. He's gonna have to
You know,
deal
I
with the
just
chip
feel
damage
like
now.
their Inferno play so far has been very like not pubby, but just been so like you've seen it before. Their plays, yeah.
It takes the greatest teams in history a long time to learn
Let's
how to
see what
win.
happens
Look
here.
at Astralis.
Vitality's just walking in,
2024 was a year marked
cleans
by
up.
disappointment for Vitality.
Rotation here, but
And yet
smokes down
promise.
onto
The thought of
schools.
Mongols pulling this one out of the hat would have
Coffin.
been nothing shy of a Cinderella story. And Senzu
910 just
tries
sending
to tap
shots
into
to the
that fairy
smoke.
tale with the smoke
Senzu does
spam
get a
back
kill
site, at
on the
least
Apex.
A hope at holding off this B site. Bomb yet to be planted and
Smokes
smoke
are down
soon to
again.
fade. And there is more utility where that first one came from. If the Mongols want to take a swing at this, now feels like the time.
They could.
They're going to let Mzinho get into the flank first, and as he gets ever closer, he's going to make contact versus Zaiwu, who has the advantage of the Galil. Damage goes both directions, but the Mongols have to make a difficult decision. Do you try? Do you put your entire major on the line? Dreams wielded in this clutch attempt towards
No
B,
kit.
shut down by the best.
You're gonna leave. You have to leave.
Denied, and
Yeah, you had to
Vitality
leave
will
there.
secure themselves 9 championship points.
You see the breath that Apex takes after this moment. Zaiwu's smile on his face. The two young players on the right enjoying this, contributing so much.
I'm out.
The
I'm out.
fantasy season. Vitality might be able to complete it here and now in front of this crowd.
No?
Something that we didn't
No
think
Chios
was
left,
possible
maybe?
in CS2.
Maybe that was the
To
last
put
time
on
out they
an
just
era.
used. They might have already used it. Well, here we go.
Ooh, fire beneath him.
Okay, weird.
Gonna give him a little
1G.
lifeline. Flamesy actually kills Blitz in the process. That one goes down towards middle, so a successful endeavor out from the Mongols on B. Every round they play from here on out will be without the score in mind. Counter-Strike is played round by round, kill by kill, click by click. And with 910 finding a couple more kills,
That was good.
these rifles
Good stop.
that they have barely found in their hands could damn well extend
that was
play.
weird.
Flamesy, birthday boy.
OT, they're chanting.
What's a 9-round comeback?
Okay. I mean, I'd love to see a
doesn't see the way
9-round
back in.
comeback. But I'd also love for $1 million to hit my bank deposit. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those things where, what is the reality of that actually happening? I spent 1.6K in a seat. I chant OT2. Fair. Spent 1.6K to sit in a chair. Spent another 1.6K on beer.
Everything feels like it's almost secure.
Have you tried to open that
One
OF?
final round win here
Relax.
for Vitality.
Sell your PC 1 mil.
Knowing Apex and his swagger and the way he came through that floor with a middle finger and a phone in hand.
Yeah, he's done this before. That's what that says to me.
But he made a mistake this round.
What's going on here?
He offers up that opening kill. 910 will seize the day.
Okay.
That's one down.
Let me restart this. I don't know what's going on.
8 to go.
Was some lag there or
Vitality
something?
immediately into a timeout. Mara will get a second and a final chance to speak here.
Apex has a number of jobs. Keep his team steady emotionally, to come through with a good game plan, to make sure everybody is playing their roles right. But most importantly, to continue to play to win. 9-10 looks shaken in the first half of this game. Started 0-7, 0-8. Gets this famous 2K. Maybe he gets back online. Maybe it's too late. Like you said, you have to learn how to win.
You got to learn how to dig yourself out of the depths. 9-10 and Senzu don't want to wake up and look at themselves in the mirror tomorrow and remember this map 3, not with the ratings they currently have secured. You got to play to win if you want it. And you can see Blitz doing exactly that with this quick little look down mid, but nothing over towards ult for him to pull on. They peel it back. So that's what they're looking for, but Mezzi's got the fast answer. And how many more times is Mezzi going to be the key to overwhelming sights?
I don't think anyone's overtaking him right now. 19-10 still going. Aging like wine in this match. Can't decide what's the utility to use here at the top of Banana.
You've got the Mongols split in a minute. You've got their backs against the ropes.
9-10. Up to the plate, whether he knows it or not.
Sits here with a flash and incendiary for Mzinho. Mzinho's gonna try to go for the peak, and he's gonna collect himself 2 kills.
Nice.
Good thing he didn't have a nade out. Good thing the Mongols aren't done yet. Round by round, piece by piece.
Okay. One round at a time, right?
1 foot in front of the other. Fantastic plays here. Great trade back from Mezzi, but a straight transfer into another. Beautifully done, full control of the brackets. 7 rounds to go.
And you can see that Mongols tethering going down so nicely, ready to respond to the action.
They're buying 9-10 time. He gets on the op now.
Nice pick by 9-10.
For him.
Remember where he was, folks. 4 kills, 16 deaths for 9-10 at the start of this one. That op is online. But the answer's already coming through. Flamesy, that's a couple of kills. That is a vacant A-bomb site, but obviously at the moment they don't know it. And 9-10 was floating around here, so they're thinking he's not too far off. It would be an absolute tragedy for this to be the round that slips through their hands.
They want to fully avoid this. Rops looking for an upgrade, it feels like.
Flamesy has an AK, Rops also has an AK.
There's no world where he goes beyond these 2 kills.
They know he's around here.
That M4 over towards the library. Rops soon to jump down into the site. Flamesy given a chance.
Wow.
That is a trio of frags. He is trying to take over the server on his day. 9-10 into the bomb site, missed shot. And now we're talking about a post plan with an incredibly clutch player still alive.
This could be it.
Helping hands offered over by Rops.
Not with your grenade out like that, bro.
Flamesy.
Oh, that's fucking
Tekto
terrible.
approaching 100 HP, all the weight of the world on his shoulders.
So much clutch in his coffers, we know it. But Vitality, give him the space, and nobody's gonna swing just yet. They take their time. Sweet time. Tekto into the 2.
Wow.
But he doesn't find bomb immediately. Lucky he's got the kit. Luckily, he's got the clutch.
Ice cold.
Always.
From Mirage to here.
Wow.
When you anchor, it's your responsibility to put up rounds like those. And we've seen Tekto have his bad days. But right now, he's looking like Magic's in Shanghai with these moments. 6 rounds to go.
Nine-10 showed you promise at the start of that. 9-10 had you believing, but he also missed a critical shot that could have cost them this game.
Let's
Will
go, Mongols.
Vitality think about the fact that they gave that away so close to the trophy? Is this one more chance that 9-10 needed? Or will it rest on a miss? Rops goes down inside of the halls.
No easy feat killing Rops inside the apartments. But what we haven't seen is this B site truly tested. So they start to lean over. Tekto stepping into the front of the site, but as he goes down, Senzu gives up his position with the trajectory of that nade. And he thinks about it. But he's at the very least allowed one to cross over. That is Mezzi with footing on site. That is the bomb to follow suit.
2 CT still on the A site. They don't believe this just yet. Smoke will go down and so will the plant.
Zywoo's gonna plant it.
Flamesy takes a lot of damage.
Vitality no longer.
Yeah, they have like no health, man.
3 rounds down. It was 6
They've been just
to
been getting
go.
like sprayed the entire
And it is
time.
all hands on deck for the Mongols.
Any
It
boosts?
is only flashbangs for this retake.
Oh wow, Flamesy.
Flamesy right back into the kill feed. It is another triple from the young star of Vitality. Zywoo's gonna lean back into the site. Mezzi awaiting. Now he sees the barrel. He's got himself the kill. And so 1 frag out. 9-10 from the bottom of the scoreboards will be haunted by this performance unless, and it is not to be.
Wow, GG's.
So it is the beast.
GG's.
Today is the day of Vitality.
They make it happen. They complete the season. They get a chip for everyone. After all their wins and successes, the pressure mounted so high that this was must win. Another BO3 in a row. Apex,
What's he doing?
another championship. But the one that mattered the most. Everything else pales in comparison to a win here in Austin. And they didn't flub it at the final hurdle. A fantastic attempt from the Mongols in trying to stop this from happening after map 1. You could see they might have been scared, but this isn't the first time they've been tested. And they've been battle hardened and survived it all. Another test passed. And a well-deserved break after this match, because Vitality have won this season.
It's all in a damn near flawless form. Poetic ending on Inferno. And there is no denying that in the anatomy of Vitality, Apex and greatness are only one Bonaparte.
GG's Vitality.
You have to respect him.
Another
because
major
this man
secured.
is a leader of men. Dan Matisklaev has sharpened the deadliest Counter-Strike weapon we have ever seen. Zywoo is extraordinary. And his evolution into the greatest of all time is truly underway. From the day he was born, this was his destiny. In Austin, they will seize their crown jewel. Your Blast Austin Major Champions, Team Vitality!
That's dope. Wow. It is certainly the Vitality era, man. Can't really deny it at this point. You cannot deny it. Oh, my stream.
Those chants have finally turned. Dan, from Cluj to Paris, now in Austin, your third major victory. What does it mean to you to do it here in Austin and to turn all these people's hearts now in your favor?
That was an amazing journey to play here. I love being the villain. I love that you wanted to fuck me, actually. But yeah, we worked so hard all together, and I'm so happy that we managed to come back after this terrible first map. But that's what we said to each other, like, this year it already happened.
that in the grand final we lost the first
going
map
on?
and we knew we could come back. And on the last two maps there were no game. We were just a
Is it
better
stream
team and-
effing? Is it me? Maybe it's me.
To getting those comebacks, sometimes losing but having to be back. We can listen to snippets of you talking to your team so often. Can you tell me something about how you have grown as a leader over these years? Because it really does seem like you are their captain at every moment of the day.
Well, I think overall, of course, I manage better my emotions. It had to be important because I'm a really emotional person. And I think that in big tournaments, I'm trying to be the best captain I can, not only IGL. And yeah, I think this tournament I've never been tilted on my guys, even though we played bad. And also a lot of hard work. And I'm happy it worked out today on the team side, but on the individual, because on Inferno, I fucked them.
Never change, Dan. You said this one was for the haters, but I believe it is also for some of the guys on your team who wanted to win their first major, Robs who wanted to make up for those lost finals, of course. So what do you want to say about them?
Well, I'm sorry, Magis, but Robs is the best mover of all time. 7 trophies in 7 tournaments. Like, what else can you do? What else? Guys, you can see already the best team of 2025. There is no doubt. It's that. And all the Messi
Rob's a
doctors
beast,
as well.
bro. He's a beast.
Like, yes, last year, remove Messi. But look, we still win 7 trophies with him. And remove Apex, and yeah, fuck you guys.
Listen, I'm going to ask one more question. I don't know how many times you're going to say fuck you again, but let's see. Finally, you say it there. 2025 is the year of vitality, but it's been a long season already. Is there anyone you want to shout out in the organization at home that have made this all possible, because they are always behind you?
Yeah, all the support, like the French of all, first of all, like the Golden Hornets that are really always behind us. They are the best fans. Unfortunately, they couldn't come because that costs a lot of money for all of them. But everyone believing in us, believing in me and Vitality when things went wrong. And at least once again, for the 13th time of my career, I proved the haters wrong, and that's what I'm the most happy about. And yeah. And thank you to the owners as well. Neo, he's been also an important boss for us, always trying to solve problems. After Shanghai, we had a long call. He believed in me, and of course we had Robin, so he helps as well. And yeah, I'm just proud of everyone and really happy. And shout out to my girlfriend at home watching as well.
Thank you very much, Apex. Congratulations.
Yeah, and you know the celebration, did we got it there? Yeah, the celebration doesn't stop. Hello? Oh, there we go. Hey, the celebration's not done. I got the rest of the guys over here. Give it a round of applause for Team Vitality. Flames, happy birthday, bud. Hell of a birthday present.
That's a crazy birthday to have. Tonight's gonna be a good night.
Hey, can we give him a happy birthday one more time, Austin? There you go. But on your side, man, you done sweating for the day or what?
Yeah, it was tough. It's the final of the major.
Bald.
Yeah, thank you guys. I think they wanted that for 3 days at least.
They've been waiting for that. Anything else you want to say before we get out of here?
Thank you, of course. Thank you to the organization as well. They always believe in me. You brought me back, and I promised me this time to bring a major, and I did, so thank you to him.
Congratulations, X-Taz. Oh yeah, go on. Mr. Dan, please.
Yeah, one last thing, and the people you never see behind us, like the staff we have been amazing as well the last 7 months. Why we have a strong mentality, why we never give up, why we play fucking good CS as well, it's thanks to those guys. So props to our staff that are here, and I love you guys.
That's Dan Mattisclair. This is Team Vitality. Austin, give it up for your finalists, your champions. It's Vitality!
It's tough, man. They're a tough team to beat. A very, very tough team to beat, for sure.
It's Vitality's world, and we are simply just living in it. Their reign of terror is real. We're talking 7 grand finals, 7 trophies, and a punctuation mark of the major to be ending out their 2025 season. A practically unstained record throughout it, Jacob. an incredible masterclass from Vitality tonight.
We are witnessing history right now. We are witnessing arguably the best team to at least play Counter-Strike 2 ever, and I would even open the debate, you know, at some other point to have that discussion whether they're the best team to ever do it. The way they win, the way they come back, the way they mentally is always prepared on top of things, even after such a whitewash of a first map, it's truly, truly impressive to witness what Vitality not only have done tonight, which obviously is the crown, but throughout the entire season, Mountain, the best team, not even close, and a team that always finds a way to fight back.
In what is arguably the most competitive era we've ever had in Counter-Strike, the gap between Vitality and number 2, number 3, number 4, it is vast. They are so dominant. We just witnessed the best season in Counter-Strike. No 6-month stretch has ever looked this good, this dominant, 7 trophies, the major, unbelievable stuff.
We can see just how much it means to each and every single individual. I want to start the conversation with Robs, though, because we talked about it before. Twice the bridesmaid when we're talking about CS2 majors. He had to be wearing the silverware. Now he gets the gold with this new squad of Vitality.
It's a fantastic story for Robs. Obviously joining Vitality in the beginning, we had our doubts. You know, we thought that he was going to be a great signing, but no one could in their wildest imagination see this forthcoming. You know, to be arguably the best signing of all time. I think the only one that contests that would be Magisk back in the Astralis days, coming in with instant impact in Vitality and now finally getting to win another major. I saw a stat on Twitter, and I would love to give credit to whoever wrote it, but I didn't pay attention to the name. But there's been 33 S-tier events this so far in Counter-Strike 2. Robs has been in the final of 16 of those with FaZe and with Vitality. Every second grand final there's ever been in Counter-Strike 2, Robs has had his presence, and he's won 11 on those, by the way.
Arguably the most impactful rifler we've had of the last 3 years. What he's done with FaZe Clan, what he is now accomplishing with Vitality. He is definitely building the case for one of the greatest riflers of all time. I mean, to go back to back to back in major grand finals with FaZe Clan and now in the Vitality jersey, and to finally now capture one for CS2. It's been an unbelievable ride for Robs.
And he's given Vitality what we always wanted for Vitality to happen. Someone ZywOo could play with, someone who could help him out when there was dire moments. We speak about ZywOo obviously being the best player in the world, but he's finally got a playmate that consistently delivers time after time after time.
Of course, that is ZywOo's second major trophy, but we do have 2 first-timers on the squad, MongolZ and of course MongolZ, who joins us up here. Birthday boy, the crowd are already singing it to you.
I can't even hear you because the crowd is crazy. Thank you, boys!
Oh my gosh, tell me, is this the best birthday ever, MongolZ?
So far, it's probably the best day in my life.
So far.
You never know what's gonna happen next.
How did you beat this one?
Crazy. Maybe a kid and a major at the same day, I don't know. But, yeah, it's
Birthday
crazy.
and major win.
I woke up this morning and I felt quite good. And then we lost 13-5 and I was like, could be a tough birthday. But then I'm so happy I have such a great team and we made it, and it just feels great right now.
MongolZ, I feel like this tournament for you, I feel like sometimes the stars definitely take the limelight for Vitality, like Apex and ZywOo, of course. I mean, do you feel like when Apex is getting those chants at him all the time, does that serve as some kind of lightning rod or motivator for you guys when it feels like you're just battling the audience every single time?
Well, I think Apex is definitely the best leader I've played with and I've been with. The thing about how he goes and how he screams in the game and hypes us up, it's something that we all want to say, sort of, but we want to say it's good, guys, but no, it's not good, guys. Let's fucking step up and show we got. And he's doing it really well, and that's one of his best like skills in some sense. And every time we play and we have a tough match, and even though we might have like a good match and we run with it like we did now last map, he will keep screaming, keep shouting, guys, focus up, it's not over, it's not done, it's not done, it's not done. And then once in a few games, once in a few maps, he has a map that is full carrying us. Great.
I have one more question for you, just like on your individual journey. I mean, you've captured your first major trophy here. I mean, how is now the reflection on yourself? Like, what do you see as yourself as a player? I feel like we saw the turning point last year where you became a world top 10 player, and now you've got the major on top of it, plus the individual form. Like, do you consider yourself as an individual just in that elite tier?
I don't think so yet. I think that a lot of my success also last year, this year, is coming from the team, because I have, it's good to have an IGL that was an entry before. It sort of gets how I want to do stuff. And obviously, having Zai, like there is a lot of opportunities that come from the teammates, and I think that makes me very able to play my game in some sense. But I wouldn't say that. I need a few more years to say that.
Flamesy, you obviously joined this lineup after the Paris Major.
What was that guy doing?
Back then was a big surprise.
What
Did
the
you,
fuck?
in your wildest imagination, even dreaming about coming to this spot, you know, let alone winning a major, but doing it, winning 7 tournaments in a row, you know, being the most dominant team ever to exist in Counter-Strike? Was that ever, you know, something you had in the back of your mind, or is this just truly unthinkable for you?
Well, it is unthinkable. Well, before I joined Vitality,
You played an OG, you know.
Yeah. It was trophies were far away from what I was looking at, but then we won Gamers 8, and then I started believing that any tournament I come up to and show up, it might be the one. And something that was my goal during the years was to
He's
have
like,
a
you
team
think
that is
everyone
very
saw me
consistent,
do
so I
that
always wanted to win 2
emote 5
tournaments in a row
times?
and go top 1 and learn how to stay top 1, because it's a very different thing
You
to
think they all
just
saw?
becoming top 1. And
Pretty good,
this
right?
year so far, well, what can I say? I think it's just, I'm speechless to that, and I didn't expect to, you know, in 6 months to close out a major, Katowice, Grand Slam, 4 more trophies. It's just crazy, and I'm just so happy. I can't be, I don't have words, I'm just speechless.
You won a lot, obviously, and now you won the major as well. Just try to contextualize it for the viewers at home. Obviously, winning tournaments almost every second week at this point. How much does this one mean to you? It's the major, it's the World Championship, it's the biggest one you can win.
Well, I was very nervous yesterday, 2 days ago, today. I was, even though the most stressful game I played, I felt like it was the Melbourne Grand Final against Falcons. This one was very stressful before the game, but we talked with each other and we said, guys, like, it's fine to be nervous. It's the fucking major final. we need to be happy that we're nervous in this, because other teams would wish to be as pressured as us in this situation. But I will say it like that, like, it was a very stressful match after they started shooting well and we saw that we couldn't like fit in the game with them on Mirage. It was a bit more stressful, and then when we lost, I don't know, I felt relieved in some sense. I felt like, well, we have nothing to lose. Let's just fucking play our best CS and see how it goes, and that's exactly what happened.
So what's the conversation like after map 1 where MongolZ just went to town on you guys? Who's saying what?
Well, everybody was speaking up. I think we could have felt like people were quite nervous in some sense, but I do think during the game, I felt like we were playing good. We were 3-on-A a lot of times when they pushed A. We had like good situations, and then we lose a 1v1 to Techno, and then a 2v1. And if you lose all those clutches in those key rounds, and the game could go like that in MR12. But the main thing was like after we lost the map, guys, we need to focus up. It's all fucking good. That's 2 now. It's our map pick. We know how to play CS, and we just executed well those rounds. And it also helps when you're not in a, like, you know, when the clutch, the 3v3s, the 2v2s go your way sometimes. Even though Senzo won a sick 1v3 on Dust 2, it's still just one clutch compared to 2-3 in a close match. So yeah, I think we just focused on the second map, and then we didn't care anymore about Mirage.
Considering it was just yourself and Mezzi prior to this very moment that hadn't lifted a major trophy, did you ever have any conversations between the two of you? Because I imagine there was a, you know, the prospect of that is very tantalizing for somebody who's never achieved it before.
Well, it was, we talked about picking the trophy together, because me, Remy, and William. But the conversation went more like, you know, there is this thing like people are saying completing CS. So if you get a major Grand Slam, Katowice, Cologne, you completed CS, but we don't believe in it like that. But it's crazy that in 6 months we accomplished like 70% of the things that every player wants to accomplish.
It is insane.
Yeah, but obviously when we won Katowice, I think me and William had the talk that like this could be the roster that we like complete CS with, but I don't think anybody expected it to be so smooth.
You mentioned, you mentioned just the 3 people lifting the trophy. How heavy is that trophy? It's a big trophy,
I don't know, I think they just fake typed
literally.
it. I think Blast fake typed it, because first of all I heard it's 50 kg. I was like, okay, I'm not trying that one out. then they said it's 30 kilograms.
Oh, Apex must be really strong.
Yeah.
No, it's not so heavy as I thought. I thought it would be heavier, but obviously it's so big, it's not comfortable to hold it, and then you're like, okay, one lift and fuck it, we'll take it at home. But it's a huge show. It's definitely huge, but it's not so heavy.
You won it all. You completed Counter-Strike. What now, Flamesy? The next couple of weeks, what are you gonna do?
Well, I'm gonna have a vacation with my girlfriend. We're gonna go to New York, just enjoy some time. First time in New York, so I'm gonna do that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And then, well, there is not much time before Cologne, so we need to go back to grind, because it's weird to say it like that, but we have such a good roster, and we cannot miss out on opportunity. We never know what's going to be next season. Maybe Kyosuke and Falcon's going to be too good, you know. And
Always scared, yeah.
yeah, and we need to prepare because we have a really good roster, and we can accomplish many things more with each other. We can't waste time on, yeah.
I feel like, I mean, Apex has mentioned the fact that you don't get rosters like this more than once in a lifetime. So, I mean, you're already talking about it, you know, heading into the next season. Like, aspirations got to be Cologne almost do the same thing again, right?
Cologne, EWC, yeah. Well, obviously you want everything, right? You become greedy, 7 tournaments in a row. I'm sad we lost to Legacy, that best of 1. Maybe some people can count only the best of 3s. But obviously we're going to come with the mindset to win every trophy next season. It might be a bit tougher. We never know how it goes because we had such a good run that, you know, it can't be a honeymoon, but you never know how it's going to be next season. It might be a bit tougher. Some people might be a bit more tired. We might get like lack of motivation in some sense because we won so much that we'll play like some tournaments like a bit slow on the gas. But the main goal is not to have that, to just keep grinding, keep performing. And as you said, Mau, it's you know, it's weird for me because I'm 22 actually, so I'm 22 and I won a lot of those. And Dan always says like this might be the only roster that you go that far. Or it might be the only major final we play in our career. We need to fucking enjoy every moment. And so far, I'm grateful to have achieved so many in such a young age.
The
so
glasses,
far,
guys, man.
To be like to rest now, to calm down a bit because it was a stressful season. We played every final, best of 5s, a lot of best of 5s. My body is full, and today as well, it was really stressful. So
I can imagine. Flamesy, it's one thing winning a major on your birthday, but it wouldn't be a birthday without a birthday cake. Mary, can you get the crowd singing again?
Please don't put the shit in my face.
Everybody, we got to sing happy birthday to Flames, all right? So let's get it. Come on. All right. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Flame. Happy birthday to you.
You guys are great. You guys are great back there.
Flamesy, I can see your girlfriend waiting over there for you. Anything you'd like to say in this moment before we let you get off and have a well-deserved celebration tonight?
That's cool. They got him a cake. That's
Thank
cute.
you very much, Austin.
Production got him a
You've
cake.
been a great crowd, even though you were not for us. And actually, nothing else. I'm just very happy, and I'm glad we have such a good roster. I want to thank all the staff in Vitality and all the fans, the Golden Hornets. Everybody's just done an amazing job this year, this season so far, these 6 months, I would say. And other than this, nothing. And I'll go enjoy the cake. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Flamesy. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time, Flamesy and Vitality. He made a face like that was heavier.
Happy
than
birthday,
the
Art.
trophy. Brother, you just lifted 50 kilos.
He's holding 2 different things. Cake, he's got to balance it, you know, it's tough.
Oh my goodness. Just incredible scenes for the entirety of Vitality. I miss this. I miss Apex jumping on the desk himself. Of course he's going to be doing that in true Apex fashion. This is just incredible. Jason, Dupree, tell me the emotions that these guys are experiencing right now. You've been here 5 times. You probably know it pretty well.
No, it was fun watching it from a little bit behind, like watching how Flamesy went up here and just talk how speechless he was, because he not only finds himself in a position where he just won a major, but also what they have achieved right now with like winning the 7th consecutive trophy in a row. You know, I mean, it's just he was speechless. You know, I think everyone is speechless. You know, what they have achieved right now is something that we didn't expect anyone to do, and it was just so many. I could see myself standing there when I was at his age. You know, I'm 10 years older than this guy. You know, it's only 22. I'm 32. So yeah, there's a lot of things, but obviously they can be extremely proud of what they've achieved.
I was going to say, he looked like a young Dupree up here.
Yeah!
Didn't know that he was winning the major. Like, didn't even realize it hadn't clicked in yet. Like,
he also did replace Dupree, you know.
That he did.
Yeah, no, it was cool, man. I mean, that's a stare you see on every first-time major winner, is just like the emotions of where it's hitting and it hasn't quite sunk in yet that the job is done.
Yeah,
Like,
he obviously brought up, you know, it's not just himself, Mezzy, Xtaz as well. The fact that Xtaz returned to this Vitality lineup as well and finally gets his major trophy. That's a beautiful moment for him.
Seems like he's just such a good pairing with Apex. We don't really always get to hear the full picture, but it really does feel like in those timeouts, in those pre-game sessions, between maps, he's one that's leveling the team out, aiding Apex create these tactical plans that end up making Mongols look flummoxed. Like, they don't even know what's happening on some of these bomb sites because they just come up with so many iterations, so many variations of their strats.
Speaking of Apex, I think we have to give him a flowers as well for this grand final performance one more time. Back in Dallas, we made a statistic where he was actually the highest rated player for Vitality in the grand finals. Now, heading into this one, he was only number 3, but tonight he's the MVP of a grand final once more. Not only by the stats, but also by his calling on Inferno, by the way he was picking up his team, by the
Sunglasses guy saluted out.
Was in the zone. There was no way, absolutely no way he was going to allow anyone else but him to win that major.
I think he was, what, 13-2 at one point on Inferno? It
Something
felt
like
like
that.
he was really just like going out there and he's like, look, I'm just going to make sure everyone gets started on the right foot. We're not doing Mirage again. I'll be the one killing everything.
Leading by example by quite a margin.
There's one name that we haven't mentioned in basically this entire discussion. That is Zai Wu. Do you feel like, I don't know the stats right now in terms of the MVPs, but I imagine it would probably be sliding with him, yet another MVP under his belt?
There's no doubt that Zai Wu is now entering the rarefied air of Device and coldzera for guys that have achieved or accomplished 2 major MVPs, and he did it with such convincing fashion. It was definitely a team effort in the grand finals, but everything leading up to the grand finals, and including his moments that he had in these 3 maps, I mean, he was just stellar.
Just so reliable. Like you just never feel like he's gonna have a map off. Like you can't ever predict it, and it's gonna happen occasionally. But like the fact that he's been doing this for years now and staying at maintaining a pace, it's incredible what he does. So. Yeah, there's not much more we can say about Zai Wu. I feel like it's all been said over the years. All we're doing is rehashing the fact that he's absolutely incredible.
He's an incredible player, you know, a player that I have been
it was a good,
also playing
good
with
performance
him.
from Zai Wu. I mean,
he brings so much to the team.
Maybe not the last map,
but he also just brings a really
overall,
good mood, and he's a guy that's
very
really
good
reliable,
player.
both inside but also outside the server.
I'm not sure who the series MVP should go to, though.
One for the future, but he's just going to continue going. I don't know what's going to stop Zai Wu. Who is actually going to stop Zai Wu?
Does the second major put him as the GOAT? Is he overtaken Simple in anyone's eyes?
I'm willing to fight anyone who says no. He is.
I
agree.
All right, cool. I'm not trying to fight her.
Pimp is trying to fight anyone who says that Zai Wu isn't the GOAT.
But this is just a beautiful ending to what has been such an incredible run throughout the first half of 2025. I just want to cast our minds back to IEM Katowice when they managed to put on such a show during that very grand final versus Spirit. Did anybody have it on their bingo cards that they'd win every single event they attended thereon after until the end of the season?
It's completely unprecedented. I mean, this kind of streak leading into the major made them the heaviest favorites to win a major ever. I don't think there's ever even been a debate about it.
Why is that
During the Astralis era,
what does that guy's
I feel
forehead
like there were
say?
dipstreak
PR?
guys in certain tournaments leading up to it, but to achieve 6 tournaments straight.
Did bro
and
write
then
it
to win
fucking
the major
backwards?
too, that is just a pressure that not many people can withstand. And we even saw on that first map, it didn't look like they were going to be able to withstand it.
I don't think anyone saw it coming, to be completely honest. In Katowice, Spirits were the heavy favorites in that grand final as well. And a week prior to that, we saw them play in Copenhagen for the first time ever with Robs on the roster, where they lost to Eternal Fire in a quarterfinal. So for Vitality to so quickly become the best to ever do it, you know, it took them, 2 weeks of practice with Robs, and then everything clicked. That in itself is just crazy.
I think we should all take this moment to thank Legacy for beating Vitality as one to alleviate some of that pressure that they clearly would have crumbled under in the grand final if they had to worry about the win streak.
I love how that just pissed Flamesy off up here. He had to bring it up. He had to bring it up, didn't he? Yeah, you can see how much it means. Like, Shock set it up on the stage, right? The fact that for Apex, 10 years ago, he won his first major trophy all the way back. Inclusion of Poker, completely different role, completely different team around him, completely different atmosphere.
10 years ago as well, he also played in his first major grand final, and it ended in heartbreak.
It ended in literal tears on the stage. Him and Kenny crying up there in Cologne. It was horrible to watch. Look at him now.
That's why it's so cool here in Flamesy when he's up here and I'm listening to his answers and he's talking about, you know, Dan like keeps beating into our heads that you never know if this is the last major grand final you're going to be in. Like, enjoy the moment, enjoy the experience, make sure you leave it all out there, make sure you're not going to be disappointed, because next season could be different, next year could be different, 2 years from now you might never be back. So this is the moment you have to see.
I love this take. One thing is the idea of them maybe not playing another major grand final, but just also the team thing, you know. I don't think a lot of players go through and come into a team where they can have so much success as Vitality have done right now. So obviously they should not be taking it for granted, but it's very easy to just fall back into, oh, we're just used to going to tournaments and winning out. We've been there with Astralis and he also mentioned the whole thing that maybe he gets Like, what's the next step? What's the next thing they need to achieve to keep being like motivated? Because once you get into like a steam of winning so much, you can
Val
easily
is
become like,
doo-doo.
yeah, but this is just normal for us. You know,
Oh,
what's
no.
the next big thing to take on?
Dupree,
Yeah,
can I
Val
just
had
pose
their
a question to you?
finals today as
Did
well.
it ever piss you off when people asked you that immediately after you won a trophy? What's next? What's next on the horizon? You know, just let me bask in the moment for a minute.
Well, I mean, like, obviously now that he's going to go on vacation, that was probably the best thing that people could ask me. If what's going to happen, I'm going to go on a vacation. But obviously the next big thing is that, I mean, I think they already have talked about what's going to happen the next season, that, you know, they have this vision that they want to go in and continue on working on maybe having an even longer streak. And, I mean, right now, it doesn't seem like any team's out there to stop them. What I'm curious to see is if they can keep up with it the next season as well.
You have 10 teams right now looking at Vitality with one goal, and that is to dethrone them in the next season, right? That's pressure as well.
Yep.
Right now, it seems unthinkable. Right now, it seems unthinkable that anyone should be able to produce results on the level of Vitality. But if there's one thing that we've been taught by history, especially when it comes to Counter-Strike, nothing lasts forever. So it's always about keeping yourself in the moment, you know, keeping yourself motivated, and then we'll see. We saw Vitality, you know, being pressured by Falcons. We saw Mouse at certain points get close. I'm sure a lot of teams right now are thinking, how do we beat this team? And that's going to make the next season even more fun.
But that's what Apex right now, he's chasing greatness. He's continuing to try to further himself in that conversation of the greatest in-game leaders of all time, because with this victory, he found his second major win as an in-game leader, third overall, and there's only 4 other major in-game leaders that have 2 or more majors. So, and some of those guys are retired now. Like they're gone. They're out of the conversation, you know, but you got Fallen, who's tied him now, and you've got Glaive, who
He's still kicking.
He's still technically kicking in Tier 2 right now. I don't know if we're going to see a comeback to Tier 1.
Not the same level.
But yeah, we'll see.
Well, unfortunately for the Mongols, they do end second place here at the Blast TV Austin Major. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Mazinho and Banks.
The Mongols made history, and they did something incredible for themselves, for the region, for all the people watching back home in Mongolia as well, and for the world of Counter-Strike that loves what this team does. First of all, Mazinho, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, man. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. Just talk to me about how you felt initially at the beginning of the grand final when you won on Mirage, a map you never beat Vitality on before. Did you feel like, okay, we can really do this?
Yeah, after the first map, I think we can win this fight. Like, actually, in the beginning, we expect to win here. And to win in our first map pick, Mirage, and everything goes smoothly well. And after the second map, I think I don't know what went wrong. And for myself, I just underperformed. Yeah.
It's a team game, though. It's not just about your performance. I want to ask you, did it feel different when you won the first map? Did you guys maybe start to think about, oh, we can win the major, and then it gets more hard because you have these thoughts, these feelings?
Yeah, after the first map, I think I was imagining in my head, like, lifting the trophy, but I think that wasn't wrong thing to do, I think, yeah.
And tell me, once you got defeated on Dust 2, you come into Inferno, was there a good team talk? Was there good energy? What did you guys say to each other before going into this map?
Before going into map 3, I said we can do it, this Inferno. We always fight good in this map, and yeah, we can really show ourselves in this final, yeah.
It's hard to take a loss like this, right? But you come second place now at the major. It's a huge step forward for you and the team. Is it still something you can be proud of?
Yeah, finalist at the major is something proud of. Maybe brick by brick, maybe next major, yeah.
I love that you're already thinking about the next major as well. And look at this. In this major on stage, you beat FaZe, you beat Pain, you took a map from Vitality. How much do you think this event will make the Mongols stronger going into the next part of the year?
I think it gives us a lot of confidence that we're finaling at the major, and maybe next season we can pull a thing like Vitality does this season. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Let's go.
Hope so.
I love that you're saying that, Mazinho, especially in such a tough moment. Lastly, in Mongolia, there is thousands of people just watching live, even at this time. What would you like to say to them?
Тэгээд Major-ын финал Vitality-гийн өдөөс 2-1-ээр хожигдлоо. Тэгээд жоохон хүндгэн лажигдлаа. Тэгээд үзэж цуглаж хамтдаа үзсэн бүх хүмүүст нь баярлалаа. Тэгээд итгэлийг алдсан бол уучлаарай л хий да.
17 years old, chasing his dream, second place in a major grand final where no one expected it from him. This is something this whole team, and Mazzino especially, can be very proud of. I can't wait to see what they can do next season. But here, it all ends for now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's not going to feel like it from anybody of the side of the Mongols right now, but what a show they put up this major. Sure, they weren't able to take down the Kings, but they have put themselves firmly on the list of our top teams for 2025. A well-deserved, celebration for the Mongols and everybody in Mongolia.
Yeah, good run overall.
How many people, what percentage is it watching right now?
Mongolia is a rather small country, and I saw a stat that 90,000 people-ish were watching at watch parties or live streams in Mongolia, and that's roughly 3% of the entire population in that country that was watching this game at 4 a.m. in the middle of the night or in the morning or whatever you want to say. That is crazy. Denmark could never.
It's a rather large country by
Why is he taking shots?
The amount of people.
Yeah.
Denmark could never.
Per square meter, not many people.
Anything else you want to add to that one?
Nope, I just want to make sure everyone's on the same
Taking
page.
shots.
Large country, not a large population.
A lot of horses.
A lot of horses.
Anything, in all seriousness, anything
Is Danish?
we
All
want to
right,
leave
fair
as
enough.
a departing thought for the Mongols. I didn't expect them to make it.
Are we doing
to,
emotional
major
analysis or real analysis here?
Yeah, emotional analysis.
Okay.
Dig into those emotions, Jason. I know they're buried deep.
They're not. Yeah,
Find
they're
them.
not at the top of me right now. I would say I think they showed great things. I think when you look at this, as I mentioned a couple of times, the win over FaZe I think is going to be a very special win for this team. I think that's the one that's going to help them turn the corner. It's great seeing them get over the hump in terms of being able to perform on the stage, being able to bring their game on the stage. Senzu able to have good games on the stage. Same with 9-10. I think in that sense this is a resounding success. I think obviously going to be very disappointed, especially the way map 1 went and then not able to even come close to replicating it on 2 and 3.
And obviously, like, they can just be proud of what they have achieved, not only for themselves, but also for their country. I mean, I don't think anyone expected them to be here, and now they, despite losing, they've made a really great progress for them as a team, and it's just great to see that such a young team can live up to kind of break the expectation, actually make it this far, and for them moving forward as a team, this is maybe a cornerstone. This is where things might change for them. This is the kind of experience that they needed to maybe get over that hump of not always playing.
Oh, that's a scarf, dude.
Cool. I'll take this one off.
I mean,
it is very hot in here.
They've established themselves as a top 5 team, and to do that in this day and age of Counter-Strike, you call it the most competitive era ever, Maui. That in itself is hugely impressive. Now, is it a team that you'd expect to go into another grand final next year or the next couple of years? Most likely not, when you consider the opposition. FaZe are regrouping, you have the Falcons coming in with potentially a super lineup. Let's see what G2 does, but if they can stay within the range of top 3, top 4, top 5, such a small, country, very little population, not that big of a history playing Counter-Strike, that in itself is crazy to even think about. Not everyone can win everything, and just to be part of that conversation.
No one can see that picture in the back, bro.
I would firmly have them as a top 5 team after this, and what they proved to themselves is that they can get it done on a stage. This was a totally hostile crowd in the FaZe matchup. They were always going to be the favorites in that one just because of what they've shown over the past season. But to do it in the roaring crowd, that's when we've seen Senzu fall apart in the past. That's where we've seen a few of their guys not live up to the billing that they usually create for themselves in the group stages. So to see them actually progress through the quarters, the semis, to take a map off the eventual champions, they got to walk out of this building, walk out of this country with their heads held high.
They are the fulfillment of the prophecy of Asian Counter-Strike that we've been waiting for years. They're the first team to actually do it and break through the barrier. Most other Asian teams that we've seen, East Asian teams, if you want to get really specific, we had that conversation earlier, that's a little inside thing. But I mean, usually what you see out of them is they get to a point, they hit the ceiling, and then they kind of fade away because they've never found a way to break through it. Mongols had to go back to, to the LAN centers and pick people up, and they found a way to break through that ceiling, and it's spectacular.
I don't want to give any spoilers, upcoming Maui Snake content, but sometimes at the end of a season, you'll do a kind of preliminary top 20. Any of the Mongols players going to be entering that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Senzu has to be in the top 20 for the first 6 months of this year. 9-10? 9-10 from what he performed, how he did here. I mean, I feel like he's going to be definitely breaking in as well. I would have loved to see some more from Mazzino because he has all these X-Factor moments, but he just doesn't always keep it up for an entire series or an entire tournament.
I mean, let's also, if we want to be real for a second, have a little bit of actual now. I think honestly, we saw some moments where I think they did get nervous, not so much probably by the stage, but by the gravity of the grand finals. It did feel a little bit like Cinderella choked at the ball.
Well, I think it's only right that we have our 2 North Americans maybe address the remaining members of the crowd, maybe say thank you for a North America major. Guys, this is your
You want to go first?
I
mean, thank you guys for helping us put on
One of the greatest majors I've ever had the pleasure of attending or being a part of. Thank you guys so much.
Guys, it's been so special. This has been special for all of us, and you guys made it that way for everyone, for the players, every time we're on an event in North America. We fucking love you guys coming out, bringing the energy every time. So get hype one last time for the show.
Woo! What a way to end it out. Gentlemen, thank you so much. It's truly been an honor to be standing alongside
major,
you
guys.
for what has been the Blast TV Austin Major. Thank
Good
you
major.
everybody from the bottom of my heart who's been watching along at home, and of course one massive shout out to the production team for putting on such a spectacular
GG's production.
show. Thank you guys, and we'll be seeing you after the season break.
All right. GG's, guys. Good majors overall. Good vibes. It was fun, man. Yeah, that was it's about 3 weeks worth of Counter-Strike. It felt like years, I guess. Pretty good stuff overall. GG's Vitality, I guess. Took another major home. They're the team to beat. Gonna take a break after this. Yeah, I'm taking a break today. I gotta figure out my my monitor situation. Obviously, you guys know my monitor fucking broke, so I can't really. It's a pain in the ass for me to play games at the moment, or really do anything else, because it's my middle monitor. But it is what it is. I'll be back. I'll try to be back on Tuesday, I want to say. Yeah, probably sometime Tuesday, and we'll be doing some CS related stuff. Probably go over some news you might have missed out on, gaming news, gaming content, all that goodness. And then maybe talk about what we're gonna do next for like variety content. That's on the block up next, as well as, you know, grinding through CS as well. So yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. GG's overall, GG's everybody, and I'll catch you on the next stream, which should be soon. All right, bye friends.